I stepped out of the truck and looked at the large makeshift gate that loomed in front of me. The corpses that hung from the bits of rusted metal were badly decomposed, and the remnants of their state trooper uniforms draped the bodies in tatters. Paige was only a couple steps behind, and the brunette carefully scanned the area through her thick-rimmed black glasses, with a faint smirk on her thin lips. She wore a forest green tank top, a pair of tight jeans held up with a black belt, and brown hiking boots. Her messy brunette bun was held in place by a pencil, and her dark brown eyes darted around the environment. It had been a few days since any of us had left the campus. After the biker attack, we decided to rest a while, recover from our wounds, and get back into our routines. Unsurprisingly, the traps had been empty the last couple of days, but between what we already had and the fish we managed to snag, we were good on food. With the pump set up on campus, it wasn't hard to meet our water needs, and the shower made it easier than ever to keep clean. After 3 days of rest, though, we all started to get a little restless. Anna took Bailey and Tara into the woods on a small hunting trip. Raleigh went into town to clean up from the battle, and I took Paige with me on a small trip back to the bikers' home base.
Fuck!
Paige muttered.
These bikers were real bad dudes, weren't they?
They were assholes with guns, I said. Don't give them any more credit than they deserve. The gate was unmanned, and the two of us were able to waltz right into what, only a few days ago, had been the bikers' home base. We scouted the town from a safe spot with some binoculars first, but we didn't see anyone moving around inside.
So, what are we looking for exactly?
Paige asked as she followed me down the road into town. Well, last time I was here, it looked like these guys might have had some female prisoners, I said. I needed to be sure that, if that was true, those prisoners got free.
I can't imagine being these guys' prisoner.
Paige muttered.
I think I would rather die and be hung from one of those spikes out front than ever have to live under the rule of a group of, these bikers.
At least the dying part would be over quickly, I said.
Exactly.
Paige agreed. I suppressed a shudder as I thought about one of my girls getting taken by these assholes. There were only a couple outcomes to that situation, and neither of them would have been good. My stomach churned as I looked over at the bookish brunette beside me. I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if that had happened. I shook off my feeling of unease and reminded myself that the bikers were now gone. My girlfriends, Raleigh, and I had killed them. The fuckers deserved to die. As we entered the outskirts of the town proper, everything was quiet. It reminded me of when I first arrived at the college town, back when I emerged from the woods to find the girls.
This is kind of eerie,
Paige said. It's not much different than our trips to Lanston, I said.
Yeah, but those were eerie too.
She whispered.
Towns aren't supposed to be this quiet.
It wasn't quiet last time I was here, I said. I prefer the silence to the sounds these degenerates used to make.
That's fair.
Paige chuckled. It wasn't long before we came to the heart of the small town. The parking lot adjacent to the gas station and conjoined mechanic was still scorched from when I had lit it on fire.
Whoa, is that your doing?
Paige asked as she nodded at a nearby building. It was the convenience store that had housed most of their gear. It was a blackened tangle of glass, concrete, and steel. Most of the roof had fallen in, and an entire side of the building was missing. Oh, yeah, might have had something to do with that, I said with a smile. I thought it might get rid of most of their guns, but apparently they had a secondary storage location.
Still, you left quite a mark on this place,
she said as she raised an eyebrow.
No wonder they wanted to hunt you down.
Come on, the place I wanted to check out is just ahead, I said as I jogged past the gas station. As we walked, I noticed a few bikes were still scattered about the place, but none of them looked like they could go anywhere. Most of them were missing a tire or some parts from the engine. The seats were also burned and melted to the point they would not be comfortable for a long ride. There were a series of 4 small houses out behind the apartment building that I had burned on my first visit here. I didn't imagine they would keep their playthings far away, and these seemed like a good place to check first. "All right, we're going to breach these like I taught you back in Lanston," I whispered as we approached the first house. "There could be innocents in here, so hold your fire until you know for sure what you're shooting at." There had been no movement in the streets when we scouted, but that didn't mean there couldn't be someone holed up inside.
"Got it,"
Paige said with a nod. We stacked up, and I threw open the door. Then the 2 of us stormed into the building with our guns raised. "Clear left!" I shouted after I did a sweep of my angle.
"Clear right."
Paige replied. I let my rifle rest and looked around the room. Mattresses were scattered all over the floor, and each of them was stained badly with patches of brown and red. The stench of the room told us all we needed to know about what happened here. There were ropes, handcuffs, and chairs scattered throughout the room, but no one was here.
"This is awful,"
Paige said.
"This looks like the type of place you'd see in a snuff film."
"You're not far off, but at least it's empty." I took a knee and picked up a pair of cheap stainless steel handcuffs. The cuffs were bent, and I tried to latch it, but found the inner mechanism was broken. A smile spread across my face as I let them clatter to the floor. "Seems whoever was here broke free,"
"Well, thank God for that."
Paige said. "We should check the other houses, and the place the gang boss was staying at, though," I said. We went back outside, and then over to the second house. We breached the building and found it in a very similar state as the first one. Lots of dirty beds, handcuffs, and chains. Like the first building, this one also showed signs that whoever had been captured here had broken their bonds and gotten free. This was a much better outcome than I expected to discover here. The rest of the small houses told a similar story. Each and every one of them was empty. The only thing that bothered me was the idea that I had not been able to help these people sooner.
"Well, this is going way better than I thought it would be when we first arrived,"
Paige said.
"I was expecting to find weeping women in cages or something."
"I was too," I said.
"Where do you think the women they had here went once they got free?"
The brunette asked. "If I had to guess, they probably went to Burlington, where they would find the most people," I replied.
"But if what you think about the National Guard camp there being dangerous is right, that might be out of the frying pan and into the fire for them,"
she said dejectedly. I had the same thought earlier, but there was no sense in dwelling on hypotheticals. All the victims here were free and gone, and that gave them at least a fighting chance, which was a big improvement over their lot a week ago. We walked over to the State Trooper HQ next. It was where the bikers had gathered when their leader needed to address them, so I assumed it was where the leader himself had stayed. "If there's any guys left, they'd probably be in here," I said as I approached the door.
"I'll stay sharp,"
Paige assured me. I nodded and stacked up so we could breach. Paige got into position behind me and gave my shoulder a squeeze. I yanked the door open and rushed into a long hallway of smooth, polished stone. The sound of the door thudding closed echoed down the corridor. "Clear," I said.
"Clear,"
Paige echoed. The hallway ended in what appeared to be a large room, and there were several doors on both sides.
"What do we check first?"
Paige asked. "Let's move clockwise," I said as I headed for the first door on the left. It was a heavy wood door, and there were no windows to let me peek inside the room before we entered. Paige got behind me again, and we repeated our entry tactic on the new door. We breached and found ourselves in what had once been a small square office space. There were desks pushed up against the wall and a couple windows let in natural light. There were several trashed computers on the floor, and a couple broken monitors still sat on the desks. Empty beer bottles had piled up among the debris, and there were bits of brown glass scattered across the floor. It seemed that the only purpose of this room had been to break various, now obsolete pieces of technology and bottles. Though, It was as empty as the hallway had been, and there was nothing that indicated recent activity. We headed back out and made our way to the next door. It was solid like the first, but a large bank of windows on the right side of the door let us see inside. It looked to be a briefing room, complete with long tables and many uncomfortable blue plastic chairs. The room looked more like a high school cafeteria right after lunchtime now. Dozens of plastic wrappers littered the ground, and the tables were piled high with paper bowls full of half-eaten meals.
Wow, they really trashed this place.
Paige muttered. Yeah, this is pretty bad. I agreed. It's about what I expected, though. Come on, we don't need to go in there. We moved to the end of the hall and into what was a large open space. It was full of desks, useless computers, and various papers, though those were hidden under piles of empty beer bottles and more plastic-colored wrappers. At the back of the room, a staircase led to a second story, and a small corner had been walled in to create what looked like an office. Large blinds covered the office windows, making it impossible for us to see inside without getting closer. I leaned down and picked up one of the wrappers. The red plastic had the ramen brand logo emblazoned across it.
What the hell?
Paige said.
Did these guys live off of ramen or something?
Looks like they might have, I said as I tossed the trash back on the floor. Then I nodded towards a shadowed corner of the room where it looked like there was a pallet of unopened ramen packets.
Wow.
Paige chuckled.
And I thought we ate badly before you came along.
I guess these guys found this stuff somewhere along the road and realized it was one of the few things that would keep for a long period of time, I said.
Yeah, but what were they going to do once they ran out of instant packets of noodles?
Paige asked. There's a good chance they didn't think that far ahead, I said as we made our way through the sea of desks and beer cans towards the small office. At this point, I was fairly sure the building was empty, but there was no point in taking chances when peeking in the small office would barely take any time. We reached the room, and I popped the door to reveal a small makeshift bedroom. The floor had been covered in mattresses, and the whole place stank of unwashed bodies. Unlike the mattresses in the houses, these ones were not covered in the same type or number of stains. There were also no ropes or handcuffs in this room. Instead, it seemed like just a dirty communal sleeping quarters.
This is weird,
Paige commented. It's not much different from our setup, I said.
Only our sleeping pit is not in some smelly closet room,
Paige said. They just made do with what they had, I guess, I said as I shrugged. Come on, there's clearly nothing important in there. I closed the door and headed for the stairways.
Do you think there's anything worth taking from this place?
Paige asked as she followed. I don't know, really, I said. I guess if we wanted, we could bring back some ramen?
That's probably not the worst idea,
Paige said.
It would at least allow us some more variety with the meals. We don't have to eat the nasty flavor packets, but some noodles would be nice.
We'll grab some on the way out, I said. We don't need all of it, though. Especially since we need to leave room for the shit the dead guys on the bridge still have. I kept my gun at the ready as I ascended the old solid wood staircase. Despite my best efforts, the stairs still let out a slight creak or groan with each new step I took. The first thing I noticed as I approached the top of the stairs was just how much darker it was upstairs. As I stepped off into a small square room, I saw that it was because every window had been covered by spray paint or heavy curtains to keep out the light. This room at the top of the stairs was filled with a dozen olive green cots, a large assortment of blankets, and a few scattered guns.
I guess we found where more of them slept,
Paige said. Maybe these were the boss's favorite guys or something? I said. We made our way through the shadowed room to a door at the far end. The heavy door was slightly open, but no sound came from within it. So far, the upstairs seemed to be as abandoned as the rest of the place. Paige and I breached the room, only to find it just as devoid of life as everywhere else. I lowered my gun and looked around. Compared to everywhere else we had been, this room was opulent. It was pretty much impossible to tell what this room was used for before because now it was clearly the boss gangster's sleeping quarters. A king-sized bed had been brought up and sat in a corner. It was covered in black satin sheets, and a matching comforter sat on the floor beside it. It looked like there might have been prisoners in here at one point as well. Along the wall opposite the bed, there were several large eye hooks screwed into the wall. Each one of them held a length of chain that ended in more handcuffs. These ones were not as cheap as the ones we found in the houses outside. Each of the 4 hooks had a mattress under it, but they weren't made up like the bed. Instead, each of them had a cheap, thin blanket close by, but they were crusty and full of holes.
Ugh, seeing this shit makes me want to kill the bikers all over again.
Paige scoffed. Now, there's a reason I blew stuff up on my first trip here, I said.
I can't blame you,
Paige said as she lowered her gun. She walked over to a nightstand set up next to the bed and pulled open the drawer. Anything good in there? I asked.
Not unless you need a bunch of condoms, lube, and porno magazines,
she said. I think I'll pass, I said. It looks like anyone who might have been in here got out after the bikers left too.
That's good,
Paige said. Yeah, I really hope they made it safely to wherever they were going, I said.
Well, this place is pretty empty. Are we going to spend some time checking for valuables?
Paige asked. We'll grab some ramen, but we don't need anything else, I said. This place is right off the road, and some other survivors might need some of this stuff more than we do.
That's fair,
Paige said.
It's kind of weird that we are so well set up that we can actually leave stuff behind.
There's no need to be greedy, I said. Plus, the few things that we actually need right now, we already have plans about how to get.
Right, like the water tank,
Paige said. Exactly, I replied with a nod.
Well, can we get out of here then?
My brunette companion asked. Yeah, we've spent more than enough time here, I said. The 2 of us made our way back downstairs and checked the last rooms on the other side of the hallway. One of them had been the state trooper's armory, but it was cleared out. The other was a small break room, and it was treated as poorly as the briefing room. After that, we grabbed several dozen packages of ramen and headed back outside into the sunlight.
Do you think we're safe now that the bikers are gone?
Paige asked as we started back towards the truck. For now, yeah, I said. I don't know what our future holds, but I doubt we'll manage to avoid trouble forever.
I guess that makes sense,
Paige said. She sighed and looked back at the biker town.
Every time we go out into the world and find another place like this or Lanston, it becomes clear just how much we have to thank you for.
What do you mean? I asked.
Well, if you hadn't come along, me and the rest of the girls would probably be in one of those houses or chained to the wall in the leader's room,
she said.
You saved us from some truly terrible stuff. There's a chance some of us might not even be alive right now if you hadn't shown up when you did.
I stopped and turned towards my beautiful lover. Then I put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a warm smile. Hey, you don't have to worry about shit like that anymore. Even if something happened to me, you guys have the tools and the skills needed to take care of yourselves now.
Yeah, but that's still all thanks to you,
she said as she smiled at me. Don't give yourself so little credit, I said. I might have given you guys a push, but you have done amazing things all on your own.
I guess we did help defeat an entire gang of pissed-off bikers,
she said with a smile. Yeah, and I couldn't have done that alone, I said. Without you guys, I would have been overwhelmed, and the campus would have fallen.
You're right,
the brunette said with a nod.
I think I'm good now.
Good. Then let's go pick the gear off the dead guys on the bridge and get home, I said. We hurried back through town, out the grisly gate, and back to the powder blue truck. We tossed the ramen into the back, loaded up, and headed back down the road towards the bridge and our home. A few hours later, I parked the beaten-up blue pickup truck, got out, and walked down the bridge. I let my rifle hang on its sling, but pulled out my pistol. The area was quiet, but I would rather not be caught off guard. It was a partly cloudy day, and in the shade of the trees it was the perfect temperature.
Oh man, I can smell the dead guys already,
Paige said as we got closer to the bridge. Yeah, these guys aren't going to be pretty, I replied. I wouldn't be surprised if they have been torn up by animals.
I think I'll be okay,
Paige said. I do too, I agreed. It's one of the reasons I picked you to come with me, but you should take one of these. It might help a little. I tossed the brunette a red bandana and then tied a black one around my face. It wouldn't block the smell completely, but it would at least help take the edge off. If any of the girls were going to be okay with decomposing bodies, it was going to be Paige. I stepped onto the bridge and looked around. The whole area was splattered with dry blood, littered with spent bullet casing, and covered in half-eaten bodies.
Ugh, nature works fast,
Paige said. Oh, lucky for us it only wants the bodies, I said. Paige stowed her weapon, put on a pair of blue latex gloves, and then bent over and pulled a gore-covered AR-15 out from under one of the corpses.
Well, at least I know what we are going to be doing once we get back to campus,
she said as she unloaded the rifle. Then she walked over and tossed it into the back of the truck. Oh, not all the guns are quite as messy, I said as I scooped up a pistol and ejected the empty mag. I pulled a duffel bag out of my backpack and put the pistol inside. Toss the stuff in here. Once it's full, we can load it into the truck.
Cool, will do,
Paige said with a nod. We were almost done with the bodies on our side of the bridge when Paige stopped and looked in the direction of the cars. She dropped the cheap rifle in her hands and went for her shotgun. I looked to where she was staring and saw 3 dogs emerge from behind the cars. The beasts were covered in patches of matted fur and had layers of blood caked onto their muzzles. The closest beast, a large brown dog with floppy ears, bared its blood-covered fangs and let out a low growl. I stood up, pulled my rifle into my shoulder, and took a couple steps back to stand next to Paige. 5 more dogs came around the cars as the first 3 started to step closer. The second batch still chomped on the bits of decaying flesh they had torn from the corpses. The beasts were a grim sight and a far cry from what they once were. "No, we should have burned these bodies too," I muttered.
Too late now,
Paige replied. We didn't wait for the dogs to charge us before we opened fire. Paige's shotgun blast tore through the first beast, taking part of the dog's face with it. A second dog, this one mangy and black, fell with a whelp as my shot caught it in the chest. The rest of the pack surged forward as the first 2 dogs fell. Drool fell in long strings from their glistening fangs, and their eyes were fixed on Paige and me. 3 more mongrels rushed out from behind the cars as Paige and I continued to fire. We moved back with each shot as we tried to keep some distance between us and our targets, but the dogs were fast and kept coming even after we killed the first 2. Paige cried out as she stumbled over the corpse of a biker behind her, fell onto her ass, and dropped her gun. A dog opened its gore-soaked maw and leapt at the helpless brunette, but I spun towards the creature and put a bullet through its head while it was in midair. Paige tried to scramble out of the way, but the dog landed hard on her chest and covered her in fresh gore. I turned my attention back to the other dogs, who were now nearly upon us. I opened fire, caught one in the side, and hit another in the back. Thankfully, the whole pack broke, scattered, and retreated towards the far side of the bridge. As they disappeared out of sight, I rushed to Paige's side and pushed the dog off of her. "Are you okay?" I asked as I tried to wipe the blood off her so I could see if she was injured.
I'm fine,
she said as she sat up.
Thanks for being a good shot.
No problem, I said. Despite her assurance, I took a moment to look her over completely. There was a chance that she had taken a wound and not even realized it. Though a moment later I stood up, certain she was okay. I wiped my bloody hands on my pants and then pulled Paige to her feet.
Well, that was unexpected,
she said as she scooped up her gun. Kinda, I said. I figured we would run into some sort of animal around here.
It's where sad it had to be dogs.
Paige replied. We can at least put parts of them to good use, I said as I picked up one of the dogs and tossed it into the back of the truck.
It's always nice to get more bait for the trot lines,
Paige said as she grabbed another one of the dogs. Maybe I was going to eat them, I joked.
Have fun eating them alone then,
Paige teased. I chuckled, shook my head, and gathered some more guns. Once the duffel bag was full, I tossed it into the bed of the truck with the rest of the stuff.
Well, this was fun,
Paige grunted while she hefted the third dead dog in with the others. Of course you would say that, I chuckled.
What's that mean?
She asked. You just seem to enjoy fighting quite a bit, I said.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Paige asked. Not really, I said. It just reminds me to never get in your bad side.
Damn right.
Paige grinned. All right there, killer. Let's finish up and get back to campus. I chuckled.
Aw, you sure we can't wait around until those dogs wander back up this way?
She asked. No, they can have what's left of the dead, I said. If they are here next time we roll through here, we will clear them out.
All right, I guess that makes sense.
Paige said. It only took us a few more minutes to strip the rest of the guns, ammo, and gear from the dead bikers. We checked all of their bikes, too, but they weren't good for much but spare parts anymore. We threw everything into the truck bed with the rest of our loot and climbed back into the cab.
I'm glad I got to come with you today,
Paige said as we rolled off down the road. I was a little surprised you didn't argue to stay and hunt with Anna, I replied.
Don't get me wrong, I love hunting, but we have spent a lot of time in the woods around campus lately, and I needed a change of scenery.
She explained. There will be plenty of chances to get off campus in the coming weeks, I said.
Oh, yeah?
She asked.
You have some plans?
Yep, I said with a nod. I was thinking that since the area is safer, we should explore some more of the local farms and check out more of the places in the mountains.
Sounds fun,
Paige said. Don't get too excited, I said. We still need to finish our projects on campus first.
Yeah, but none of those should take too long,
Paige said. Well, that's the hope, I said. A few minutes later, we arrived back at the campus. I parked the truck, hopped out, and grabbed an armload of guns out from the back. Paige did the same, and the two of us made our way towards the fire pit, where it looked like the others had already gathered. Tara jumped up to greet us as we got close. The platinum blonde hair that framed her smooth and sexy face bounced in tandem with her perky, round breasts as she skipped towards us. Her outfit of skinny jeans and tight black belly shirt really went a long way in showing off her supple form, and she stared at me with her hungry eyes.
Glad to see you two made it back safe,
Tara said. She nodded towards the blood-soaked Paige.
Ugh, looks like things got interesting, though. Let me guess, there were still bikers out there?
No, we just ran into some dogs, I said.
Nothing we couldn't handle?
Paige grinned.
How'd it go at the camp, then?
Tara asked.
Did you guys really find any slaves there or anything? It looked like everyone managed to get free.
Paige said. Yeah, we found a few places that looked like they probably held prisoners, but there was nobody there, I added.
That's good news,
Tara said.
Well, it sounds like you guys had better luck than we did today. We couldn't find anything out there.
Did you at least find any good tracks? I asked.
I think so,
Tara said.
We did.
Anna called over to us.
Yeah, we're pretty sure we found a commonly used trail,
Bailey added from where she sat next to Anna. That's good, I said with a smile. Then I took a seat next to the fire. Anna sat across from me and turned a spit full of fish as she looked at me. Her long red hair was pulled back into a braid that cascaded down her back, and the light of the fire glinted off her brilliant green eyes. She had on hiking boots, a pair of jeans, a forest green t-shirt with a Nike swoosh on the right sleeve, and she had her sidearm strapped to her hip. Anna's rugged outfit did little to hide the athletically muscular frame beneath. Bailey sat next to her. Compared to her athletic companion, the blonde was small. She was a thin woman with small, perky breasts and shoulder-length natural blonde hair. She had on a pair of skinny jeans, her faded black Chuck Taylor shoes, and a pastel yellow shirt with a large peace symbol printed on the front. Her grayish-blue eyes were fixed on the fish roasting over the fire, and she played absently with her golden nose ring as she waited for the food. "Raleigh still on lookout?" I asked.
"Yeah,"
Anna said.
"I tried to relieve him, but he insisted he was good. That old man's pretty stubborn,"
Tara pointed out. "Oh, I know." I chuckled.
"He did say that he wanted to spend some time in the dorm building this afternoon,"
Anna said.
"Since we have so many guns now, he was thinking about knocking down a couple walls and converting some of our space into a more official armory."
That's a good idea, I said.
"Yeah."
Bailey said with a nod.
"Speaking of guns and stuff, we got back early today and went through all the shit we got from the bikers."
Tara said. "What'd we end up with?" I asked.
"Lots of rifles."
Anna started.
"Mostly AR-15s.
Bailey said.
An SKS, a couple lever-action rifles, 3 AKs, and some bolt-action stuff. There were a couple military guns in there, though. M16s like what Tara has been using. We got some shotguns, too.
Tara said.
Mainly semi-autos, but a few pump actions, too."
"What about ammo?" I asked.
"There was tons of ammo.
Tara said.
Mostly 223 and 556 ammo.
Anna began.
But that's not a surprise considering how many ARs we picked up. We got a decent amount of 9mm, 40 and 45 too."
Tara said.
"Yeah, each of those guys was packing at least one pistol."
Anna added. "So what I'm hearing is that we are pretty well stocked?" I said.
"Hell yeah."
Anna said. "Do we have specific numbers on what exactly we got?" I asked. The athletic redhead nodded, pulled a piece of paper from her pocket, and handed it to me. I looked over the sheet of paper. It had an exact number of each gun and a rough estimate of each type of ammo written on it. There were 21 AR-15s, 6 M16s, 4 semi-auto shotguns, 2 pump-action, 3 SKS rifles, 4 lever-action 30-30s, and a couple old bolt-action rifles. There was a lot more variety when it came to the pistols, but a majority of them were Smith & Wesson M&P 40s, though there were also a couple Desert Eagles, a few Colt 1911s, and several revolvers of various calibers and sizes. The list of ammo extended to the end of the paper and over onto the back. There were over 1,000 rounds of both 9mm and 556, and a few hundred rounds of everything else. We had more than enough ammo for a couple hours of range time in a couple weeks, and we had more guns than we would ever know what to do with. Thankfully, guns were always useful in trade. "Thanks for making this," I said as I tucked the list into my pocket.
"Of course,"
Bailey said with a small nod.
"Anna helped a lot too." "Well, we are going to need to update that list once we clean up the guns we got today."
Paige said.
"We didn't put any of the old stuff on that list either."
Anna said.
"I wasn't sure if we wanted to make a complete list or not."
We can worry about that once we have a better way to organize it all," I replied. Anna nodded and pulled the fish off the fire. Then she pulled up a couple plates and started to split the food between us all.
"So, are we going to talk about the fact that Paige is covered in blood?"
Bailey asked after she took her first bite of fish. "We got attacked by some wild dogs, and she was close when I shot it," I explained.
"Yeah, the mud almost got me, but thankfully Tav was there."
Paige said.
"Well, I'm glad you guys are okay."
Bailey said with a smile.
"After those bikers, a few dogs hardly seems like something to worry about."
Paige said. "Yet one of them still almost got you," I teased.
"I just wasn't paying attention to my surroundings."
Paige said. "Clearly," I chuckled.
"Good thing you were there to have her back."
Anna said. "That's why we don't go out alone," I said.
"You mean that's why us girls don't go out alone?"
Tara corrected.
"You go out alone all the time."
"Well, maybe once you guys have done a couple tours of duty, you can go off on your own too," I said with a smile.
"Fair point,"
Paige said. For a few minutes, the group fell silent as we finished our lunch. Once my plate was clear, I sat back and let out a contented sigh. "Oh, that was damn good."
Yeah, thanks for cooking.
Tara said to Anna.
No problem.
Anna said.
I would much rather cook than clean up after the meal.
Don't get too excited, I said. We have a truck full of dogs to gut, and blood-covered guns to take apart and clean.
Ugh, no thanks.
The redhead said as she rolled her eyes. I laughed, shook my head, and tossed the last of the fish onto a plate. Then I handed it over to Anna. How about you go take this to Raleigh and replace him on watch? It will at least get you out of cleaning.
Gladly.
The athlete said as she stood up.
Try not to have too much fun without me.
We'll try, but I won't make a promise I can't keep. I teased. Anna shook her head and walked off toward the dorms. A moment later, she disappeared inside the building.
Do we really have to clean more guns this afternoon?
Tara asked. Some of them are pretty nasty, and if we let them sit too long, they'll become worthless. I explained.
Don't worry, only a few of them are truly terrible.
Paige said.
Not it!
Tara exclaimed.
I'll do it.
Paige said.
The gross stuff doesn't really bother me. I've noticed, and I'm really grateful for that.
Bailey said.
The less dirty work I have to do, the better.
It is always nice to have someone who isn't bothered by the dirt and blood. I said.
You're just lucky that I was pre-med.
Paige said.
Are we going to get this over with then?
Tara asked as she pushed herself to her feet. Probably a good idea. I agreed with a nod. Raleigh walked over to our fire. The old man had on his usual brown leather newsboy cap, a pair of faded work jeans, and a green long-sleeve button-up shirt. His wide smile deepened all of the wrinkles on his leathery face. Perfect timing, I said to the handyman. Oh, yeah? He asked. Are we doing something exciting?
Cleaning guns,
Bailey said. Sounds fun, Raleigh said with a shrug. You guys start grabbing the guns, I began. I'll grab a table and our cleaning supplies. Then I gave the group a nod and headed towards the dorm building. First, I stopped in my old room and grabbed all of the gun cleaning supplies we had scavenged so far, and then I went downstairs and folded down one of the many long tables in the cafeteria area. We certainly would never have any need for tables as long as we stayed here on campus. Then I headed back outside to where I left the others. Paige had pulled the dogs out of the truck and was gutting them on the lawn. She had set aside all of the entrails so that we could grab them and take them to the stream. Tara, Bailey, and Raleigh had laid out all of the guns on the grass and put all the ammo in a pile beside it. How many of them did we manage to grab? I asked as I set up the table. 10 pistols and 11 long guns, Raleigh said.
Only 4 of them are truly disgusting too.
Tara said.
Just set those aside for me.
Paige said.
We already have.
Bailey said.
Thanks. I'll be done with these dogs before too long.
Paige replied. We set up all of the guns on the table, pulled some chairs out of the classroom building, and sat down to clean. Paige joined us once she finished with the dogs, and we spent the afternoon taking apart our latest haul of weapons. By this point, all of the girls were familiar enough with firearms that they were able to fully disassemble, scrub, and reassemble the weapons with little issue. It took us the better part of the afternoon to fully clean our latest haul of weapons, but once we were done, we had 5 more AR-15s, 3 more M16s, 2 more semi-auto shotguns, and a .308 hunting rifle. The pistols were mostly a collection of the standard State Trooper S&W 40s, but there was a snub-nosed .38 and a Heckler & Koch HK-45 mixed in among them. All things considered, it was a very nice haul, and we got several hundred extra rounds of ammunition.
Well, I officially think we have too many guns,
Bailey said as she finished putting together one of the rifles. Is there really such a thing as too many guns? Raleigh asked.
Not when there are people out there to trade with,
Paige said.
We can set aside anything we don't want and use it as a bartering chip.
That's a really good idea, I said with a nod. Especially since we have so many of the same gun. There is never such a thing as too much ammo, though.
At least every gun came with more ammo,
Tara said. Yeah, but we still need to be conservative with what we have, I said. Now come on, let's throw this stuff inside and get some dinner going.
Should I go grab Anna?
Bailey asked. No, I'll do that, I said. I stood up, gathered the guns into a duffel bag, and headed into the dorm building. I dropped off the weapons and then headed for the roof, where Anna sat with a pair of binoculars and her rifle. "Anything interesting out there?" I asked. She turned towards me and shook her head.
Nope, things have been quiet.
"That's good," I said.
Yep. How was cleaning guns?
The athletic redhead asked. About as exciting as it sounds. I chuckled.
At least it's done.
Anna said.
Did we get anything cool?
I shook my head. Not really.
Shame.
She said. It's not like we really need anything, though, I said.
I suppose, but I like finding cool new guns.
Anna said. Me too, I said with a nod. Anyway, I wanted to come and let you know that the girls are downstairs, working on some dinner.
Should I wait for someone to replace me?
Anna asked. I took the binoculars from her and scanned the area. Then I shook my head. I don't think so. It's pretty quiet right now, and I think as long as we put out our spike strip and stuff, we will be good for the night.
All right. Then I guess I'll join the others.
The redhead said with a smile.
Thanks for coming to get me.
Thanks for keeping watch, I replied. We returned to the courtyard where Bailey had already started to cook up a slab of deer, a can of beans, and a can of vegetables. It's been a good day, I said after I took a seat. The rest was nice, but yeah, I am happy to be busy again, Raleigh said.
Yeah, I can only sit around for so long.
Anna said.
I don't know, I could probably get used to how chill things have been these past few days.
Tara said.
Me too.
Bailey said.
It was nice to actually slow down for a change.
We'll be back to normal soon enough, I said. The group spent the rest of the night together. We ate some food, cleaned up, then retired to the dorms. There we all sat around and listened as Tara played the piano for us. Every performance was better than the last, as she knocked away years of rust with her practice. Not only had Tara's performances become one of our favorite ways to spend the evening, but they were also one of the only ways we could hear music again. That meant that every night we spent like this was not only relaxing, but nostalgic as well. That was really nice, Raleigh said once Tara finished.
Thanks.
Tara said.
Getting to play for you guys makes me kinda sad I stopped getting lessons. You're still really fucking good.
Anna said.
You know, I might be able to find some music books in the library.
Tara said.
Then I could at least learn some new songs to perform for you guys. I can help you look if you want.
Paige offered.
Oh, yeah. It will go a lot faster if you're there.
Tara said.
We'll have to do this next time we get some free time.
Well, on that note, I think I'm gonna hit the hay. Raleigh chuckled. It's been a pleasure, gang. See you all in the morning. The handyman waved at us, then disappeared into his room. I think I might follow his lead, I said before I let out a yawn.
Aw, tired already?
Paige teased. I just know what we're doing tomorrow, I replied with a smile.
I guess there isn't much else to do right now anyway.
Anna said with a shrug. I headed to my old room and stepped inside. Since I moved out in the common area with the girls, it had become the place we stored all of the weapons, ammo, and knives, though it was also the place I kept all of my clothes. I stripped off my current outfit and added it to the pile at the foot of the bed. That's when I heard the door open behind me. I turned to see Paige standing there with a little grin on her face and a bundle of rope in her hands. Hey there, I said with a smirk.
I was thinking that maybe before bed we could get some alone time.
The brunette said as she strutted towards me. Didn't we already get that today, on the bridge? I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
She replied. What else could you mean? I asked with a coy smile.
You just want to hear me say it, don't you?
Paige asked. I don't know what you're talking about, I teased.
Fine,
Paige said as she stuck out her tongue. Then she shoved the rope into my hands and stripped off her shirt.
Tav, please fuck me.
That wasn't so hard, now was it? I asked.
If you're just going to keep playing with me like that, I can just go to bed.
Paige replied. All right, my bad. I chuckled. What's the rope for? Even in the dim light, I could see Paige go red as I asked that question. She looked down at the floor as she fumbled with her pants.
I was kind of hoping you would work on your knots.
Oh, I can do that, I said with a wide grin. Chapter 2. While I hadn't expected to be up this much later, I couldn't complain about how I was spending my time. I didn't have as much experience using ropes in the bedroom, but with a bit of practice, I made it work. A naked Paige was spread out on the bed with her legs tied wide open. Her arms were bound behind her back and tied off to the bed frame to keep her from going anywhere. She was already dripping wet, and I had done nothing but tie her down. It seems you are enjoying this. Just a little bit, I said as I ran a finger over her wet pussy.
Yes.
Paige moaned, bit her lip, and nodded. I chuckled, cut the extra rope from the bundle, and tossed it aside. It seemed that my geeky little brunette was starting to figure out what really did it for her. I didn't have any reason to complain. For a moment I just stood there and looked at the gorgeous, naked woman splayed out in front of me. Her breathing was rapid, and she licked her lips as she met my eyes.
Are you going to just stand there, or are you going to do something?
Paige panted. Do I need to find a way to silence you? I asked in response.
Maybe,
she said. I dropped my pants and freed my rock-hard cock.
Now that's what I'm talking about,
the brunette said. Oh, you don't get this. Yet. I teased. I approached the bed, climbed on, and rolled her nipples between my fingers. Paige closed her eyes and started to moan as I leaned into it and started to suck on her firm tits. Then I drew my tongue across her chest and up to her neck. I positioned myself so that I could rub my dick across her wet pussy while I continued to lick and suck on her lips, neck, and breasts. Paige whimpered and tried to shift her hips so that I would slide inside her. It's not time for that yet, I chided.
But it's so close,
the brunette whined.
Stop teasing me.
You're the one who wanted to be tied up. I pulled my cock away from her and started to lick my way down her body. When I got close to her moist slit, I purposely went around it. She moaned as I licked her lips. Paige could only groan as I picked my way down her body with my tongue. She leaked onto the bed with her desire, but I didn't give her what she wanted, at least not for a while. Instead, I lightly ran my fingertips along her body as I traced a line along her legs with my tongue. The woman under me quivered, and each time I got close to her pussy, she would moan loudly.
Torture,
she whined. You love it, I reminded her.
Yes.
Paige sighed, and then tried to force her hips up into my cock, but there was little more she could do in her current position. I chuckled and shifted her around until she could take my cock in her mouth. I suppose you've waited long enough, I said. I'll at least let you use your mouth. She eagerly sucked on my dick, and I groaned as her lips slid up and down my shaft. She stopped a minute and teased me with her tongue before she leaned forward and took my cock up to the balls. I clutched the back of her head with both hands, grunted, and kept her there for a moment as I rubbed up against the back of her throat. Then I pulled out and left her panting and gasping for breath.
That was fun,
Paige said once she was able to gulp in enough air to speak. We're not done yet, I said as I pushed her onto her back.
I should hope not,
She purred as she started to move her hips.
There is still so much of me to be used.
I grinned and rubbed myself against her dripping wet pussy.
Please put it in.
She begged as my hard member kept sliding against her. At first, I didn't listen to her. Instead, it made me tease her harder. I prodded her without going in, while I teased her clit with my hands. Paige let out a loud moan and tried to pull her legs in, but the ropes kept them wide open. She spasmed and twitched as I continued to tease her. I grinned as I watched her shudder in pleasurable agony, and then I pushed myself slowly inside her.
Fuck.
Paige muttered as her eyes rolled back. Our bodies glistened with a layer of sweat as I slowly slid in and out of her wet pussy. Then I increased my tempo until the walls of the room were filled with the rhythmic slap of our bodies as they slammed together.
Oh, God, don't stop.
Paige exclaimed. I pounded her faster and faster until the only noise that came from the brunette was a series of guttural grunts as her legs shook violently against her ropes. She cried out, and I felt the walls of her vagina tighten around my cock. Oh, fuck! I grunted. Then I tried to pull out, but found her pussy too tight to escape.
It's okay.
She gasped.
I've been taking the pill. Oh, put it all inside me. God, I want it so bad to have.
I nodded, buried my cock as far in her as it could go, and then released. My orgasm was equal parts bliss and delightful agony. Paige and I both let out a long sigh as I pumped her full of my hot cum, and then she shuddered once and fell back onto the bed. Oh, that was good, I said as I leaned down to run my tongue up her stomach, breasts, and nipples before I finally kissed her. Paige nodded in agreement, but was too out of breath to speak. Felt so good to come in you.
Yeah.
She whispered.
Finally.
I smiled down at her, and then I slowly pulled out of her. We were both soaked, and as soon as my tip came free of her pussy, a cup full of cum dripped out of her and onto the bed.
Oh, God damn.
She gasped as her body started to tremble with aftershocks.
You really came a lot.
I grinned and started to undo my knots. The minute they were undone, my companion collapsed into a puddle of quivering flesh. Every few seconds, a new shudder would run through her body as she tried to recover from our fun. So, what'd you think of the ropes? I asked as I made them into a bundle again.
I like it.
She said after her body had calmed down.
I like the control it gives you over me.
Noted, I said with a wide smile.
Well, once I can stand again, I'm going to get cleaned up and join everyone else.
Paige said. Feeling a little worn out? I asked.
Maybe just a little.
She replied. I can't imagine why. I chuckled. Paige stuck out her tongue, tossed a pillow at me, and scooted to the edge of the bed. Then she grabbed a towel off the floor, cleaned herself up, and got dressed again. I took the towel from her, cleaned up, and threw on a pair of shorts. Then we both made our way out of the room and into the common area. Most of the girls seemed to be asleep already, but as I settled into the middle of the pile, Tara turned to me and gave me a knowing smile and a peck on the cheek. I shook my head, snuggled up next to her, and fell fast asleep. The light of dawn woke me the next morning, and I opened my eyes to find Anna already half-dressed.
Hey.
She whispered to me. What's up? I asked.
Just going to get in a run.
She said. Can I join you? I asked.
Of course.
She replied with a smile. Give me 5 minutes, I said.
I'll wait for you in the courtyard.
She said. I nodded, got up, got ready for the day, and joined the redhead outside.
I was starting to grow impatient,
Anna said with a smirk. Well, then let's get going, I replied. She nodded and sprinted off towards the tree line. The two of us did 2 laps around the courtyard, then spent a short while doing other exercises such as push-ups and burpees. Once we were done for the morning, we used some protein powder we had looted from the sporting goods store and made up a shake for each of us. Both of us sat in the courtyard with our shakes as we basked in the early morning sunlight.
Thanks for joining me.
Anna said. Yeah, it's always nice to work out with a partner, I said.
I'm just glad you were not too worn out from your time with Paige last night.
The athletic redhead said. Well, what can I say? I bounced back fast, I said with a shrug.
Clearly.
Anna said.
Sounded like you and Paige went pretty hard last night.
I smiled and shrugged. Raleigh stepped out of the dorm building and waved at the two of us. Then he casually strolled out into the woods with a roll of toilet paper tucked under one arm. Looks like people are starting to stir, I said.
I guess it's time to head to the library.
Anna said. Let's go get some coffee going, I said as I stood up. Then I pulled Anna up to her feet, and the two of us sauntered into the library. Anna set out a small breakfast spread and started a pot of coffee, while I cleaned the old defense plans off the whiteboard. Then I started to make a list of new projects, goals, and plans for us to work on in the coming weeks. A few minutes later, the other girls joined us. They were all dressed in a more rugged fashion than they had been in previous days, and all of them, except Tara, were wearing jeans and hiking boots. Tara wore a short black skirt, a blue tank top, and sneakers instead, and her pistol holster was strapped to her upper thigh and partially hidden by her skirt.
Oh man, it feels good meeting here again.
Paige said as she took a seat. It's only been a few days, I said.
Yeah, but I like routine.
Paige said with a shrug.
I kind of miss the rhythm we had going to.
Bailey said. Well, now that we have taken care of the bikers and rested up, I think it's about time we start a new plan, I said.
What sort of stuff do you have for us now?
Tara asked. Let's start with the simple stuff that we all know, I said. Tara and Anna are checking traps and trot lines. Take the dog bits Paige carved up yesterday and use it as bait for the lines. It should increase the amount of fish we catch for a few days. Bailey, you'll be working in our garden this morning. See what you can get in the ground. I would like to have everything planted by the end of the week.
What about me?
Paige asked. You have watch duty until lunch, I said. After lunch, Raleigh will replace you, but you will be on your own until then.
I'll let you know if anything exciting happens.
The brunette said with a nod. Good. Now, once Raleigh gets here, I will go over my plans with him this morning, but until then I'll go over afternoon plans and more long-term goals, I said. I turned to the board and pointed to my updated list of goals and plans. Again, I had something for every category. So for water, we all know what the plan is, I said. We will finish setting up our filtration system using the tank out at Betty's farm, and probably some hot water heaters from town.
When are we going to get the water tank?
Anna asked. Sometime soon, I said. I just want to finish up a couple things here first. Just then, the library doors opened, and Raleigh hurried over and took a seat close to me. Sorry I'm late, he said. Time just got away from me while I was getting ready this morning. It's okay. We'd really just gotten started, I said.
We were talking about making a trip to see Betty, though,
Tara said with a grin. Great. When are we doing that? Raleigh asked. Slow down there, I chuckled. It's on our list of things to do, but today you and I are going to build a second shower. A high-pitched squeal of delight filled the room, and all eyes turned to look at the platinum blonde woman.
Sorry,
she said as she put a hand up to cover her mouth.
I guess I just got a little excited. You don't say,
Anna teased. There is nothing wrong with getting excited about hot water, I said with a smile.
It will be nice knowing that more than 2 of us can shower each day,
Paige pointed out. I'm okay with that, Raleigh said. I've only gotten to use the thing once since we built it. After today, we should all be able to shower a bit more often, I said. And after Raleigh and I get the shower done, we can all meet for lunch before moving on to our next big project. I pointed to the first thing listed under the food category on the whiteboard. The greenhouse.
Heck yeah!
Bailey said.
I can't wait to start growing shit in there. It's going to be nice to have more variety in what we eat.
Anna agreed. It's also almost the end of spring, and I would rather we have all of our gardening and planting done before summer really hits, I said.
That's a pretty good idea,
Paige said.
Springtime is when they recommend planting a lot of different plants.
You know, we could probably get some seeds or starters from Betty,
Raleigh chimed in.
I don't know what we need, but it's a thought.
There are a few things I wouldn't mind getting seeds for,
Bailey said.
We don't have a huge selection of herbs and spices right now, and I was thinking that it would be cool if we could grow some of our own teas, too. Fresh peppermint would be amazing,
Paige said. Make a list and we can see what Betty has when we go trade with her, I said.
Will do,
Bailey said with a large smile. Once the greenhouse is built and the garden is going, we should be pretty good on veggies, so I was thinking we might look into making a small rabbit hutch, I suggested. We wouldn't do that today, but raising our own source of food would be more reliable than hunting.
I don't know how well I will do taking care of something I am supposed to eat later,
Bailey said.
Yeah, hunting them is one thing, but I'm, not sure if I could kill something I raised.
Tara agreed. That's a while off, I said, and we will take care of that once we get there. It might be difficult at first, but you have both done amazing things these past few weeks, and I highly doubt this will be the task that breaks you.
Hey, if we manage to find chickens somewhere, we could maybe farm eggs,
Paige said.
I'd bet that Betty has chickens,
Anna said.
She does.
Raleigh was quick to confirm. Think you could sweet-talk her into giving us a few? I asked with a smile.
I can certainly try,
he replied with a grin. Good, I said with a nod. Well, I think the only thing left to talk about are my defensive plans. I think our new watch rotation is a really good idea, but I want to make sure we are staying sharp, so melee and firearms practice are going to be a little more regular.
I'm always down for a bit of shooting,
Bailey said.
Yeah, I could spend all afternoon at the range,
Anna added. We have to be careful with how much we shoot, I said. We have gathered a lot of ammo, but it will run out quickly if we go pop off a few rounds every time we feel like it. Instead, we are going to do range time once a week, and we all fire a fixed number of rounds.
That sounds a little less fun,
Paige said.
It makes sense, though,
Raleigh said.
Not having enough ammo could get us killed if we have to fight again.
Exactly, I agreed. If we manage to find a large stash of ammo somewhere, then maybe we can spend an afternoon shooting for fun. Until then, though, we only shoot to defend ourselves or to practice. Understood? All the girls nodded and mumbled their agreement. None of them seemed particularly happy about the idea, but I knew they would get over it. That's it for today, I said. Let's finish up breakfast and get to work. The group dispersed a few minutes later, and I headed for the shed with Raleigh.
You do a really good job of being tough with the girls when it's necessary,
Raleigh said as we walked.
I appreciate that you don't give in, even when they whine or pout.
I just want to be sure that we can survive, I said with a shrug. Sometimes it means being tough about things. The girls know that everything I do is to help keep us alive. Hell, a week ago they wouldn't have blinked if I told them we had to ration ammo.
Funny what being in life-threatening danger does to one's perspective,
Raleigh chuckled. Yeah, I replied with a grin. There's still danger out there, though. It's easy to forget that when you're not facing down a gang of angry bikers. We reached the shed, and I gathered the lumber, while Raleigh went inside and got the tools. The handyman came out a moment later with his tool belt strapped on and ready for work. He had a spare hammer in one hand, a bucket full of nails, staples, and hinges in the other. Anything else you need to grab from inside? I asked, while I stood there with a small stack of 8-foot 2x4s.
Nope, I got everything shoved into my tool belt,
he said. I nodded and led the way back towards where our first shower was. We set out the wood, divided the tools between us, and went to work. Raleigh took the measurements, while I used the small handsaw to cut our 2x4s to length. Again, we started with the small base. It was easily one of the more complicated parts of the build, due to how much cutting was involved. If we had access to power tools, it would have been an almost trivial task, but we still managed to make good time with what we had.
So, I was wondering something,
Raleigh said as he waited for me to cut the final piece of the base. What's that? I asked.
Have you, put much thought into when we might go back to Betty's farm?
Raleigh asked. I finished my cut, handed the piece to the handyman, and grinned as I stood up. I might have, yeah. Are you getting a little anxious to visit your lady?
She's not my lady.
Raleigh chuckled. He took a moment to finish the base of the shower before he spoke again.
At least not yet.
He looked up at me and grinned. I don't think you're going to have to try very hard, I said. I saw how she looked at you on your first visit.
Are you sure you weren't, seeing things?
Raleigh asked. Oh, come on, I wouldn't lie to you like that, I said.
Not saying you're lying, but, you could have just misinterpreted her looks,
the old man said with a shrug. I doubt it, I said. Don't overthink it. You're a good-looking dude, and you are polite and easy to talk to. Raleigh grinned as he picked up some wood and started to work on the first wall.
So, when are we going back then?
Soon, I said as I helped him.
How soon?
He asked. Depending on how things go here. I'm thinking we could take the time to visit her again in a day or two, I said.
I was hoping you might say that,
Raleigh replied. It was hard not to notice the massive grin on the handyman's face while we worked. Nothing that happened over the next hour could remove that silly grin. Raleigh even smashed his thumb with a hammer at one point, but when he looked up, his grin was still there. I was glad that Betty made him happy, and I sincerely hoped that the two of them continued to get on well. Though I wasn't actually worried about that. It was hard not to like Raleigh. It wasn't long before the two of us finished the second shower stall. We set up the plumbing the same way as the first one, filled both the 5-gallon jugs with water, and covered it all in black plastic. The second stall looked a bit nicer than the first. The door was hung a bit straighter, and the plastic was stapled on smoother. We were getting better at this. Nice job, I said.
Yeah, it's not too bad,
Raleigh agreed with a nod. We shouldn't have to worry about showers now until winter, I said.
I'm already working on some plans for that, the handyman said. Might have something for you by fall.
I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He was always so full of surprises and ideas. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. He smiled and nodded.
I'm going to get all these tools put away. You can go start lunch if you'd like.
You sure you don't want some help? I asked.
Nah, this won't take me long, he said.
All right, see you in a bit then, I said before I gave him a wave and headed off towards the fire pit. I passed by Bailey, who was hard at work in the garden. It looked like she had dug several dozen small holes that she filled with seeds. She waved at me as I passed, but then went back to work. When I got to the pit, I found Anna and Tara around the fire. They both worked to clean multiple fish as they talked, and it didn't seem like they heard me walking up on them.
I actually didn't know I could want it so much until I did it with Tav,
Anna said.
I know, I kind of always want his cock,
Tara said.
There's just something about the way he moves,
the athletic redhead said. She paused for a moment and stared absently at the ground as she bit her lip.
Careful, don't get yourself too worked up,
Tara said.
Sorry.
Anna said as she shook her head. She chuckled and went back to work on the fish.
I just thought about the last time I spent a night with him.
I get it,
Tara said.
I think about my nights with him like all the time.
I crossed my arms over my chest, raised an eyebrow, and cleared my throat. Both of the girls looked up suddenly as they realized I was there, and their faces both turned red.
Hey, Tab,
Tara said with a small smile. How's it going? I smirked.
Not so bad.
Anna said. She busied herself with the fish in front of her in what seemed to be an attempt to play it cool.
Yeah, we caught a few fish,
Tara said as she held up the one in front of her.
We already have one of them on the fire for lunch.
How's the shower going?
Anna asked. I got it done a little bit ago, I said.
That's good.
Tara said. I thought you'd be more excited, I said.
I am.
The platinum blonde replied. She looked up at me and forced a wide smile. Relax, I said as I took a seat. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anna groaned and hid her face as she turned a brighter shade of red. Tara giggled a little, but seemed far less embarrassed than her red-headed companion.
I just wish I could tell you we don't do this often, but...
Tara trailed off and grinned.
Shush!
Anna exclaimed. So, I'm a regular topic then? I asked with a smile.
At least parts of you are anyway.
Tara giggled again.
Oh my God!
Anna muttered.
Stop it!
Oh, come on. There's no reason to be embarrassed.
Tara said.
What are we talking about?
Bailey asked as she walked up. Her jeans were covered in dirt, and she had a trowel tucked into her back pocket.
Sex with Tav.
Tara said with a smirk.
Oh.
Bailey said as she too turned red.
Oh, come on, you guys. It's not like we haven't all been with him.
Tara said as she rolled her eyes. It's okay, I chuckled. If talking about it makes him uncomfortable, then we can change the subject.
Thank you.
Bailey said as she sat down.
What's for lunch?
Fish.
Anna said.
We had a pretty good haul today and decided to cook up something fresh.
A few minutes later, Anna pulled the nicely cooked fish off the fire and started to serve it up as Raleigh joined us. The five of us enjoyed a quick meal before I stood back up and told them it was time to get back to work. Raleigh, you're on watch this afternoon? I said. Then I handed him a plate with a portion of fish for Paige. Will do, he said. Tell Paige to meet us out by the greenhouse, I said. He nodded and took off.
All right, let's go build a greenhouse,
Anna said. After a quick stop by the shed, we made our way to the spot I had marked for the project. Paige waited for us there and ate her small lunch.
Hey, how was the watch?
Bailey asked the brunette.
Really boring.
Paige said.
I wish I could take a book up there with me, but I figure that sort of defeats the purpose of being on watch. I think watch is fun.
Anna said.
Nothing has happened yet, but I like the time to myself.
I'll remember that next time I'm handing out duties, I said. Right now, though, we need to get this greenhouse up.
Where do we start?
Tara asked as she picked up a hammer. We'll start with the floor again, I explained. That will give us a nice level surface to put our walls, so grab all the treated stuff and start measuring out what you need to make a simple frame. After we get the outside frame done, we'll put in some 2x4 floor joists and then cover the whole thing in plywood. This thing won't be super fancy, but it should be more than functional.
As long as it lets me grow plants, I don't care what it ends up looking like.
Bailey said. Well, then let's get to work, I said. With a few projects under their belts, the girls didn't need to ask me many more questions. They understood the first goal and went to work with the skills they had learned, and a couple hours later, we had a 10x12 platform built up on the ground. It looked pretty good, and the girls were proud of what they had done. Almost all of it had been them, too, since I spent the majority of the time leveling the spot where we wanted to build this greenhouse.
What's next?
Paige asked. We put up the walls, I answered. It's just like what we did with the meat shed, only larger. I'd stick to 8 feet tall walls, though. I don't think we'll need it any taller than that.
8 feet is more than tall enough,
Bailey said. We started with the back wall first. It went up quickly, since we didn't need to measure out any windows or door frames. Once it was built and in place, we held it in place with some scrapped 2x4s that we nailed to the floor. Then, when we were sure it was not going to fall down, we moved on to the side walls.
Do we need to put any windows in this thing?
Anna asked, as she measured out where the studs would go.
Isn't the whole thing going to be windows?
Tara asked. I think we can do without windows, I said. My idea is to just cover all the bare framing with that clear plastic. And that should turn this whole place into a giant window, like Tara was saying.
Will that be strong enough?
Paige asked. Unless we start getting super heavy winds or huge hail, it should be fine. I replied with a nod.
We could do 2 layers of plastic if we have enough of it.
Bailey suggested.
Like 1 layer on the outside and another inside.
That's not a bad idea.
Anna said. If we have the plastic, we'll do that. I agreed with a nod. Both the side walls went up fairly quickly, and we braced them the same way we did the back wall. At this point, it may not have been necessary, but until we had a roof on, I decided not to take any chances. The front wall was a little more complicated, since we had to factor in the door, but our team was able to handle it easily. Once it was in place, we added the rafters, and the whole thing started to feel secure.
So what are we going to do about the roof?
Paige asked.
I thought we were just going to pull the plastic over the rafters.
Bailey said. A flat roof is usually a bad idea. I said. Water will just pool up on top of it and degrade the plastic faster.
So then what?
Tara's question was cut off by a shrill whistle. My hand went for my gun as I looked around the courtyard. It only took me a moment to notice Raleigh waving at us from the top of the dorm building.
Hey!
The handyman shouted down to us. What's wrong? I yelled up to him.
There's someone on the bridge!
He replied. Come on! I shouted to the others as I sprinted toward Raleigh's tower. I knew that trouble would pop up sooner or later, but I had not expected it to show up this soon. Chapter 3. I rushed out onto the roof and jogged over to where Raleigh waited. As soon as I reached him, the old man handed me a pair of binoculars. I pressed them to my face and looked out towards the bridge. 10 people were stopped at the edge on bicycles. At this distance, it was hard to make out many details. How long have they been there? I asked.
About a minute, maybe 2.
Raleigh said.
What's going on?
Anna asked, as the girls rushed out onto the roof behind us. There's a small group of people at the bridge, I said.
Are they bad guys?
Tara asked. I don't know yet, I said.
Well, what are they doing?
Paige asked. They are just sort of standing there, I said with a shrug. A moment later, 2 of them got off their bikes and walked onto the bridge. They pulled guns from their backpacks and stopped to check the bodies. After they checked the first biker, the 2 scouts waved the others onto the bridge. The 10 of them spread out and looked to pick through the corpses. Looks like scavengers, I said.
Should we be worried?
Anna asked. I don't know yet. We have to wait and see which way they go, I said.
If they come this way, we'll be ready.
Paige said. Maybe, but we aren't set up like we were with the bikers, I said. Things could be a lot more dangerous.
We have the sniper nest on campus, though.
Tara said.
Yeah, and we could easily shoot from these rooftops.
Bailey added. Just saying let's not underestimate our possible enemies, I said. I continued to watch the group on the bridge. All of them seemed to be armed, but none of them did anything to make me think they were ready to use them. In fact, the whole lot seemed to be a little skittish. A couple times they would all stop suddenly and aim their weapons in the forest around them. They seemed afraid, and that fear could make them unpredictable and thus dangerous.
So what are they doing now?
Raleigh asked. They are just picking over the guys on the bridge, I said.
Good thing we cleared those guys out yesterday.
Paige said. Yeah, they aren't going to find anything good down there, I said.
Not unless they're cannibals.
Tara said.
You're joking, right?
Bailey asked.
Of course she is.
Raleigh assured the blonde.
I wasn't, though.
Tara said.
When things go to shit, you always hear about some people going cannibal. Just thinking about that makes my skin crawl.
Bailey muttered.
Yeah, I don't really want to think about that either.
Anna said. They aren't cannibals, I said as I rolled my eyes. I don't think we will ever have to worry about cannibals either.
Thank God for that,
Bailey said. A minute later, the group on the bridge got back on their bikes and rode off down the road, back the way they came. I let out a sigh as I handed the binoculars back to Raleigh. Then I rubbed my weary eyes and blinked a couple times. The entire ordeal had only been a few minutes long, but it felt like an eternity.
So did they leave?
Paige asked.
Yup, they're riding off now,
Raleigh said. They're heading away from us, too, I added.
That was tense.
Tara said.
For a minute, I thought we were going to have to prepare for another fight. Me too.
Anna said. Don't relax too much, I said. I think what we saw today is the first of many travelers.
Why can't people just leave us alone?
Paige moaned. It's because we took out those fucking bikers, I started. I figure what we did is kinda like a double-edged sword. Those guys had this entire area under their control, and anyone who wanted to get up here would have had to go right by them.
Oh, shit. So now that the bikers are gone, anyone can wander out this way?
Bailey muttered.
They aren't all going to be bad people, though, are they?
Anna asked. No, probably not, I said as I shook my head. But even good people can be dangerous if they're afraid.
This could be good for us, though, right?
Raleigh asked.
We can probably trade with some of these people if they are good-natured enough.
Hey, maybe we could help out some of those people.
Bailey said.
I'm sure not everyone who is walking the roads right now is doing real well.
That's a nice thought, but we need to be careful about who we trust, I cautioned. I'm not saying we can't help people, but if that's the route we go, we have to be smart about how we do it.
That makes sense.
Paige said.
We can't actually know if these people need help or not. Someone could easily pretend to be a scavenger or a traveler to get in close to survivor groups just to take all their best shit.
I hadn't thought about that,
Bailey said.
Man, why does the world have to be so complicated?
Tara whined.
It's actually kind of funny how complicated things are now.
Anna said.
I guess people are wrong when they talk about simpler times.
Depends on the situation, but yeah. You have to work a hell of a lot harder when you don't have stuff like electricity and running water,
Raleigh said.
Things would be a little easier if the world was not full of people like the bikers all of a sudden, though.
Paige said.
I would say that there is an above-average amount of assholes in the world at the moment.
That's not unusual in situations like ours, I said. And when things go to shit, it's always those assholes that try to take advantage of the chaos.
Well, I wish they'd cut it out,
Bailey said with a small smile. Until they do, we will just have to keep watch, I said as I put a hand on her shoulder. Now come on, let's see if we can finish this greenhouse before it gets too much later. The girls all nodded and made their way back towards the mostly complete structure in the courtyard. You good watching here till dinner? I asked Raleigh.
Yeah, I'm good here,
he said as he took a seat. He looked through the binoculars and scanned the area.
Just let me know when it's time for food.
Will do, old-timer, I said with a smile. Nice job spotting those scavengers.
Just doing my job,
the handyman said.
I'll get going. You still have plenty to do if you want to finish that thing before dark.
Yes, sir, I chuckled. Then I headed down. The girls were already trying to figure out how to build the roof by the time I arrived, but it was clear as I watched them that none of them really knew what to do. Want some help? I asked with a smile.
Yes, please,
Bailey said. I went to work teaching the girls how to frame in an angled roof. It took a couple of them a minute to understand the slightly more complicated planning that went into choosing and maintaining the correct angle of the roof joists. A couple hours later, though, we had a shallow, angled roof on top of the greenhouse. Everything except for the door was built and ready to be wrapped in plastic. The group took a step back and admired their handiwork.
Holy shit! We built that.
Anna said as she stood there with her hands on her hips. You sure did, I said with a nod. Looks nice, too.
Do you think we'll have time to finish it tonight?
Paige asked as she glanced up at the dull orange sky. I don't think so, I said.
Well, I guess we know what we're doing tomorrow afternoon,
Bailey said.
Yeah, but coating it in plastic shouldn't take us long.
Anna said. It'll still take us a while, I said, especially if we do both interior and exterior like Bailey suggested.
Ugh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Anna said.
It needs a door, too,
Tara pointed out. We will make one of those tomorrow too, I said. We will just make a simple frame for the door, add some rubber seal around the edges, and coat it in plastic too.
Once that's done, I'll put some tables in it and start growing some plants,
Bailey said. She grinned and clapped her hands together as she looked at the building.
I'm so excited. Won't you need some pots to grow shit in?
Tara asked.
We can find plenty of pots in town.
Bailey said.
I'm not worried about that.
All that's a job for another day, I said. Come on. I took off towards the fire pit and nodded for them to follow. That night, I cooked for the group. I knew I was not the best cook among us, but the others did more than their fair share of the cooking, and every now and again I liked to take my turn. I made us a meal of wolf, seasoned with garlic and basil, canned corn, green beans, and some old stale crackers we still had left from our first trip to town.
Oh, man, I really can't wait until we have fresh vegetables.
Anna said as she watched me cook.
Yeah, we've been doing just fine, but I am getting really tired of meat plus whatever canned thing we decided to heat up.
Paige agreed.
I would kill for some bread.
Tara said.
Even just plain old white bread would be so good right now. Rice sounds good too.
Bailey muttered.
Oh man, I lived off white rice covered in butter for a while.
Tara said.
That's really not good for you.
Anna said as she looked at Tara and raised an eyebrow.
I didn't do it because it was good for me.
The platinum blonde replied as she rolled her eyes.
It was easy to make and it tasted good.
Butter sounds pretty amazing right now, I said.
You said Betty had cows, right?
Paige asked.
Maybe she could give us some butter. Man, good thing we have so much shit to trade because we want a lot from that woman.
Anna laughed. We'll just have to see what we can get, I said. It's not impossible for us to make some bread, though. I mean, we would need to build a little oven, but I doubt flour would be hard to find.
Hey, yeah, I bet the kitchen even has some flour.
Tara said.
We need yeast to make bread, though.
Bailey said.
We're missing a lot of ingredients for real bread.
Paige said.
It's a little more than flour and water mixed together.
Well, if we can find some flour, we can start experimenting, I said. If we can get a hold of some butter and some eggs, we might be able to come up with something that at least resembles bread.
I'm down to try it.
Anna said.
Maybe I can find some books in the library that could get us started.
Paige said.
There's gotta be some really basic biscuits or something that we could make. Wait, we still need an oven though, right?
Tara asked.
True.
Paige said. Some of those houses in town are made of brick, right? I asked.
Yeah, but I don't know what that has to do with ovens.
Tara said. Well, maybe we could bust some of those bricks out of the house and build a small little wood oven, I suggested.
That would be pretty cool.
Bailey said.
Right? Kind of like those wood-fired ovens that were popular with pizza places?
Tara said.
That'd be sweet. We could also roast some vegetables in it. Ugh, now I want pizza.
Paige said as she put a hand on her stomach and frowned.
Me too.
Anna sighed.
Anyone have any ideas on how to score us some pizza?
Bailey asked with a chuckle.
I wish.
Tara said. My stomach rumbled as we talked about pizza. It was dumb stuff like that which I missed. I was already used to being without electricity, but there were days, like today, when a hot, supreme pizza and a cold beer sounded amazing. Maybe we will get pizza again someday, I said. Once we have a brick oven and a way to make bread, it doesn't seem like a big leap to making pizza.
Oh man, I wish.
Anna said as she rested her head on her hands. Oh, we're about ready to eat, I said. Can somebody go grab Raleigh?
I'll do it.
Bailey volunteered. Then she ran off while the others started to load up their plates with food. Raleigh and Bailey joined us a few minutes later, and then we all spent the evening laughing and enjoying the small meal I had cooked up. Once it got good and dark, we snuffed out the fire, picked up our garbage, and headed for bed. Good night, everyone, Raleigh said with a wave before he disappeared into his room. I waved and wished him a good evening. Then I stripped down to nothing but some sleeping shorts and met up with the girls once more. We all snuggled together in a pile on our pit of a bed on the floor, and it was not long before I heard the steady breathing of the girls sleeping around me. I smiled and let out a small, contented sigh. There were a few things I still missed about the old world, but things like this made it all worth it. I could think of far worse situations I could be in, so I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. I woke up the next morning when one of the girls started to stir. I forced my eyes open and stifled a yawn as Anna untangled herself from the sleeping pit.
We running again?
She whispered to me. Yeah, I said with a nod as I freed myself from the others.
Cool. Meet you downstairs in 5 then.
The athletic redhead said with a smile as she started to pull on a sports bra. I gave her a thumbs up and stumbled down the hall towards my room. There I got dressed in a pair of olive green cargo pants, a gray t-shirt, and my vest. I loaded up with my pistol and knife before I pulled a plain black cap off the pile of clean clothes. I put it on backwards so the cap would cover my neck and headed for the stairs. As I got into the common room, I was surprised to find Paige awake and getting dressed. Morning, I said quietly.
Hey,
She replied as she pulled on a tight purple sports shirt.
you think I can join you guys this morning?
Definitely, I said. Just meet us downstairs when you're ready. She flashed me a grin, nodded, and hurried to finish getting dressed. I left her there and joined Anna in the courtyard. The redhead was bent over as she worked to stretch out her muscles before the morning run. Good morning to me. I grinned at the view.
Enjoying yourself?
She asked. Hard not to enjoy a view this good, I said.
Maybe you should do something about it.
She said as she shook her ass at me. I'd love to, but Paige will be down shortly, I said. Apparently, she decided to join us.
Damn it. I know I should have made a move yesterday.
Anna grumbled. It's okay, I said as I walked over to her. I grabbed her hips and pulled her into me. There will be plenty of other opportunities.
Yeah, but I want it now.
The redhead whispered as her green eyes met mine. I laughed and smacked her ass. We'll have to do it soon then,
We better.
Anna said.
Am I interrupting something?
Paige asked. I turned around and saw her standing there with a smirk on her face. No, but if you'd been any slower, you might have, I teased.
Well, remind me to take my time next time.
The brunette said. Enough talk. Let's run, I ordered. The three of us spent the morning working out, and after we got done, we made our way to the library. What made you decide to join us? I asked Paige as we walked.
Yesterday when we had that scare with those people on the bridge, I realized I wanted to be ready.
The brunette explained as she pushed a stray strand of hair from her face.
Part of that means being in shape. I would hate to find out I can't run as far as I thought while in the middle of a life or death situation.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the same thing, I said. I have actually been toying around with the idea of making a daily run mandatory, but we do so much physical labor right now that I don't think it's necessary.
Could you imagine how much Tara would complain if she had to join us?
Anna chuckled.
She's actually a pretty good runner.
Paige said.
I guess that ass had to come from somewhere.
Anna said with a shrug. The three of us entered the library and found the others already waiting for us. We took our seats, got some tea, and settled in. How was the morning run? Raleigh asked us.
It was good.
Paige said.
Really refreshing. The weather has been great for running lately.
Anna said. I hope it stays that way for a while, I said. Anyone who wants to start their day out with some cardio is always welcome to join us.
Hard pass.
Tara said.
I barely have enough time to get ready in the morning as it is. I might join you guys.
Bailey said.
I'm not a fast runner, though. It's okay. One of us will keep pace.
Anna said with a smile. All right, let's get this day started, I said in an attempt to shift the conversation back to our chores. Tara and Anna, you two get to use the showers this morning, I said. After that, I want Tara to work in the garden while Anna takes care of the morning watch.
Bailey and I are on trap duty then?
Paige asked. Yes, and once you are done with that, boil some water. It's starting to get pretty hot out there, and I want to be sure we have a good supply of it ready for drinking. This afternoon, Tara will take Anna's place on the roof, and then we will finish the greenhouse. It shouldn't take us more than a few hours, so after that, we will put together a package of guns and ammo to trade with Betty and her family.
Does this mean we will be heading that way soon?
Raleigh asked with a grin. Yeah, I am thinking about heading that way the day after tomorrow, I said.
Well, I'll make sure I'm ready to go,
he said.
Just a little excited there, Raleigh?
Tara teased.
I don't know why he would be excited.
Anna laughed.
He must really want some more fresh vegetables.
Paige said.
Aw, come on, guys, be nice.
Bailey said.
I think it's cute that you're excited to see Betty again.
I'm not very good at hiding it, am I?
Raleigh asked as he blushed. No, you're not, I chuckled. But that's okay. Nothing wrong with being excited. Plus, you getting to know her better will only help make trading easier.
Oh, things have to go well first,
Raleigh said.
I don't think you'll have any issues.
Anna said.
Yeah, you're a sweet guy.
Bailey said. Raleigh sat there in silence as he looked between all the girls at the table. He opened his mouth to speak several times, but always just stammered and looked away. It's okay, I said as I put a hand on his shoulder. Just know that we're rooting for you.
Thanks, guys,
he managed with a smile. Everyone finish up and get to work, I said before I finished my tea and stood up. If anything urgent comes up, I'll be in town this morning.
While you're down there, you want to see if you can find any flour or baking stuff like we talked about?
Anna asked. Yeah, I'll poke around a bit, I assured her before I turned to Raleigh. Once you finish your drink there, meet me in the courtyard. You're coming with me today.
Will do, boss,
he said as he nodded at me. All right, I'll see you guys this afternoon, I said. Then I headed out, crossed the courtyard, and prepped the beaten-up blue pickup truck for the trip down the hill. I had just finished cleaning out the back of the truck when Raleigh joined me.
So, what are we doing today?
He asked. Looking for big hot water heaters, I said. Think you have something in your shed that we could use to cut them free if we needed to?
Oh yeah, I have a couple nice hacksaws that would probably do the job,
he said. Grab 'em, I said.
I'll be back in a moment,
he said.
Anything else I might need to grab while I'm there?
Maybe some wrenches, I said. Also, if you have any old towels, they might come in handy. He nodded, gave me a thumbs up, and jogged off. While Raleigh was gone, I grabbed us some bottles of water and made sure I had a flashlight for the trip. Then I hot-wired the truck and waited in the driver's seat for my companion to return. A couple minutes later, the gray-haired handyman ran back towards the truck with a small work bag overflowing with towels. He tossed it into the back and jumped in the cab. "We ready?" I asked.
"Let's do it,"
he said. We rolled off down the hill and parked in front of the first set of houses. I got the truck as close to the houses as possible so that we would have to travel the shortest possible distance with the water heater once we yanked it out of the house. We got to work checking the houses. While each of them had a hot water heater, we were only interested in the largest ones. The more water we could have moving through our system at a time, the better. The first house had a tankless system, just like with the school, and I hoped that it was not the start of a trend. Thankfully, my worries were put to rest after we searched the second house. We found a large, gray 75-gallon gas hot water heater in the basement. It was almost perfect, but the gas line that fed into the heater didn't have a shut-off valve. "So, what do we do about that?" I asked as I pointed to the gas line.
We need to find out where the gas comes into the house,"
Raleigh said.
"There's usually a shut-off valve there."
"You think you can figure out where that is?" I asked the handyman.
"I could take a look, but I can't promise I'll find anything,"
he said with a shrug. "If you can't find it, then we'll move on to the next house," I said. "There's no use risking our lives for a water tank." Raleigh nodded and headed off to search for the main gas line. I sat there for a couple minutes, but the handyman didn't return. Just as I was about to leave the basement and search for him, the door at the top of the stairs opened.
"I found it,"
Raleigh called down to me.
"The gas should be turned off now."
"Is there a way to check?" I asked.
Pull the line off and see if you smell anything,
he instructed. Is that really the only option? I asked.
It's the only one I know of,
he said. I shook my head and took a deep breath. It wasn't that I didn't trust Raleigh, but gas could be stupidly dangerous, and I didn't want to blow myself up today. I turned my attention to the tank and carefully removed the metal gas line. Thankfully, the room didn't fill with the stench of natural gas. We're good, I yelled to my friend. Raleigh stomped down the stairs and joined me in the basement once more. Together, we unhooked the tank, emptied the water onto the ground, and hefted it up the stairs. By the time we got it into the back of the truck, both of us were out of breath. Could you imagine trying to carry that thing while it's full of water? I asked, between rapid breaths.
I can't imagine trying to move an empty tank any bigger than this one,
Raleigh said as he smacked the side of the large metal tube.
It's a good tank, though. Looks pretty new.
Yeah, paint hasn't even started to chip, I said. Come on, we still need to find a couple more of these things. I smacked Raleigh on the back in a friendly fashion as I passed him and headed for the next house.
Of course,
he wheezed.
We couldn't need just one.
We had to search several houses before we found another one with a hot water heater large enough for our purposes. Most of the homes in this neighborhood had 40 or 50-gallon tanks, but after finding a 75-gallon tank, they felt too small. In one of the larger 2-story houses, we managed to find a second 75-gallon tank. Unlike the first one, this was an electric system. Without the added complication of the gas, Raleigh and I started to take it apart right away. Most of the process was easy, but 75 gallons of water took a while to drain. So, I'm thinking of taking one of the girls up to the cabin tomorrow, I said as we waited.
Oh, yeah?
The handyman asked. I want to take advantage of this moment of peace we fought hard for, I explained.
Oh, now would be a good time for a little trip,
Raleigh agreed.
Do you know who you are going to take?
Not yet, I said. I have been thinking about letting them draw straws for it.
Ha ha! Have fun with that,
Raleigh chuckled. Yeah, thanks, I said with a grin. We are only going to stay up there for a day, and when we get back, we will head straight for Betty's farm.
If it makes it easier, I could take the truck and head out for the farm that morning,
Raleigh said.
You and your lucky lady can just meet me at the farm later that day.
That's not a bad idea, I said. You should take one of the girls with you, though.
Yeah, I figured we would all just load up and roll out there.
We don't need that many people at the farm, and we really need to get our garden stuff done before summer, I said. And somebody has to keep watch.
I suppose so,
Raleigh said. Don't worry, I'll fill the girls in on the plan, so you don't have to be the bad guy, I teased.
Much appreciated,
Raleigh chuckled. Once the tank was empty, the two of us hefted it outside and into the truck. Somehow it seemed lighter than the first one, but that didn't mean we were any less out of breath once the job was done. Let's try to find one more, I said.
All right, but let me catch my breath first,
Raleigh wheezed before he chuckled. An hour later, we found a third 75-gallon water heater and put it into the back of the pickup truck. The mangled machine sagged under the weight of the metal tubes, but it survived the small trek back up the hill. I pulled the truck right up to the shed and offloaded the tanks there before I parked it with the other vehicles in the small campus parking lot.
Now I wish I was the one going to that cabin,
Raleigh said as he climbed out of the truck.
That hot tub would feel real nice after moving those heaters today.
I would offer to take you with me, but it would mean waiting a little longer to visit Betty again, I said with a grin.
Never mind,
Raleigh said.
I'll stay here.
That's what I thought. I chuckled. Then I headed off to find the girls. They didn't take me long to find Paige, Bailey, and Tara all hanging out together at the garden. All three of them worked together to fill the ground with even more seeds. Almost the entire garden area was covered in small mounds of freshly moved dirt.
We were victorious!
I shouted as I ran towards the women. They looked up, startled, but then broke into a fit of laughter.
What are you talking about, dork?
Paige asked. Oh, Raleigh and I found some nice hot water heaters in town, I explained as I got close. And I'm not a dork. I'm just enthusiastic.
You keep telling yourself that.
Tara teased.
Well, we've been doing good here too.
Bailey said.
We didn't have much luck with the traps today, but that just meant we had more time to work on the garden after we boiled up some water.
I can see that, I said. Well done. You guys ready to finish this greenhouse? I asked.
Hell yeah.
Bailey said.
I can't wait to get it full of plants. I don't think I've seen you this excited about something for a while.
Paige said.
Oh, I've seen her get excited about something.
Tara said as she brushed the dirt off her pants.
What?
Bailey asked as she furrowed her brow in confusion.
Tav's dick?
The platinum blonde girl said with a smirk.
I really should have seen that one coming.
Paige said as she shook her head. She tried to look mad, but I could still see a little smile.
Me too.
Bailey muttered as her face went bright red. Stop embarrassing the poor girl, I said as I tried not to laugh.
All right, I guess I have to go take over guard duty anyway.
Tara said.
Try not to miss me while I'm gone.
I don't think that will be a problem.
The blonde hippie said.
We'll see.
Tara replied as she flashed us all a smile. I couldn't help but watch as the platinum blonde walked away. Her sexy ass looked amazing in those tight jeans, and it bounced with every step she took.
Come on.
Paige said with a smile as she nudged me.
We have a greenhouse to build.
Chapter 4. That afternoon, after we finished the greenhouse, we then moved a few tables into it from the cafeteria. The interior felt nice and spacious, even with the tables, and it had already started to warm up.
This will do nicely.
Bailey said with a large grin.
What sort of stuff are you going to grow in here?
Paige asked.
I don't have a list or anything,
Bailey said.
but I was thinking I could grow some mushrooms in here. We aren't talking psychedelic mushrooms, are we?
Anna asked.
Of course not.
The hippie frowned.
My goal is to use this greenhouse to help us produce more food. I don't even want to waste space on pretty stuff like flowers.
Well, if you need any help, let us know, I said.
I will.
She assured me. After we were done in the greenhouse, the girls and I went upstairs and started to sort through our enormous stash of guns. There were still plenty of munitions not on the list that Anna had given me the day before, and having a complete inventory of our gear would help me decide what to get rid of by trading.
So, how many guns do you think we should give to Betty?
Anna asked as she inspected a little snub-nosed .38 revolver. I think her and her grandkids will be more interested in the ammo, I said, as I set aside another National Guard M16. I didn't think we needed to keep many of them for ourselves. They were serviceable, but most of the AR-15s we had were of better quality. We also didn't need a lot of automatic firepower. We would all be much more accurate with our current semi-auto options.
How much ammo can we part with?
Paige asked. I figure we can give them half a dozen of those .40 caliber pistols and half the ammo we have for them, I said. None of you guys are currently using a .40, right?
Right.
Bailey said.
We are all using 9mm or 45 as far as I'm aware. I think Raleigh has been carrying one of those .38 revolvers, but yeah, no one is using a .40.
Anna confirmed with a nod. Good, then we'll start with that, I said. Make sure the pistols are unloaded and toss them into a bag with the ammo.
What sort of rifles should we bring them?
Paige asked. Tomorrow, go through what we have and pick out the guns we don't have many of, I said. The less ammo types we have to keep track of, the better.
We can do that.
Paige said with a nod. If you find something you like, don't be afraid to set it aside, though, I said.
Sweet.
Bailey said with a grin.
It's still weird to me how much I enjoy guns. It's hard not to like something so awesome.
Anna said. Well, they are pretty impressive once you learn how to use them, I said.
Also, they make you feel super badass.
Paige grinned as she shouldered one of the many AR-15s and aimed at the ceiling.
Too long.
She set it in a pile with other similar rifles and picked up the next gun.
That's true.
Bailey said. I stretched, stood up, and walked over to the window. The world outside had started to grow dark while we had sorted through the firearms. Well, let's pack it in for the night, ladies, I said.
Already?
Anna asked as she raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I replied with a nod. These guns will still be here tomorrow, and I'm starting to get hungry. Bailey stood up, slung her rifle over one shoulder, and wiped the grease off on her pants.
I'll go get some dinner going.
Much appreciated, I said. Then, without another word, the blonde hippie slipped out into the hall. The rest of us cleaned up, gathered Raleigh and Tara, and headed down to the fire pit. We stopped along the way to pick up some alcohol to enjoy with our meal. The group decided to mix it up a little, and we grabbed a bottle of gin and a bottle of rum. Our food was almost ready by the time we made it outside, so we opened the bottles and started to pass them around, while Bailey served up plates of spiced rabbit with a side of canned tomato soup.
Did you manage to find any flour or baking mixes while you were in town?
Anna asked me as we all started to eat. Sorry, not today, I said after I shook my head. Taking care of those water heaters took all morning.
Guess I'll have to make a trip down there one of these days.
The redhead said with a shrug.
Would we have time tomorrow?
Paige asked. There is a chance that some of you might have time tomorrow, yes, I said. How's the garden coming along?
I think all we need to do now is water what we planted and keep it free of weeds.
Bailey said. We'll make watering the garden one of our morning duties, I said.
Could we hook up a hose to the pump, or do we need an actual watering can?
Paige asked.
You probably want a can,
Raleigh said.
The hose would work, but only if you had someone back at the pump working it while you watered.
That might speed things up, though.
Paige pointed out. I'll leave the specifics of watering the garden to you guys, I said. I really don't care which method you use, as long as it gets done.
I'm glad our supply of water isn't finite,
Bailey said. If it was, we wouldn't be planting a garden, I said.
Oh, yeah. I guess I hadn't thought of it like that.
The blonde hippie said with a shrug. Things are going well, though, I said. We have plenty of food, all the water we need, and more guns than our group could ever use. That's why I think it's about time we got to take a little break.
Didn't we just have a break?
Anna asked. A different kind of break, I said. Tomorrow, I'm going to take one of you ladies to the cabin. Any volunteers?
Oh, me!
Tara interrupted as she raised her hand up into the air.
Holy shit, settle down there, Tara.
Paige groaned.
Sorry, I just really want to go.
The platinum blonde model whined.
We all want to go?
Bailey said.
I probably can't go with you, can I?
Anna asked.
Since I already went?
Not this time, I said.
Damn.
She muttered.
I guess it's only fair.
I nodded. That's something to keep in mind. Whoever goes with me tomorrow won't be going back until I've taken the others.
I still want to go.
Tara said.
I do too.
Paige said.
I've been dying to use that hot tub since you told us about it. We all want to use the hot tub?
Tara scoffed.
I want to bask in the electric lights and put my bare ass on those silk sheets I heard so much about. They are some really nice sheets.
Anna said wistfully.
I just want to hang out there and enjoy the view from the top of the mountain.
Bailey shrugged.
But honestly, I am happy staying here if it makes things easier. You should let me go.
Tara said to Paige.
You were just talking about how you like routine, right? Well, if you go with him now, you'll be like throwing off your routine or whatever. I'd be more than happy to mess up my routine for a night on the mountain.
Paige said.
Damn it.
Tara muttered.
It was worth a shot.
I sat there in silence and continued to eat my food as I tried to hide a smile.
We just built a second shower.
Paige said.
If you stay here, you could probably enjoy a hot shower both tomorrow and the next day. Oh, come on, that's weak.
Tara said as she rolled her eyes.
This cabin has a fucking hot tub. Do you really think I would enjoy 2 hot showers more than a hot tub?
She turned to me, stuck out her plump bottom lip, and blinked her wide eyes at me.
Please take me, Tav. Please, please, please.
That's not my choice, I said with a shrug. You guys have to work this one out yourselves. The platinum blonde turned her pouty lips and puppy dog eyes on her brunette companion.
Can I please go?
Oh my God, fine.
Paige said.
If it will get you to stop begging, then go ahead. Thank you!
Tara exclaimed. She wrapped Paige in a massive, tight hug.
I'll shut up now, I promise.
Well, let's settle then.
Anna chuckled.
What do you want the rest of us to do while you guys are gone?
I want you guys to finish picking out stuff to trade with Betty, I said.
So, are we going to head to the farm soon then?
Bailey asked. Well, some of us are, I said. One of you will head out to the farm with Raleigh the morning after next. I need a couple of you to stay behind to tend to our home and keep watch.
I'll stay behind.
Bailey offered.
I really want to spend some more time in our garden and get our greenhouse filled up. I can help with that.
Paige said.
I've been reading up on plants and I would like a chance to put my knowledge to use.
Oh, looks like it's you and me then.
Raleigh said to Anna.
Yeah, seems so.
The athlete said as she smiled at the old man.
It should be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Raleigh agreed with a nod.
Betty and her grandkids are good people.
Tara and I will meet you guys there as soon as we can get there, I said. If Dan gives you trouble, just sit back and wait for me to get there. The guy's well-meaning, but unpredictable.
Wait, does this mean we don't get to sleep in?
Tara asked. Yeah, sorry, I said with a shrug.
Still think going with him tomorrow is a good idea?
Paige asked.
I guess he'll just have to make it worth my while.
Tara said as she winked at me. I have a few ideas, I replied. Then I turned my attention back to Paige and Bailey. While you guys are here, I want you to start taking care of some mundane stuff that we have neglected for far too long. We have piles of dirty laundry in the dorms, and our kitchen is overflowing with unwashed dishes. I don't need you to clean it all in one day, but spend a couple hours chipping away at those piles.
I was wondering what we were going to do about those things.
Bailey sighed.
I know we have soap for the dishes, but what are we going to do about the laundry?
Paige asked.
I have some materials in the shed that'll make a good washboard,
Raleigh said.
I'll put it together and show you guys how to use it before I leave for the farm.
It might be easier if you guys take some laundry and clean it at the stream, I said. You'll save your arms by not having to pump the water.
That could be fun.
Bailey said with a shrug.
Maybe the stream's warm enough to bathe in now?
Anna said.
Oh yeah, I'll have to bring a change of clothes.
Paige said. Once you guys get the laundry cleaned, just throw up a few clotheslines and let them hang dry, I said.
We'll take care of it.
Paige assured me. The group finished their food, and once the sky was dark and full of stars, we headed for bed. Everyone got into their pajamas and huddled together in our little sleeping pit once again. This was one of my favorite parts of the day. It felt nice to have all the girls close like this, and the fact that my presence comforted them enough to help them sleep boosted my ego some. I knew that I had to enjoy nights like this while they lasted because, with the fast approach of summer, it would soon be far too hot, even at night, to tangle together like this.
Tav, are you still awake?
Tara whispered. Yeah, I was just starting to drift off. I said. What's up?
I can't sleep.
She said. She shifted to snuggle up directly next to me. Anna groaned as she was nudged out of the way.
I'm too excited about our trip. My mind can't stop thinking about all the stuff we can do.
With or without clothes on? I asked with a grin.
Both?
She chuckled.
You think you can, help me sleep?
It's a little late for that, I said. I'm a little too stuck in you guys to sneak off to my room.
That's not what I meant this time.
Tara replied.
Tell me about the cabin.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. I whispered. Well, It's a pretty nice place. It sits on top of a mountain and has an amazing view of the entire area. The whole place is full of windows so that you can't miss the view. The bedroom in particular has a whole wall of windows that overlook the far side of the mountain.
That sounds amazing.
Tara sighed. It's pretty great, I said. It's one of my favorite places to fuck.
I can't wait for that.
Tara moaned. There's a wine cellar cut into the mountain under the house, I continued. It's full of alcohol and lots of old wine. We will have to open up at least one bottle while we're there. We can sprawl out in the spacious living room and enjoy the plush couch while we drink. Once we're done there, we can head to the master bedroom. It has an attached bathroom where we can find the hot tub. After that, we can roll around on the silk sheets while we try. One of the nicest things, though, is the electricity. We don't have to turn in when it gets dark, since we can just flip a switch and get light. I stopped and looked at the platinum blonde at my side. Her eyes were closed, and with every deep breath, she let out a tiny, cute snore. It seemed that all she needed was a little distraction to get to sleep tonight. I chuckled, leaned over, and kissed her forehead. "Good night, beautiful," I whispered, and then I settled in and fell fast asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the sun had only barely started to rise over the horizon. I yawned and looked for the platinum blonde, who had been wrapped around my chest.
It's morning!
Tara whispered urgently to me. I turned over to see her wide awake, dressed, and ready for the day. Well, hello there. I didn't expect you to be up this early,
I didn't want to waste a single moment today.
she said with a large grin. Just a little excited, huh? I chuckled.
Well, yeah.
She said as she sat up.
We get to use a hot tub.
Well, you better get packed then, I said as I got up. I headed down the hall.
I already have.
She replied as she followed after me.
I think the only thing I need to grab is some food.
Well, get on it, I said. I'll be ready to go soon.
All right, meet you downstairs.
Tara said before she gave me a kiss on the cheek. Then she giggled and ran off down the hall. It didn't take me long to pack for the small trip. I filled my backpack with a change of clothes, a couple spare rifle magazines, and enough food for the both of us. Then I strapped on my pistol, sheathed my knife, and slung my rifle over one shoulder. After that, I crept down the hall, snuck past the sleeping girls, and made my way down to the courtyard to wait for Tara. The long, unkempt grass sparkled as the sunlight lit up the morning dew. A couple small birds flew past, and there wasn't a single cloud in the light blue morning sky. I smiled and took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. I heard the door to the dorm building open behind me, and I turned to see Raleigh step outside. Well, good morning. I didn't expect to see anyone before I left.
I didn't sleep real well,
the handyman said with a shrug. Everything okay? I asked.
Oh, yeah, just excited about our return trip to the farm,
he said. You'll be there soon enough. I cracked a smile and resisted comparing him to Tara. You and Anna can head out as early as sunrise tomorrow. Shouldn't be too hard getting her up and ready.
I'll warn her tonight,
Raleigh said with a nod. I stepped up, smiled, and clapped him on the shoulder. I'll try not to have too much fun while I'm gone.
Wouldn't dream of it,
the old man chuckled. Tara came out of the building with her rifle, pistol, and a full backpack. She still looked tired, yet somehow her hair was still perfect.
I'm ready to go.
Well, Raleigh, we're off, I said.
Have a safe trip,
the gray-haired man said as Tara slipped past him.
You too,
Tara said. We left Raleigh behind and headed for the parking lot. I tossed my backpack onto one of the camo four-wheelers. You're riding with me, I said as Tara started to get on the other one. "We can save gas and time by taking one vehicle,"
Fine by me.
the blonde said.
I'm still a bit sleepy anyway.
I climbed onto the ATV and started it up as Tara climbed on behind me. She wrapped her arms around my waist and let out a small sigh before she rested her head on my back. "All right, hold on," I said as I gunned the engine. Our little four-wheeler sped off towards the edge of the campus and slipped into the trees. The woods around us came to life as the morning sun rose higher and higher into the sky. The lush green forest around us was illuminated by bright beams of light that shone through gaps in the dense canopy above. An hour into our trip, we started to ascend, and the trees started to thin out around us. The dense forest gave way to a more rugged and rocky landscape. The slope was gradual, and our four-wheeler didn't even have to slow down to handle the new terrain. The air grew colder as we continued to climb.
Damn it.
Tara swore as she shivered.
Why didn't you tell me it was going to be cold?
"It's the top of a mountain," I yelled. "Why wouldn't it be cold?" I felt Tara squeeze me tighter and press herself closer to me. If she was already cold, she really wasn't going to like being outside once we reached the cabin. We stopped once on a small plateau above the tree line to fill the gas tank. Tara stayed on the four-wheeler and wrapped her arms around her chest to try to stay warm. "It's not that bad," I chuckled.
It's freezing.
She replied. "I don't think it's less than 50 degrees up here yet," I said.
That's cold.
She exclaimed. "How did you survive over winter break once the power went out?" I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
We huddled together for warmth and used a lot of blankets.
She said.
For those first few weeks, we didn't even leave the dorm building. It wasn't until we started to run out of stuff in the kitchen that we were forced to head into town.
"Well, don't worry, we're almost there," I said. "Once we're inside, we can kick on the heat and cozy up together."
Well, let's hurry up then.
The platinum blonde insisted.
I'm afraid I might freeze my tits off if I'm out here too long.
Well, we don't want that to happen. I chuckled as I got back onto the ATV. I'd be more than happy to help warm them up once we get to the cabin.
It's the least you could do, really.
Tara teased as she wrapped her arms around me again. The chill air whipped through our hair as we zipped up the mountain once more. An hour later, we rolled to a stop at the top of the mountain. A layer of snow crunched under my feet as I stepped off the bike, and Tara shivered violently as the wind tore at her hair. "Let's get inside," I said as I grabbed my pack. Tara nodded, and the two of us sprinted for the front door. I threw it open and let Tara run in first. I followed behind her, closed the door, and shivered a little. "All right. Now it's cold," I said with a grin. Tara didn't hear me. Instead, she stood there, slack-jawed, as she looked around the building. She shrugged off her backpack, wandered into the living room, and flipped one of the switches on the wall. The lights above flickered to life and shed their bright white light across the open space.
This is amazing!
Tara exclaimed as she turned back to me. She squealed with excitement and jumped up and down a couple times. I watched her large breasts bounce and couldn't help but notice how her hard nipples showed through the fabric. A grin spread across my face as I realized just how nice this little vacation was going to be. Tara rushed over to me, threw her arms around me, and kissed me hard. I returned her embrace and snaked my tongue between her lips and into her mouth. A soft moan escaped her lips, but she pulled back a moment later.
Thanks for bringing me here.
She said.
This place is really amazing.
You haven't even seen it all yet. I chuckled.
I don't have to see it to know it's nice, but if you want to show me around, I won't complain.
She said with a smile. I nodded, took her by the hand, and led her around the rest of the cabin. We looked in the bedrooms first, and then checked out the kitchen, and finally the garage. The whole place felt huge, thanks to the many windows, the size of the rooms, and the interior design. We had to stop in each and every room so that Tara could try the light switch, and if the lights came on, the gorgeous blonde would let out a little excited squeal before she continued onward. After we finished the interior tour, I took Tara outside and around to the wine cellar. It was chilly, but she had found a nice winter jacket inside to help her fight off the cold. The cellar interior was dark, but the exposed pull-string light that hung from the ceiling flickered to life to reveal dozens of bottles of dust-covered wine and spirits.
Holy shit!
Tara muttered.
I haven't seen this much alcohol in one place since before the world went dark.
This was my first time seeing the cellar for myself. Anna had told me that there was a lot down here, but I had not expected to find this much stuff still down here.
The people who owned this place must have liked to party,
Tara said as she stepped forward and grabbed a bottle of carbonati vodka off the shelf.
Fuck, this is good stuff too. Why didn't you bring this back with you last time?
Anna was in charge of the alcohol, I said. I didn't even come down here last time.
Well, we're going to bring back some good stuff this time,
Tara said. This good stuff could be really useful for trading, too, I said.
I guess so, but I was thinking it would be more fun to drink it,
Tara said with a smile. Oh, we'll drink some of it for sure, I said with a nod. We don't need all of it, though.
Oh, I suppose.
Tara pouted. We can worry about that later, I said. I think you should pick out a bottle of wine for while we're here. We can enjoy this evening, and if you want, you can even get drunk.
I haven't been drunk for a long time.
Tara mused. She looked up at me and raised an eyebrow.
You sure it's okay if I drink that much?
Yeah, it's a vacation, and I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to relax and enjoy yourself a little extra, I explained. I'll stay sober enough to take care of the both of us.
Aw, thanks, Tav,
Tara said as she turned to look at the wines. She went through half a dozen bottles before she found one that she liked.
This will do.
Then she turned the bottle around to show me the label. It was a rather plain white label with red letters. There was a lot of fine print that I didn't care to read, but it was apparently called Penfold's Grange. Is that a good one? I asked. There was very little I actually knew about wine outside of the fact that you had reds and whites.
I've heard good things about it, yeah.
She said with a nod.
I'm not quite ready to start drinking yet, though.
Oh? I asked as I arched an eyebrow.
I have other things I would like to do first,
She said as she stared at me and bit her bottom lip. What did you have in mind? I asked. Tara set down the bottle of wine and launched herself at me. I slammed into the rack of wines behind me as the little platinum blonde woman grabbed the sides of my head and pulled me in for a hard kiss. We slid down into a seated position as we aggressively made out. Tara straddled me as I held her close and tangled my tongue around hers. She licked my bottom lip, and I smiled. Time lost all meaning as we traded tongues and teased each other's neck, ears, and faces. Sometime later, we stopped to gulp in air as both of us panted heavily. Tara shivered in my arms and snuggled close.
We should go back upstairs.
She chuckled. Yeah, I think it's about time we filled up that hot tub, I said.
Oh shit, that's right, there's running water.
Tara said. Yeah, but it'll take a while for the tub to fill, I said.
Well, we better get going then, because I don't know how long I can go without you,
the blonde said. I wrapped my hands around Tara's ass and pulled her into the air as I stood up. She yelped, giggled, and held onto my shoulders as I started for the stairs.
Wait, the wine!
She exclaimed. I swung back around and moved her close enough to grab it, and then stomped up the stairs with her in my arms. Both of us shivered as we got back inside, and I plopped Tara onto the couch. Wait here? I'll go get the water going, I said.
Hurry back.
She said. I rushed into the bathroom and started to fill the large hot tub that sat in the corner. Hot water started to fill the basin, but I knew it would be several minutes before it was full enough to use. I stripped off my shirt and headed for the living room. It's going, but we will have to find some way to pass the time until it's full. As I came around the corner, I was greeted by a very naked Tara, sprawled out on the plush couch. When she saw me, she spread her legs to reveal her shaved pussy. It already dripped with wetness, and I could smell her sex in the air.
Man, what could we possibly do?
Tara asked as she ran a hand over her smooth crotch. I grinned, dropped my pants, and joined her on the couch. The second I was close enough, Tara locked her plump lips around my engorged cock. Then she teased the tip with her tongue and started to stroke the shaft with one hand as she teased my balls with the other. Out of all the girls in the group, Tara was definitely the best with her mouth. I leaned back, groaned, and enjoyed the feeling of her hair against my stomach as she slowly moved up and down my shaft. Tara looked up at me with my cock between her full lips and winked. Then she slid her head forward and took my entire cock up to the balls. My eyes rolled back as I felt myself slide down her throat. Then I pulled her hair back into a ponytail and held on tight as she quickly started to thrust her face into my crotch. "Oh, shit," I muttered. Tara pulled back and gasped for air as saliva dripped down her chin. "You're not done yet, are you?" I teased.
Don't worry. I wouldn't leave you this hard,
she said as she stroked my cock. Once she caught her breath, she went back down and sucked hard on my cock. Then she ran her soft lips repeatedly over the tip until I felt my body tense. Tara felt it too because she pulled back, kept her mouth open wide, and stroked my shaft until I sprayed her with a load of hot cum. It covered her face and dripped into her open mouth, and the sight of my cum spraying all over her actually seemed to excite me more, and I growled as another round of pressure squeezed my balls and caused more to shoot out of me. Once I finished, Tara took my cock into her mouth again to clean it off, and then giggled. "You enjoy that?" I asked with a grin.
I always enjoy getting to put your cock in my mouth.
She said as she ran a finger through the mess on her face.
Plus, at the end, I get to enjoy this.
She popped the finger in her mouth and sucked it clean. "God, that's hot," I said as I shook my head.
Come on, sexy.
Tara said as she stood up.
Let's go see if that hot tub's ready. I wouldn't mind cleaning up a bit before we go again.
She grabbed me by the hand, pulled me up, and headed for the master bathroom. Chapter 5.
Good thing we came in here when we did.
Tara laughed as we stepped into the bathroom. The hot tub was full, maybe even a little too full. Oh, good thing we have all day to take care of any messes that we make, I said with a grin as I turned off the tap. As we got into the tub, the water rose to within an inch of the top, but it didn't slosh over. At least, not until we started the jets. Then we laughed as water splashed out onto the tile floors. "Oh, I guess you have to be quicker next time," I teased.
Oh, I can do that.
Tara smirked.
I just thought you would enjoy it if I took my time.
That was a safe call, I said. Then I let out a sigh and sank into the warm water as it churned and bubbled around me. Tara moaned a little as she relaxed and spread out in the hot water.
This is amazing. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time.
"Glad you're enjoying yourself," I said.
How could I not? I'm here with you.
She said with a grin.
After this, though, I think I deserve some sort of reward for what I did earlier.
"Is that what you think?" I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
I do.
She nodded as she floated over to me. I'll see what I can do then, I chuckled. We hung out together in the hot tub for a while, under the orange glow of the artificial lighting. Once the jets turned off and the water calmed, I let out a small sigh.
What's wrong?
Tara asked. Nothing. Oh, that was a happy sigh, I said. This is just, very nice and relaxing.
It totally is.
Tara agreed with a nod.
I think I'm going to get out before I prune, though. Give me 10 minutes and join me in the bedroom?
Are you planning something? I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
You'll just have to wait and see.
She teased as she got out of the tub. She looked back over her shoulder at me, winked, and strutted into the bedroom. For a moment, she stood there, in the doorway, and let the water roll down her perfect body and onto the floor.
Remember, give me 10 minutes.
Then she closed the door and left me alone in the bathroom. I chuckled, shook my head, and stepped out of the water. Then I started to drain the tub and dry myself off. My curiosity ran wild as I tried to think of what Tara was up to in the other room. I was certain that I was going to enjoy it, but I didn't want to wait. I crossed my arms over my chest, leaned against the counter, and stared at the closed door. There wasn't much to do now that I was dry, so I tapped my foot and waited. After what felt like 10 minutes, I pulled the door open and stepped into the bedroom. The curtains had been drawn closed, and the room was covered in deep shadow. Tara was silhouetted by the light of a single lamp behind the bed.
It's about time.
She purred as she leaned forward into the light. The platinum blonde was dressed in black, thigh-high stockings connected to a lacy black garter belt with red accents. On her feet, she had a pair of glossy black high-heel shoes, and a red and black corset was cinched around her waist. Her bouncy blonde hair was held out of her face with a headband that had a pair of bunny ears attached to the top, and a tiny thong was the only thing that hid her sweet pussy from me. Tara had taken the time to throw on some makeup, too. Her lips were a bright red, and she had thick black lashes over her eyes. Wow, I said.
You like?
She asked with a wide grin. Oh, yeah, I said with a nod.
You haven't even seen the best part.
Tara said. Then she turned around, wiggled her ass at me, and revealed a small black bunny tail. Is that a...
Maybe.
She interrupted with a smirk.
I guess you'll have to come over here and find out.
I grinned, let my towel fall to the floor, and rushed over to the bed. Tara rolled over and spread her legs as I arrived. She pulled aside the small piece of fabric that acted as underwear to reveal her wet pink slit.
Ready to return the favor?
I nodded and grinned wide as I knelt on the bed in front of her. Part of me wanted to push her onto her back and shove my cock inside of her, but I knew that would just be selfish. Instead, I licked my lips and leaned in close enough for her to feel my hot breath against her exposed vagina. Tara shuddered and used one hand to try to push my head closer. I resisted for a moment, and instead teased her with just the tip of my tongue. Tara moaned and pulled harder on my head. This time, I didn't resist. Instead, I let her pull me all the way into her damp pussy. Then I shoved my tongue between her pink lips and lapped up her sweetness.
Oh, fuck. How are you so good at this?
She grunted as she squeezed my head with her thighs. She draped her legs over my shoulders and grabbed a handful of my hair as I continued to lick, suck, and tease her most sensitive area. I enjoyed the soft, smooth feeling of her stockings against my back and smiled as she shuddered against me. The taste of her dominated my mouth as a continual stream of her wetness poured from her open pussy. I forced her legs back open with one hand and then spread her lips with the other to reveal her small pink clit. My tongue darted to the revealed location, and I used the tip to run clockwise circles around it. Tara tightened her grip on my hair and tensed. She planted her high-heeled feet onto the bed, arched her back, and thrust her hips up into my face. I locked my lips around her clit and gently sucked on it as I continued to play with my tongue.
I'm gonna fucking come!
Tara screamed. A tremor ran through her entire body, but I didn't stop.
Oh, fuck!
She moaned as she collapsed to the bed and started to convulse. I sat up, wiped my face, and grinned as my platinum blonde lover squirmed and shuddered on the bed in front of me. She moaned loudly until her body finally started to calm down a minute later. "Oh, I'm not done with you yet," I said. Tara couldn't speak, but she grinned up at me. I rolled her onto her belly and took a moment to admire her stunning ass. There, right between her ass cheeks, was that fluffy black bunny tail. "Right. I almost forgot about this," I said. Then I reached down, grabbed it, and pulled it slowly out of her. Tara grunted as the tiny silver butt plug that the fake fur was attached to slid out of her.
That felt good. Put it back in. I want both holes full while you fuck me.
"Sure, bunny," I said with a grin. Then I spread her cheeks to reveal her tiny bleached asshole and slowly pushed it back into where it belonged. Tara let out a feral yell of pleasure and arched her back. "You like that?" I chuckled and smacked her ass. My companion squealed in delight, so I did it again. I smacked both of her perfect round ass cheeks until her squeaks turned into moans and her pussy began to drip.
Please put your cock inside me.
She begged as she wiggled her ass at me.
I haven't felt your cum in way too long.
I got up, walked over to the window, and threw open one of the curtains. Then I returned to the bed and shifted Tara to face the window.
Why'd you do that?
She asked. It wasn't fair that I was the only one with a good view. I chuckled. Then I got behind her, took my swollen cock into my hands, and pulled aside her soaked thong and pressed it against her slit. I groaned as the sweet, hot, sticky mess of her pussy dripped onto my dick.
Come on.
She begged.
Just slide it in.
It won't be hard with how wet you are, I teased.
Whose fault is that?
She asked. In response, I thrust my hips forward and drove my cock deep into her warm pussy with no resistance. She was so wet that I didn't stop until my balls smacked up against her.
Yes!
She screamed as she started to rock back into me. She matched my rhythm as I started to fuck her. Oh, you're so fucking tight, I muttered. At first I moved slowly as I just enjoyed the sensation of my engorged cock sliding against her tight pussy, but I quickly gained speed until the room was filled with our combined moans and the sound our bodies made as my balls smacked against her smooth flesh. It wasn't long until Tara started to shudder again. With each deep thrust, I felt her legs buckle.
I'm gonna come again.
She moaned. We grunted and moaned as we slammed together over and over. The walls of Tara's pussy tightened around my cock as her body started to convulse again. Oh, fuck, I muttered as I felt pressure built within my cock. A moment later, we both let out a large groan as I dumped a load of cum deep into her pussy and she started to climax. I gave a couple little after thrusts as I continued to pump out my load. Then I pulled out, and Tara collapsed onto the bed as my seed started to leak out around her. She giggled a little as she tried to catch her breath. Then she reached back and pulled out the tail, dropped it onto the bed beside her, and let out a large, contented sigh.
That was so fucking good.
She said. Did you like the view? I asked as I sank down beside her.
I couldn't focus enough to enjoy it.
She chuckled.
I think I need some water.
There are cups in the kitchen, I said. Tara shifted and went to stand, but fell back into the bed. You okay? I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
It seems that walking is difficult right now,
She said as she looked at me and grinned. Should I say I'm sorry? I asked.
Hell no.
She replied. Well, I guess I'll get us some water then. I chuckled.
Hurry back!
Tara said as I got out of bed. I opened the door, made my way down the hall, and walked into the kitchen. For a moment I just stood there, as I looked at the black cabinets, as I tried to remember where the glasses were. I shrugged and started to open them until I found the correct one. After I filled a couple glasses with water, I dug some food out of my backpack and returned to the bedroom.
I was starting to worry that you might not come back.
Tara said. I decided to grab us some food, I said as I took a seat.
Good, I'm starving.
The blonde said as she snuggled up next to me. She took the water from my hands, downed the entire glass, and then took the second one from me. Thirsty too, it seems, I teased.
You already knew that.
She said.
It's almost like I just had an intense workout.
Can you walk yet? I asked.
I don't know.
She laughed. Well, if your legs are working better once we finish lunch, I think we should wander outside for a little while, I said before I took a bite of salted meat.
It's cold out there, though.
Tara whined. There are more than enough coats and blankets to keep you warm for a while, I said.
All right. I guess if that's what you want to do.
She said. Don't worry, I won't keep you outside too long, I said with a grin. We enjoyed our simple meal of salted meat, granola bars, and canned fruit before we started to get dressed again. Tara threw a heavy winter coat over her outfit and wrapped herself in a blanket, and I threw on my clothes and then wrapped a small blanket around my shoulders. Ready? I asked as I pulled on my shoes.
Yeah, but you have to help keep me warm.
She said. I'll do my best. I chuckled. Then I led her outside and made my way over to a bench covered in a thin layer of snow. I cleared the bench, threw my blanket onto the seat, and sat down. Tara sat down beside me, and I wrapped her in my arms. It's beautiful up here, I said as I looked out across the trees stretching out around us.
It really is.
She said softly.
It kind of makes me wish we could stay up here forever.
That's not a great idea, I said. The water and electricity would run out at some point, and we wouldn't be able to grow stuff. At least not like we can on campus.
I know, but it's just so nice here.
She said.
It's a perfect getaway spot.
Yeah, it really is relaxing. I agreed with a nod. It's also nice to have a place we can run to if something happens to the campus.
I thought you said it wasn't a good spot to stay.
Tara said. It's not, but it's a good place to run to and hide in if something happened, I explained.
I don't want to think about what sort of thing would have to happen to force us up here.
Tara said as she shook her head. Yeah, I'm not sure what would cause us to abandon all we've built down at the campus, but it's nice to have a secondary location we know is isolated and safe, I said.
As nice as this place is, I really hope nothing happens to push us out of where we live now.
Tara said. Don't worry. We'll take care of whatever trouble comes our way, I assured her with a smile.
Plus, we have you.
Tara said as she snuggled into me.
You're like our own personal superhero. Nothing bad can go wrong when you're around.
I chuckled and stayed silent. Unfortunately, that was not true, but I wasn't about to say anything that would bring down the mood. Instead, I just sat there, with the gorgeous woman wrapped in my arms, and looked out at the beauty around me. We sat there for a while before Tara shivered and let out a small yawn.
I'm ready to go back inside.
Let's do it, I said before I stood up. I think it's about time we start drinking anyway.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tara grinned. We ran back inside. Tara grabbed the wine, and I started a fire in the fireplace. Then we curled up on the fireplace, opened the wine, and started to pass the bottle between us.
So, what do you think of the wine?
Tara asked after I took my first sip. It tastes like wine, I said with a shrug. It was a good, slightly fruity, dry red wine, though I did not understand how it was any better than a generic $10 bottle.
What? This stuff is amazing!
Tara said.
Here, give me that.
She pulled the bottle from my hands and took a large drink.
Can't you taste the complex flavor and smooth richness?
Nope, I chuckled. It'll get me just as buzzed as any other wine, though, right?
Yeah, it'll still get you drunk.
Tara said with a smile. Oh, then it's good wine, I said.
Remind me not to waste the expensive stuff on you next time.
The platinum blonde teased. Oh, just hand me the bottle and let me get my buzz on. I laughed as I pulled the bottle away from her. I took a drink, wiped my mouth, and handed the bottle back.
I guess I'll share.
She chuckled.
One of these days, I am going to teach you how to taste wine, though.
I can taste it just fine, I said.
No, I mean like really taste it.
She said.
There are all sorts of complex flavors and subtle undertones that one can learn to pick up on. It's really not that hard, and it's pretty fun.
You know quite a bit about wine, don't you? I asked.
Yeah, my dad taught me.
She said.
It was one of the few things that we actually enjoyed doing together.
It's hard not to enjoy drinking, I said.
Exactly.
Tara agreed.
At first, that's why I did it, but I actually really liked learning about wine.
I bet your dad enjoyed getting to spend time with you, too, I said.
I don't know about that.
Tara sighed.
I liked getting to spend time with him, but sometimes I felt like he brought me along just to keep up appearances. Like, if I was there, that showed his buddies that I wasn't some screw-up who was out causing trouble around town.
I bet he enjoyed you being there way more than you think, I said. Sometimes it's really hard to see just how much our parents care for us.
I probably won't see him again, though.
Tara said quietly. She then let out another sigh, took a drink, and leaned into me.
Do you think there's any chance my dad's still out there somewhere?
Yeah, I bet he's doing just fine, I said. You said you guys had money, right? Well, that would have helped him get a head start on this whole survival thing if the whole country was affected by the EMP.
That's true.
She said.
I kind of feel silly being so attached to my dad. I mean, he wasn't the greatest father, but so much of what I did was to try to gain his attention and acknowledgement.
I bet he'd be proud of you now, I said. You're a survivor, a warrior, and a quick learner. All of those are things for a parent to be proud of.
I'm doing it all on my own, too.
Tara said.
I can't cheat my way through this course.
Well, sleeping with the teacher doesn't even up your grade, I teased.
No, but it's still worth doing.
She replied as she looked up at me and smiled. Oh, I always make it worth your while, I said.
Yeah, you do.
She sighed.
I'm still recovering from what you did to me earlier. Don't worry. I'll be ready for more later.
She winked at me and took another drink of wine. I look forward to it, I said with a smile. For a while, we just sat there on the couch and enjoyed the wine and the warmth of the fire roaring under the hearth. We were cozy, despite the chill outside. You never talk about your mom, I said. Tara shrugged and stared into the fire. I take it you two didn't get along? I asked.
She, died a couple years ago.
She muttered. I'm so sorry, I said.
It's not your fault.
Tara said.
She got cancer, and not even my dad's money could save her. It hit me harder than anyone else in my family, though. My mom was one of my best friends, and I felt kind of lost without her. Of course, it didn't help that my dad started to date almost immediately. I mean, it almost seemed like he was happy she was gone. At least then he could play the field again.
Maybe, it was his way of grieving, I suggested.
Yeah, right.
Tara said as she rolled her eyes.
He found a skinny little whore not long after. This girl couldn't have been more than 5 years older than me, and after they got married, she started trying to buddy up to me.
How did that go? I asked.
Not great.
Tara sighed.
It was like I was the only one who could see her for the gold digger she was. The more she tried to be my friend, the more I hated her.
That sounds pretty rough, I said.
It wasn't all her fault, really.
Tara said.
I was kind of a raging bitch.
Come on. Don't say that about yourself, I said.
No, I mean it.
She said as she looked at me.
The entire reason I ended up at this school was because one night at one of my dad's big parties, I got into a screaming match with his new wife. She tried to tell me how to live my life, and I wasn't having it. I called her a lot of really rude things, and so my dad decided to send me to a nice secluded school where the only person I could embarrass was myself.
All right, that's pretty bad, I confessed.
That's not the end of it, though,
she said.
Last summer when I came home from school, things were tense with this chick, but I was trying to make it work. I didn't want to just be the rich bitch that everyone assumed I was, so I was attempting to put my best foot forward.
I take it that didn't go well? I asked.
No, it didn't.
Tara said.
My dad threw this huge party at the end of the summer. Everyone he knew was there, and I was on my best behavior. I kept my drinking light, and I tried to be pleasant. But then I found my dad's new wife in another room with one of his business partners. She had the dude half undressed and was really working him over.
Shit. I groaned. So she was cheating on your dad?
Yep.
Tara sighed.
I started to scream at her. She ran to my dad, and I followed. Things got a little heated, and I ended up pulling her hair and pushing her onto the ground. I was just about to start swinging when a couple guys stepped in and held me back.
Wow. That's pretty intense, I said.
Yeah.
Tara sighed. It sounds like she had it coming, though, I said.
That's what I thought, too.
Tara said.
Turns out she was just helping my dad land some big deal by seducing this guy. I guess she was going to get his signature on some contract and then slip him a pill to knock him out before she did anything.
That's totally fucked up, I said.
Yeah.
Tara sighed.
She said she was doing it for him, but he didn't seem to know about it.
You couldn't have known about it, I pointed out.
No, but I still should have handled it better.
She replied.
Sometimes my temper just gets the best of me. By this point, my dad had enough, and he told me not to come home next time my school had a break so I wouldn't upset her.
That's a bit harsh, I said, and a bit unfair.
It is what it is,
Tara said.
I wish I could fix it, but it seems like it's a little too late for that now.
How would you have fixed it? I asked.
I don't know.
She sighed and looked at the bottle in her hands.
Growing up, we had a lot of money, and that really went to my head. I was a massive fucking snob for almost all of my life. If I could have been a better person, a better daughter, I might never had to come to this college in the first place.
Seems that worked out for the best, though, I said. She looked at me and smiled.
I guess so, but I still wish I had been better. Maybe if I had changed sooner, people would have liked me more.
I like you. And so do the rest of the crew down on campus, I said.
They do now, sure, but it wasn't always that way.
Tara said.
Our first couple months together were rocky. I didn't really start to make friends until shortly before you came along.
It sounds like you just needed your chance to shine, I said. For all the bad that this EMP brought, it seems to have done at least a little good, too.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
She said.
I have always kind of been afraid to put myself out there and try.
How come? I asked.
It was always hard to get people to take me seriously.
She said.
They always just saw me as the spoiled rich brat and assumed any attempt at sincerity was just a part of some selfish plan.
It can be really difficult to change people's perception, I said with a nod. It's a shame, too, because you can do some truly great things when you put your mind to it.
I know.
She said.
When I apply myself, I can actually get shit done. But most people don't stick around long enough to see that. I didn't help myself much with my previous behavior at home, but even when I did try, I always seemed to be an embarrassment.
If only he could see you now, I said. I can't speak for the others, but I know that I am pretty damn proud of all you have accomplished these past weeks.
You're more than a little responsible for who I have started to become.
Tara admitted.
You're really good at bringing out the best in us.
Nah, that's just thanks to my military background, I said. I had my own team back when I was a ranger, and part of being a good leader is knowing how to get the best out of those in your command.
There's, like, officer school and stuff to help with that, right?
Tara asked. Yeah, but I never did any of that, I said. Instead, I got given a team and had to learn through good old-fashioned trial and error. Tara was silent for a moment. She stared into the fire and took a sip of wine as if she needed to mull over my words. To be honest, I'm still learning, I said. Working with you guys is a bit different from working with a team of guys all trained the same way you were.
I hope we don't make things too difficult.
Tara said. No, not at all, I said as I shook my head. There's just a, learning curve to handling a new team, especially one made up mostly of women.
Oh, come on, we aren't that bad.
Tara said. That's not what I meant, I said. You just think differently than soldiers.
No, duh.
Tara chuckled.
We still do good, though, right?
Yeah, you guys are doing really good, I said with a nod. You actually follow orders better than some guys I served with even.
What can I say? I like doing what you say.
Tara said. I looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Noted. Tara took another large drink and then handed me the bottle.
I'm starting to feel the wine now.
Is that why you suddenly got so talkative? I asked.
No, you just have a comforting quality about you that makes me want to open up once in a while.
She replied with a shrug.
What about you? Do you ever talk about yourself, or is being mysterious part of your personality?
I'm not sure there's much to say, really, I said.
Well, none of us know a lot about you.
Tara started.
We know about your dad and how you sort of drifted away from your mom, but that's really about it.
I've, never been great at talking about myself, I said.
Aw, come on. Do it for me?
Tara begged. Well, what do you want to know? I asked.
I don't know. Where did you grow up?
She asked with a shrug. Little town in Indiana called Plymouth, I said. I lived a few minutes out of town on a small chunk of land.
That's cool. Did your family farm or anything?
Tara asked. Nah, I said as I shook my head. I stared into the fire and took another drink of wine. I think my dad wanted to turn it into a farm when he bought it, but that never happened.
I'm sorry.
Tara said. It is what it is, I said with a shrug. I still had a good time out there. We had a lot of space, so I ran around and managed to find enough trouble to keep me entertained.
Is that why you're so good at all of this survival stuff?
Tara asked. I think it's where my love for camping and survival started, I said. I didn't really start to learn anything important until I was older, though. A lot of it came from just going out and seeing what worked. Though I learned a lot in the military, too. They had to make sure we were ready to stay alive in extreme climates and conditions.
Well, it's sure coming handy.
Tara said.
I still can't believe how lucky us girls got.
I got lucky I found you guys, I said. I could have just as easily walked out of the woods into the middle of the biker camp or something.
I guess that's true.
Tara shrugged.
I still don't quite get why you were in the woods at all.
I needed some time to myself, I said. It had been a while since I had gotten to do some real wilderness survival, so I took a small bit of gear and headed off into the wilds to unwind and figure out what to do with my future. Plus, I had just gotten done with my time in the Rangers, so I needed the solitude to ease myself back into the civilian world. It's a bit shocking how different being an active duty soldier is.
Didn't you want to catch up with your family or anything?
Tara asked. Don't really have any left, I explained. Dad passed away a long time ago, and my mother died while I was on my second tour of duty. I stopped by Indiana and paid my respects when I got home, but I have no one left out there.
Why Vermont, though?
Tara asked.
It gets pretty cold here in the winter and hot in the summer. Wouldn't you have rather chosen someplace nicer?
I wanted the challenge of extreme seasons, I said. To me, that was always part of the fun. It's not like I was ever really in much danger. I was only a couple days from civilization.
That's still a long way to go for help.
Tara said.
Did you ever manage to figure out your future?
I had a few ideas. Yeah, I said with a smile. The plan was to get back into town, grab a burger and a beer and weigh my options before going on with my life. I was thinking about either re-enlisting or heading back to Indiana. I thought it might be fun to buy up my childhood home and actually turn it into a farm.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Tara said with a smile. Turns out, my future was already planned, and I just didn't know it yet. I said.
Well, I'm glad things turned out the way they did.
Tara muttered quietly. Me too, I said with a smile. Then I relaxed back into the couch and stared into the roaring fire. Tara took a sip of wine, snuggled up to me, and stared into the fire as well. For a while, we just sat there, in silence, and watched the flames flicker and dance around one another.
Well, thanks for sharing,
Tara said quietly. Thanks for listening, I said.
You're welcome,
she said. She turned to me, smiled, and emptied what remained in the bottle into her mouth.
Would it be selfish of me to try to change the subject now?
I don't know. What'd you have in mind? I asked as I raised an eyebrow.
Maybe it's the alcohol talking, but I kind of want to open my legs for you right now.
She purred. Have you recovered enough? I asked with a smirk.
Guess you'll have to find out,
she said as she leaned back and spread her legs. Already, her pink pussy glistened with a layer of moisture. She giggled and pulled off her high heels. She tossed them to the side and started to rub my crotch with her stocking-covered feet.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's a little excited,
Tara teased as she looked at the bulge in my pants. Yeah, but I can't do much with these pants on, I said. Think you could help me take them off? Tara bit her lip, nodded, leaned forward, and unbuttoned my pants. She let out a delighted gasp as my cock sprang up and almost hit her in the face. She smiled and started to stroke it with one hand.
It still smells like me. I wonder if it tastes like me.
She opened her mouth wide and enveloped my cock between her pillowy lips. We spent the next hour teasing and making love to each other. The sounds of our enjoyment filled the spacious cabin until neither of us could take it anymore. I finished deep inside of her, and then we collapsed on the bed and struggled to catch our breath.
I think I am officially done for today.
Tara sighed as she absently ran her finger over her cum-filled pussy. Oh, you too sore to go again? I teased.
Hell yeah, I am,
she replied.
You really put me through my paces today.
Now, what can I say? I love what I do, I chuckled.
It shows,
she said. Tara covered her mouth and yawned. You're not tired already, are you? I teased.
Oh, shut up,
she replied with a smile.
Think you can grab me a towel? You sorta left a mess inside of me.
I suppose I can manage that, I said as I hopped out of bed and headed for the bathroom. A moment later, I stepped back into the room and tossed a soft white towel onto Tara. Then I plopped down on the bed beside her as she cleaned herself off.
Thanks for bringing me up here,
Tara said as she tossed the towel onto the floor. Yeah, I hope it was a nice little vacation, I said.
It was amazing,
Tara said. Then she rolled over, laid her head on my chest, and let out a contented sigh. I'm glad, I said. Thanks for the good time.
Anytime,
Tara said sleepily. She yawned again, closed her eyes, and nuzzled against me.
See you in the morning, Tav.
Sounds good, Tara, I said. Sleep well.
Yep,
she said.
Night-night.
I smiled, ran a hand through her hair, and listened to my companion's gentle breathing until I slipped off to sleep. Chapter 6. The next morning came way too soon. I woke up as the light of the morning sun shone on the snow-covered mountainside. As I opened my eyes, the intense light seared my vision, so I groaned and threw a hand up in front of my face. Time to get up, I said as I gently shook Tara awake.
I want to sleep.
Tara muttered, half awake. Yeah, me too, but that wasn't part of the deal, I said. My body was sore from the endless hours of lovemaking, and I couldn't help but let out a small groan as I bent over to grab my pants. We gotta meet up with Anna and Raleigh at the farm, remember?
Yeah, all right. Toss me my clothes then.
Tara said as she sat up. How are you feeling this morning? I asked as I threw her stuff at her.
I'm pretty damn sore.
She said.
I think I'm gonna feel yesterday for a while.
I'm sore too, I said with a grin. I haven't worn myself out like that in quite a while.
We'll have to do it again sometime,
Tara said with a wink. Hell, yeah, we will, I agreed. Once we were dressed, we shared a quick meal of dried meat and stale crackers before we packed up our stuff. Tara made a quick trip to the cellar and filled her backpack with top-shelf liquor and fancy wine. I had just finished preparing the camouflage four-wheeler when she came back up. Ready to go? I asked.
I think so.
She said with a nod. All right, load up, I ordered as I hopped onto our ride. Tara nodded, rushed over, and got on behind me. She wrapped her arms around me and pressed her face into my back.
Let's get out of here before I freeze to death.
I laughed and tore off down the mountain. It wasn't long before the clear skies of morning were consumed by a light blanket of gray clouds, and just about the time we left the chill of the mountain behind us, it started to rain. At first, it was nothing but a light drizzle, but it quickly grew into a steady shower.
Man, why did it have to rain today?
Tara whined. I guess I should have checked the weather before we planned this trip, I shouted back to her.
Very funny,
she replied. It's all right, a little rain won't hurt you, I said.
But I'm so sweet. What if I melt?
I don't think you have to worry about that, I said.
Rude!
Tara exclaimed. I laughed as she smacked me on the back. Though as our trip continued, the constant rain started to wear on the both of us. It wasn't long before our clothes were soaked, despite the cover of the trees around us, and that, combined with the wind of the ride, caused us both to shiver.
I'm glad I didn't put on any makeup this morning,
Tara shouted.
It would be all over my face by now.
Yeah, same, I said, in an attempt to keep things light. Tara pressed herself closer to me and tightened her grip on my waist. Our path grew muddy as the rain continued, but thankfully our ride was built to handle rough terrain.
How much farther do we have to go?
Tara yelled at me. Maybe 20 minutes now, I replied.
I really should have brought one of those coats from the cabin with me,
Tara grumbled. If I had known it was going to rain, I would have suggested that, I said. Don't worry, I'm sure that Betty can light a fire or something to help you warm up. We continued to wind our way through the trees until we emerged from the forest behind Betty's property. We cut across an empty field and headed for the small little house in the distance, but it quickly became clear to me that something was not right. The pasture where I had seen the cows on my first visit was empty, and part of the fence looked like it had been cut open. There were also large tire tracks dug into the soft and muddy ground that led away from the area.
Where are all the animals and why is the fence cut? Was it like this when you were last here?
Tara asked. It wasn't like this last time, I said. Feels like something's wrong.
I hope the others are okay,
Tara replied. We pulled around the front of the house, and this scene that awaited us confirmed our feelings of unease. Betty and Raleigh were on the porch a couple yards away. Betty sobbed into the old handyman while he held her tightly against him. Dan sat on a stool in front of the house with an ice pack held on his purple face. He was bloody, bruised, and swollen. Anna stood next to the beaten man with her rifle at the ready. She brought it up as she noticed us come around the corner, but visibly relaxed at the sight of me and Tara. She lowered her rifle and let out a relieved sigh as we approached her.
Thank God you guys are here.
What happened? I asked. Are you guys okay?
Raleigh and I are fine.
Anna said.
Seems we managed to miss Betty's first visitors today.
Who were they?
Tara asked.
National Guard.
Anna said.
At least that's what Dan told me. Betty has been too upset to really say much. They came in early this morning and made off with their livestock, a lot of their food, and Jenny. Everyone is pretty shaken up, but Raleigh and I didn't know what to do, so we just waited for you two.
Dan forced himself upright.
Oh, I never thought I'd be this glad to see you.
His lips were swollen, so his words were a little hard to understand. Anna said you had some visitors, I growled as I tried to keep my emotions in check.
Yeah.
Dan coughed.
The National Guard rolled up here with some big trucks and spouted off some bullshit about how the president declared martial law, and they were authorized to requisition supplies from the surrounding area or some shit.
Can they do that?
Anna asked me. Yeah, but when stuff like that happens, people don't usually get kidnapped and beaten, too, I said.
The elite guy said that they were ordered to kill any anarchists who oppose the new form of law and order,
Dan continued.
Apparently that just means anyone who doesn't want to do what they say. They beat the shit out of me when I told them to fuck off.
It was very brave of you to stand up to them, I said.
It feels kind of foolish right now,
Dan muttered as he tapped on his bruised eye socket.
I would do it again, though.
This still doesn't explain why they took Jenny.
Tara said. They took her because she's a young woman, I said. These guys aren't following any presidential order. They're just using their power to take what they want, women included.
Oh God, what if they head for the campus?
Anna said.
Paige and Bailey are there alone.
They can take care of themselves, I said. Plus, there would be little reason to head for a school if they're looking for supplies.
We have to help,
Raleigh said. He then stood up and looked at us with an angry sneer across his face. His hands were balled into fists, and they trembled slightly. I wasn't exactly prepared for this, but we'll do what we can, I said.
How are you going to take on real soldiers?
Tara asked. Very carefully, I said. Don't worry, we'll handle this just like we did the bikers. I hoped that I sounded more confident than I felt. This was a completely different type of battle, and we were already behind. I knew what sort of stuff these guys would do to Jenny, and the longer we took to get her back, the more time they had to use her. Whatever we did, we had to do it fast. I turned my attention to Betty, who still sat sobbing a couple feet away. I knelt down in front of her and put a hand on her knee to let her know I was there. Hey.
Tab, thank God you're here.
Betty sniffled. She wrapped me in a warm hug as tears continued to streak down her wrinkled face. We are going to get Jenny back, I said, and all the other farm animals and crops they stole from you.
You do that for us?
Betty asked as she wiped her eyes and looked up at me. Of course, I said with a nod. Decent folk have to stick together.
Thank you,
the gray-haired woman said with a smile. Do you have any idea where these guys might go next? I asked.
There are some farms nearby.
Betty said.
If they are looking for food, I would guess they're going to head for those.
Think you can point me in the right direction? I asked.
I can do you one better.
She said.
I can draw you a map.
Perfect, I said. The faster you can get that done, the better.
I understand.
She said with a nod.
Thank you again.
Then she let go of me and rushed into her house, and I turned back to face the others.
So, what's the plan?
Tara asked.
Are you just going to ride up to these farms and hope you catch the National Guard?
I don't care what you do, as long as you bring Jenny back here,
Dan said. That's the plan, I said with a nod. Raleigh, I want you and one of the girls to stay here and make sure this place is prepared in case the National Guard swing back this way. I will load up, take the other girl, and go after the trucks. Betty's making us a map so we can hopefully catch up with them.
Wait, you're only taking one of us with you?
Anna asked as she raised an eyebrow.
Shouldn't we all go?
Yeah, I might look bad, but I can still fight,
Dan said. No. We have to move fast, and we have to move quietly. If I bring more than one person with me, we have to use the truck, and that will slow us down and make us much easier to hear coming. Also, I'm worried they might circle back here and decide they should just burn the place down. Having another gun at the farm will help with defense.
I have a little motorcycle,
Dan said.
I could keep up with you guys.
No offense, but you're not one of my team, I said. If you came along, we'd have communication issues that would only slow us down as we learned how to work together. Plus, your grandma needs you here. Keep her safe while we get this done.
All right,
Dan said as he hung his head. Don't worry. We'll get your sister back, I said as I put a hand on his shoulder.
I want to be the one to come with you.
Tara said. Are you sure? I asked.
Yeah, I want to do this.
The platinum blonde said. You're still cold and wet, I said. If you stay here, you can help them prepare and warm up for a while.
That's not important.
Tara said as she shook her head.
Not right now. Just let me do this. Well, I'm not going to stop you.
Anna said. All right, then Terry, you're with me. Anna, make sure this place is prepared for an attack.
Got it.
The redhead acknowledged.
Do you think you'll have enough ammo?
I honestly don't know, but we don't have time to go grab more, I said. Anna pulled out a couple spare AR-15 magazines and handed them to me.
Here. I have a feeling you are going to need these more.
Thanks, I said with a nod.
I'll make sure the ATV is full of gas,
Raleigh said.
If you need more, we have some,
Dan offered. Thank you, I said, and then Dan nodded and headed off with Raleigh.
You really think you can get Jenny back?
Anna asked, once the others were out of earshot. As long as Betty gets that map done soon, I do, I said. We are going to have to head out as soon as possible. I looked up at the sky and frowned. It was hard to tell what time of day it was without the sun. I'm going to go check on that map. When I come back, I want you to be ready to go.
I'll be waiting,
Tara said. I nodded, ran into the house, and found Betty sitting at the kitchen table, making marks on a map. How's it going? I asked as I took a seat beside her.
Almost done,
she said, without looking up.
I don't know if anyone still lives here, but they're all good people, so be gentle with them.
I'll do my best, I said.
If anyone gives you any trouble, mention that you know me and they might be a little more willing to cooperate.
She added.
If the National Guard gets to them before you do, they might be a little wary of strangers.
I wouldn't blame them for that, I said as I drummed my fingers along the top of the table. Raleigh and Anna are going to stay here and make sure you guys stay safe.
I appreciate it,
Betty said.
I was glad to see them pull up this morning, and the guns they brought along are going to go a long way towards making us feel prepared for stuff like this in the future.
She looked up and handed me the map. That's good, I said as I looked at the map. Then I nodded and stuffed it into my vest. All right, Tara and I have to get a move on if we want to catch up to these guys. We'll be back as soon as this is done.
Thank you again,
Betty said as I hurried for the front door. The group was gathered around the ATV as I stepped out of the house.
We ready to go?
Tara asked as I rushed towards her. Yeah, we have a direction to head in, I said as I pushed past the others and hopped on the four-wheeler. I looked first at Anna and then at Raleigh. You make sure this place stays safe. Once Tara and I track down these National Guard assholes, we'll take care of them, grab Jenny and the cargo, and come this way. I don't want to come back to more bad news.
Don't worry. No one is going to fuck with this place again,
Raleigh assured me.
Yeah, we'll be ready for anything that comes our way,
Anna said with a smile. Though, a moment later her smile faded, and she sighed.
Are you really sure you don't want me to come along? I mean, we don't know how many guys are out there, and the more guns you can bring along, the better.
You're just going to have to trust me on this one, I said.
All right,
she said with a nod. Then she stepped away with the four-wheeler.
Be safe out there, you two. We will,
Tara said. Then the platinum blonde hopped on behind me. All of her extra gear had been stripped away so that all she had was her pistol, rifle, and a hunting knife that she had found while in Lanston before the biker attacks. "Hold on," I said to her. Then I gunned the engine and took off through the rain towards the first farmstead marked on my map. I couldn't help but smile a little as behind me I heard Anna take command and start shouting orders to those who remained.
Where exactly are we going?
Tara yelled in my ear after we had gotten a ways away from Betty's farm. "There's another farmstead a few miles this way," I replied. "If we get lucky, maybe we can catch up with the National Guard there."
What if we do?
Tara asked.
What then?
"Then we evaluate the situation, come up with a plan, and kill the poor bastards dumb enough to cause trouble in our neighborhood," I said.
Hell yeah!
Tara cheered.
I can't wait to get my hands on these low-life cocksuckers.
I glanced over my shoulder at the woman riding behind me and raised an eyebrow. In all the weeks I had been around Tara, I had never seen her like this. She had an angry scowl on her face, and she stared ahead with a single-minded intensity. Not even the biker gang that threatened our home had brought forth such anger and hatred. "Are you okay?" I asked.
Yeah, I'm fine.
She spat. I nodded and turned my attention back to the path in front of me. She was clearly worked up about something, but I had to trust that it would not impede her ability to fight. It took us a few minutes to get close to the first location. When we were about 300 yards away, I cut the engine, parked the ATV behind a clump of trees, and the two of us continued on foot. Unlike Betty's farm, this place was not surrounded by trees, so we had to stay low and use the tall grass for cover as we made our approach. However, the tall grass soon gave way to open pastures and tilled fields. I stopped at the edge of the grass and took a moment to assess the situation. A 2-story farmhouse sat 100 yards away. It had a busted-in front door, and most of the windows seemed to be shattered. Beside it sat a small shed that was wreathed in bright flame. "Shit!" I said as I leapt up. Under normal circumstances, I would have waited for a few minutes to make sure the area was clear, but every second counted right now.
Wait!
Tara shouted as she ran up behind me.
I don't see any trucks. How do we know if this was the National Guard?
"There's only one way to find out," I said as I continued to run. I stopped in front of the house and quickly surveyed the scene. There were fresh, muddy ruts dug into the gravel road that led to and from the property, and several empty bullet casings littered the area. I crouched down, picked one up, and inspected it.
What did you find?
Tara said. "The National Guard were here," I said as I flicked the casing over to her. "This is military-issue ammo."
Well, what do we do now?
She asked as she looked at the brass tube. "Let's get inside and see if there are any survivors," I said as I ran towards the broken front door. I doubt the soldiers would trash this place so badly if they hadn't found someone inside who resisted.
Oh, shit.
Tara muttered. "Keep your weapon ready, though," I said. "You never know what we might find." Chapter 7. I stopped only long enough to make sure that no one was waiting for me on the other side of the broken door. Then I rushed in with my gun up and ready. Tara was only a couple steps behind me, and she covered my weak side as we checked the first room. The main door led into a large living room with gray carpet and cream-colored walls. There was a staircase at the back of the room that led upstairs, and there was an opening in the back wall that led into what looked like a dining room. The interior was more of a mess than the exterior. There was an overturned bookcase, a broken lamp, and a large chunk of the front wall was torn up and exposed. A flat-screen TV sat on the floor in front of the damage, leading me to believe that someone had ripped it away from its home. "There's blood," I said as I pointed to the large wet puddle of red on the couch that dripped down to a trail in the carpet.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Tara whispered. "Shit." I stepped over the TV and followed the trail of crimson around the back of the couch. A middle-aged man, in what was once a blue button-up shirt, leaned against the back of the couch. He was covered in blood from a bullet wound in his right shoulder, and his head covered in short blonde hair, slumped limply to the side. A gore-covered pump-action shotgun sat in his lap.
Oh my God.
Tara whispered.
Is he dead?
I watched for a moment, but didn't notice his chest rise or fall. It looks like it,
Damn it, we were too late.
Tara said. I leaned forward and poked him with the barrel of my rifle. If he was dead, we could get moving again, but I couldn't leave until I knew for sure. I waited a second, but then let out a sigh. The man wasn't moving. I turned back to Tara. We gotta go.
We can't just leave him here, can we?
The blonde asked me with a frown.
It doesn't seem right.
There's not enough time to take care of him right now. Once we've rescued Jenny and taken care of the National Guard, we will come back and bury this guy.
All right.
Tara sighed. I left to leave when the man against the couch coughed. As I spun around, I saw his eyes flutter open. Who's there? He asked as he reached for his gun. Whoa there, I said as I knelt down beside him. We're friends.
Yeah, we're not with the soldiers.
Tara added as she joined me beside him. Oh, bullshit, he sputtered. You didn't kill me, so you came back to finish the job. Well, I won't go down so easily. He tried to pump his shotgun, but winced and dropped it back onto his lap. Try to stay still, I said. She's telling the truth. We are chasing after the National Guard to get back the shit they stole. Betty sent us this way. Wait, Betty's still alive? He asked. Oh, shit, I didn't know. It's okay, I said as I put a hand on his shoulder. We're chasing down the guys who attacked you. Think you can tell us what you know while we patch you up? I suppose, he said. I got a first aid kit in the bathroom. The man pointed towards the stairs.
I'll grab them.
Tara said as she ran off. What's your name? I asked the man as I pulled out my knife. I cut away his shirt to reveal a nasty hole in his shoulder. I couldn't find an exit wound, meaning the bullet was still in his shoulder. Name's Briar, he said as he relaxed back against the couch. Well, Briar, mind telling me what happened here? I asked. Well, I heard the rumble of engines and went outside to see several big trucks pulling up, he said. I was surprised to see a running vehicle and assumed the government had finally decided to send help. Oh, fuck, was I wrong? He started to laugh, but it devolved into a coughing fit. Relax, I said as I put a hand on his chest. How many trucks were there? 4, he said. They were older-looking military trucks, like the ones you see in those World War II movies.
Got the medical supplies.
Tara said as she rushed down the stairs. She rushed over with a small white box and popped it open. I frowned as I looked at the contents. There wasn't much there except peroxide, antibiotics, and bandages. We'd need to find something to get the bullet out with. Tara popped open the bottle of peroxide, soaked one of the bandages in it, and started to dab at the area around the hole. Briar squirmed as the liquid bubbled up around the wound. How many guys were there, Briar? I asked him. If I could keep him talking and keep his attention from what Tara was doing, this would go a lot smoother. I don't know, he stammered. Maybe 24. Everything happened so fast, and I didn't think to count the number of guys. It's all right. That's fine, I said. After the trucks rolled up, what happened? A guy approached me, and he said that I had to provide food and supplies to him. The wounded man started. He said that they were authorized by the president or some shit. I tried to explain that I didn't have much, and what I did have I needed to stay alive. I bet this guy didn't like hearing that, I said. No, he didn't, Briar said as he winced.
Sorry.
Tara said as she pulled back. Keep going. We gotta get him patched up, I told her.
I I wish Paige was here right now.
Tara said as she tossed aside the bloody bandage and then grabbed a fresh one. I nodded in agreement and turned my attention back to our injured informant. Continue.
Well, he told me that anyone standing in their way was considered an anarchist or some shit,
the man said.
He said that if I didn't hand over a portion of my goods, they were authorized to take it by force. So I slipped inside, grabbed my gun, told them to get the hell off my property.
I take it that's how you got shot? I asked with a grin.
Yeah, but I got a couple rounds off, he said.
Did you hit any of them?
Tara asked.
I don't know, he said as he shook his head. He pushed me back into the house and plugged me in the shoulder. That sort of took me out the fight, and they spent a while taking my shit. I watched them through the window. They took all my pigs, my horses, and even raided my barn for hay. When I saw them coming for the house, I took cover behind the couch. I must have passed out before they came inside.
I think they thought you were dead, I said. They trashed this place pretty good and even lit your shed on fire.
Well, shit,
Briar muttered.
I've nothing now. Well, nothing but my life and my house.
All right, I cleaned the area and stopped the bleeding.
Tara said as she sat back and tried to wash the blood from her hands. Try not to move around a lot, I said. There's a good chance you still have a bullet in your shoulder, and without the proper tools, we can't do much about that right now. Once we take care of this National Guard issue, we'll swing back this way and see if we can't get it taken out.
You'd do that for me?
Briar asked. Of course, I said.
Yeah, we're neighbors.
Tara added.
We gotta stick together.
Well, is there anything I can do to repay you?
Briar asked.
I mean, you might have just saved my life.
Just stay put and rest up, I said. Once we get back with your stuff, we might talk about setting up a trade deal, but we don't have time to do that right now.
If it helps any, they headed south once they left this place,
Briar said. I pulled out the map that Betty had given me and nodded. There's another farm in that direction, I said.
Yeah, that's where the Millers live,
Briar said. Do you know if they stuck around? I asked.
I saw them less than a week ago,
Briar replied with a nod.
Do you think they'll give the soldiers any trouble?
Tara asked.
No,
Briar said.
The Millers have a couple young kids. They'll do whatever they have to in order to make sure the kids stay safe.
Shit, I said. We gotta go then.
If you cut through my backfields, you can make it directly to their farm,
the wounded man suggested.
Even on foot, you should be able to save a bunch of time.
Could we ride through the fields on a four-wheeler? I asked.
Yeah, it's simple enough terrain, and those are light enough that you shouldn't get stuck.
Perfect, I said as I gave the man a smile. All right, like I said, stay put. If all goes well, we'll be back here before the day is done. I stood up and nodded to Tara. She returned my nod, and then we both rushed for the front door. The weather had taken a turn for the worse, as the constant drizzle had increased to steady rainfall. The ground under our feet was spongy, and anything not covered in grass or vegetation had quickly started to turn to mud. It was going to make traveling a bit of a bitch, but it might also help us. People tended to pay less attention to their surroundings when they were getting rained on.
Do you think these National Guard guys might hurt those kids, Tab?
Tara asked. They're kidnapping women and shooting farmers, so I wouldn't put it past them, I yelled over the rain. I wanted to think that hurting children was a low that few men would sink to, but these National Guard guys had already done some pretty bad stuff. Every stop today gave me more reasons to hate the people we chased, and another reason to fight like hell to get Jenny away from them. At least the weather seemed to be on our side. It would slow down a convoy of large trucks a lot more than it would a couple people on an ATV. Again, I was thankful for the four-wheelers. They had been an invaluable find. We arrived back at our camo ATV and hopped on. The rain soaked us through to the bone, but neither of us seemed to feel it. We were too intent on our mission to let the wet chill of spring weather bother us today. I started the engine and looked back over my shoulder at the platinum blonde. She was still beautiful, despite the fact her hair clung wetly to her face. "Hold on tight,"
Yes, sir.
she replied with a nod. I opened the throttle and tore off across the back fields of Briar's farm and headed south towards where the Millers lived. I just hoped that we could make it in time. A bolt of lightning shot through the sky above us and for a moment illuminated the world in brilliant blue light. A second later, the roar of thunder shook the earth. "This is good," I shouted.
How is this good?
Tara asked as she looked to the sky.
Aren't we basically riding on a lightning rod?
"Kinda, but the sound of thunder and the rain will hide the noise of our vehicle," I explained. "It'll be hard for them to hear us coming now."
Let's hope this keeps up then.
Tara replied. I nodded and kept my eyes forward as we bounced across muddy fields. The heavy rainfall didn't let up, and the ground grew softer as I drove. Water poured down my face, and I squinted in an attempt to keep it out of my eyes, and Tara clung tightly to my waist and buried her face in my back as we rode. Despite the weather, our journey went quickly. It was mostly open plains with a few trees scattered throughout, so we barely needed to do anything but keep the four-wheeler pointed in the right direction. We stopped at a fence line that was the border of the Millers' property and proceeded on foot. I tromped across the muddy ground, through an overgrown field, and past an empty stable until I could hear the faint rumble of large engines over the rain. We'd caught up to them. I stopped and looked back to see Tara several yards behind me. She struggled to keep her footing on the soft ground and fell a couple times. Wet mud caked both her legs, part of her chest, and her right arm. Yet she wore a determined grimace on her face that kept me from stepping in to help her.
Why did we stop?
She asked when she got close. "They're still here," I said. "Keep your eyes open and your weapon ready. Don't fire until I do, and make sure who you're shooting at has a uniform on. We don't want to hit any civilians."
Got it. I'll make sure I know what I'm shooting at before I open fire.
"Good. Now come on. The house is just up ahead," I said as I nodded forward. Then I turned around, pulled my gun up to my shoulder, and moved steadily forward. I had no idea what to expect, and was more than a little worried about what trouble we might be about to get into. I let out a long exhale and told myself that this was just another counterinsurgency operation. A few minutes later, we reached the back of a large two-story home. It was a huge place with white vinyl siding, a porch swing, and huge bay windows. I stayed low, avoided the windows, and slid along the house until I was able to peek around the side. There, 20 yards away from me, were 4 old military trucks. None of the soldiers were in sight, and just as I brought up my gun, the lead truck started to roll off down the road. The others followed after, and I watched as they slipped farther and farther away. I wanted to open fire before they dropped out of sight, but knew it was a bad idea. Jenny was in the back of one of those trucks, and I was just as likely to hit her as I was any of the National Guard. I gritted my teeth and slammed a fist against the side of the house.
What's wrong?
Tara asked. "We're too late," I said as I turned to her. "The fucking trucks just left,"
Well, can we catch up to them or anything?
she asked. "Not on foot," I said. "If we had the ATV, we could catch up quickly, but it's back at the fence line."
Should we go grab it and chase after them?
she asked. I wanted nothing more than to do just that, but as I looked at the house next to me, I frowned. After what we saw at Briar's farm, we couldn't leave here without checking in on the family who was supposed to live here. "We can't. Not yet," I slammed my fist against the house again and let out an angry sigh.
Hey, are you okay?
Tara asked as she reached out and put a hand on my shoulder. I'll be fine, I muttered as I looked away from her.
That's not what I asked,
she said. It just really pisses me off that it's the National Guard doing this shit, I said. They are supposed to be this country's defense force. And here they are shooting farmers and stealing young women. Not only are they making the military look bad, but they're also pissing in the face of the country they're supposed to protect.
Hey. We'll get them.
Tara assured me.
We'll make these guys pay for all this shit.
I know, I said with a sigh. We were just so close.
That means we'll get them next time,
Tara said with a faint smile. You're right, I sighed. We gotta keep going. Let's see what they did to the Millers. We waited a minute around the side of the house to make sure that the trucks were really gone. The rain started to lessen, and the sky grew lighter once more as we crept around the side of the house and toward the front door. Tara and I kept our weapons down so as not to spook anyone inside, and I knocked on the large walnut front door. For a moment, there was no response. We could see light on through the windows, but that didn't mean much now that the National Guard had come through.
Maybe the Millers left and the place was empty when the guard got here?
Tara suggested quietly. Or maybe the family stayed, but had a violent disagreement with the troops, I said.
Well, how long do we wait to go in and find out?
Tara asked.
If someone is hurt, we can't just stay here.
I know, but if everyone inside is okay, they are going to be a bit on edge, I said.
Should we knock again?
She asked. Yup, I answered, but there was no response, so I realized I had to make more noise. Hello! I called out as I knocked again. If there is anyone in there, we're here to help!
Yeah, we aren't with those military guys,
Tara added. The door creaked open to reveal a tall man with shaggy black hair, a black eye, and a large revolver in his hands. He eyed us both and tried to keep his weapon steady. It was clear by the tremor in his hands and his wide green eyes that he was afraid. Sir, we just wanted to check in, and... The man cut me off as he stepped forward and jabbed his gun into my face. His finger tensed on the trigger, and I was worried that if something spooked him, I would have a bullet between my eyes before I had a chance to explain myself. Go the fuck away, he hissed. Tara and I looked at each other, dropped our guns, and raised our hands. We really didn't have time for this. Chapter 8. I said fuck off, the black-haired man said.
Listen, we really don't want to hurt you,
Tara said. I don't think you're in any position to make threats, the emotional man said as he pointed the gun at the blonde. We just saw Briar not an hour ago, I said, and these National Guard guys got him good. We patched him up, but the whole situation left us a bit angry. How do I know you're not lying? The man with the gun asked. You could have killed him and then come for us.
Why would we do that?
Tara hissed, and I could tell she was getting more angry at the guy every second he had the gun pointed at her. We're here because Betty's granddaughter, Jenny, got taken by those soldiers, I said. We want nothing more than to get her back and return all the stuff that was stolen. The man swallowed hard and shifted the gun from Tara to me, and then back to Tara. You say you know Betty? Yeah. Met her, Dan, and Jenny a week back, I said. We showed up today to do some trading and learned about this National Guard caravan.
Like you said, they took Jenny,
Tara said.
If you don't need help, then fine. We have better stuff to do anyway.
I looked over at my companion and raised an eyebrow. I had never seen her so aggravated. Something about this whole situation really seemed to be pissing her off. I couldn't confront her about it here, but it seemed that I would have to dig into the issue later. The man lowered his gun and let out a sigh. I'm sorry.
Those guys were just here a few minutes ago. If you know the sort of stuff they're doing, then you can understand why we might be on edge."
"I can," I said with a nod. "That's why we knocked."
"All right. If you really are here to help, you can come inside, but leave your rifles there," the man said as he nodded to our guns.
I looked down at my gun and frowned. I didn't really want to leave it in such shitty weather, but I also didn't want to push my luck with what was clearly an uneasy man. I looked up at Tara and nodded. We were not going to be here long anyway, and our weapons were well maintained. They should be able to survive a few minutes. "Agreed." The man led us inside, but stopped us in the entryway.
"You guys wait here a moment. I'm going to give my family a heads up."
I nodded, and the man slipped away.
Well, that went better than I was expecting.
Tara whispered to me. "Yeah, but next time, try not to antagonize our potential allies," I remarked.
What? I was just telling him the truth.
Tara said.
We really do have better things to be doing.
"What's wrong?" I asked her.
They took Jenny?
Tara said as her blue eyes narrowed a bit.
They are going to...
"Not if we get them first," I said.
I know.
Tara sighed.
Sorry, I'm being a bitch. I can't stand to think what those guys are going to do to her. Fuck. I don't even know her.
"You both can come in."
The black-haired man interrupted her as he poked his head out of the door. "Everything good?" I asked.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Follow me. And please don't make me regret letting you guys in here."
The man led us down a hallway and through an ornate set of double doors into a sitting room. There were a couple comfortable-looking leather couches and 3 plush chairs, all arranged around a large flat-screen TV. 3 new people were already in the sitting room. The first was who I assumed to be the wife. She was a tall blonde woman with sad blue eyes, a pointed nose, and soft features. The woman wore a plain blue dress that almost covered her dirty bare feet. Hiding behind her were 2 young boys. Neither of them looked to be older than 6, and they eyed Tara and I fearfully. Both the boys had thick black hair like their father, but they were already tall like their mother. They each had on a set of tiny denim overalls and no shoes. "Hello, I'm Tav, and my friend here is Tara," I said. "You all must be the Millers."
Nice to meet you, I think,
the woman said.
How do you know who we are? We met Briar about an hour ago.
Tara explained.
He told us your last name.
"Yeah, we've been hunting the National Guard guys all day, and wanted to come this way to make sure you were safe," I said.
We were sorta hoping we might make it here before they did, though.
Tara sighed. "Clearly, we didn't manage to do that, but we still wanted to make sure you were okay," I said. "Especially after seeing what they did to Briar and his farm."
Is he okay?
The woman quickly asked. "He's going to be fine," I said. "We patched him up and made sure he wouldn't bleed out."
"Oh my God, he was injured?"
the man asked.
Yeah, seems he put up a fight when the soldiers wanted to take his stuff.
"Any trouble with that here?" I asked.
"No, we gave them what they asked for,"
Mr. Miller said.
"They didn't seem very friendly, and I didn't want to give them a reason to use that big gun they had with them."
"Big gun?" I asked.
Yeah, it was some sort of machine gun.
The wife answered. Unfortunately, that didn't tell me much, but at least I knew they were packing something other than M4s.
Is there anything else you can tell us about the guys that robbed you?
Tara asked.
Sure. We'll tell you what we know,"
the man said.
"Please have a seat."
He motioned to the large chairs. "I appreciate it, but I think I'll stand," I said. "We won't be here long anyway."
"I'm Justin, by the way. This is my wife, Marla,"
the black-haired man said.
These are our sons, Mitch and Frank,
Marla said with a small smile.
Say hello, guys. These 2 are friends of Briar.
The 2 little boys, both of whom had jet black hair like their father, peeked around their mother, just long enough to wave and mouth the words hello.
They're a bit shy,
Marla said.
I can't blame them.
Tara replied.
It's been a long day for everybody.
"Yeah, we lost a lot of stuff today,"
Justin said. I don't think we'll be able to stick around here much longer, not without our livestock. Hopefully we can make it just a little better, I said. Once we catch up to this National Guard caravan, we'll try to get all of your stuff back for you.
You serious?
Marla asked as she raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, we'll get your stuff back,
Tara assured her. What's it going to cost us? Justin asked. All we need from you is whatever information you have about the soldiers, I said. That's it? Justin asked. Well, that seems a little too good. We have a nice home set up for ourselves close by, and are really only interested in taking care of this problem, I explained. There's no reason not to return your stuff once we do that.
I really don't know what to say,
Marla said.
I had started to think that we might never find another reasonable person outside our neighbors.
Yeah, first there were those biker guys, and now there are these military assholes, Justin agreed. Was pretty sure everything had just gone to shit. It seems like a lot of things have, but me and my group are doing what we can to live a normal life up here, I said. Though we really do need to get going soon, so I need you to tell me what happened. Right, yeah, sorry, Justin said as he took a seat next to his wife. He looked at the blonde woman, gave her a nervous smile, then turned back to me. Well, all of a sudden, we heard the rumble of engines. We hid thinking it was the bikers, but I actually got excited once we saw that it was military trucks.
Let me guess, that excitement didn't last too long?
Tara said.
Yeah, we ran out to greet them, and they didn't look very happy to see us,
Marla said. Sounds a lot like what happened to Briar, I muttered.
We tried to explain our situation, but they weren't taking no for an answer, Justin said. At some point, I realized that these guys meant business, so I sort of just gave them what they wanted. I wasn't going to risk the safety of my family for my supplies.
I don't blame you for that, I said as I looked at the kids. These guys don't seem to mind getting their hands dirty.
That's what we were afraid of,
Marla said.
Well, after that, we pretty much hid inside while they ransacked the farm, Justin continued. They took our livestock, came in and raided our cupboards, and even took some comfort stuff like blankets, too.
They left you guys alone, though? I asked.
Yeah. Once we made it clear we were going to cooperate, they just kind of went around us, he replied with a nod. I didn't like the way some of them were looking at Marla, though. It's hard not to think about what they might have done if they had taken her.
Marla burst into tears and hugged her boys tightly. They tried to comfort her, but were too young to even understand what exactly was wrong.
Hey, there's no need for that, I said softly to try to help.
Let me take care of this.
Tara leaned over and said to me. I nodded, and a moment later my platinum blonde companion crossed the room and knelt down in front of Marla and the boys.
Hey, don't worry,
she cooed.
Tav over there has helped me and my friends out of far worse scrapes than this one. When the lights went out, me and a few other girls were alone. At first, things were fine, but we quickly started to run out of food and water, so we made a habit of looting the nearby town for supplies. One day, while in town for more supplies, a couple biker guys found us. That's when Tav showed up. He took care of them and then helped us to turn things around. Now we have our own place to live, complete with running water, a steady supply of food, and even hot showers.
As Tara continued to tell a Cliff Notes version of our recent history, I pulled Justin aside. Can you give me any details about these troops? I asked.
At first there were only 2 trucks, but once they started to look around, 4 more made their way onto the property,
the black-haired man said. So, 6 trucks total? I asked.
Yeah, they were all the same kind, too, he replied with a nod.
Big canvas-covered cargo trucks? I asked.
Pretty much, he replied. They looked a little old, but I guess only old things are running now.
Yeah, older vehicles didn't get impacted by the EMP on account of their lack of electronics, I explained.
Yeah, I feel silly for selling my grandpa's old car last year,
Justin sighed.
It was made back in the 40s, and If I still had that, I might have been able to get my family out of here and—
Hey, stay with me. I interrupted the emotional man. You gotta focus on what can be done now.
Yeah, you're right,
Justin agreed.
Sorry. What else do you want to know?
How many soldiers were there in total? I asked. This felt a lot like the conversation I had with Briar just an hour earlier, but the more I could learn, the better prepared I would be to face them when the time came.
Around 20, Justin said. Mostly guys in their early 20s, but they were led by an older guy. If I had to guess, I'd say he was in his late 40s. He had really short, gray hair and a gnarly scar on the back of his left hand.
That's helpful, I said. Knowing who the leader is means I can try to take him out first.
Good,
Justin said.
Most all the guys seem to have pretty standard-looking military guns. I was never much of a gun guy myself, so I don't know what they're called, but like we said earlier, one of them hung out in the back of a truck with some real mean-looking machine gun. It kind of reminded me of that gun used in Rambo. It even had the belt of ammo and everything.
You're sure there was only one of these, right? I asked.
I mean, as sure as I can be, without asking, Justin said. I didn't exactly ask him for an inventory of their weapons.
That's fair. I sighed as I looked over to where Tara sat. Her story must have worked because Marla had a small smile on her face, and the boys had moved to sit on the ground next to her. I smiled at such an innocent and wholesome sight. Sometimes I needed moments like this to help make all the stress and violence worth it. These were the people I had joined the army to fight for, and they were the people I would fight for now when they needed it most. I turned my attention back to Justin. We should get a move on. These guys might have left Marla here, but Jenny was not so lucky.
Thank you for taking the time to make sure we were okay, he said.
That's the least we could do, I said. Then I turned to Tara. All right, we gotta go. Marla, Mitch, Frank, it was nice to meet you guys. If all goes well, you'll see us again before the day is out. Tara stood up, and Marla quickly got to her feet and wrapped the platinum blonde in a hug.
Thank you guys for doing this for us,
Marla said.
It's what we do.
Tara said.
Still, it means a lot.
Mrs. Miller said as she let go of my girlfriend. Then she turned to me and smiled wide.
Be safe out there.
I'll do my best, I said as I bowed my head towards her. Then I turned and headed for the front door. Tara caught up with me, and Justin walked us out.
So, you actually plan on fighting these guys?
Justin asked. That's a plan, I said.
Well, do you have backup coming or something?
He asked. Not today, I said.
Yeah, it's just us two,
Tara said. We didn't have time to rally the troops today, I explained. If we had to use the roads, we would have never caught up with these guys.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Justin asked as he opened the door for us.
Those guys seemed pretty well armed.
We're good at using the woods,
Tara said. Yeah, if we are smart about this, we'll be fine, I said as I stepped outside.
We took out the gang of bikers less than a week ago,
Tara said as she retrieved her gun.
We were outnumbered just as much then.
What if I come with you?
Justin said. I don't think that's a good idea, I said as I picked up my gun and started to give it a quick inspection.
I'm good with a gun, if that's what you're worried about, Mr. Miller said. I've done quite a bit of hunting and have a nice .308 in my closet. I can grab that and follow you guys to wherever you're going.
We don't have room on our four-wheeler,
Tara said.
We're really only set up for 2 people.
It doesn't feel right letting someone else fight my battles, though,
Justin sighed.
Really, I should have tried to do something when the guard first arrived.
That would have been an incredibly dumb idea, I said. You might be low on supplies right now, but at least you're alive. I doubt they would have let you live if you had tried to resist.
Yeah, Briar's only alive because we came along,
Tara said. Look, your family needs you now, more than ever, I said. Stay with them, be strong for them, and keep an eye open for danger. They stand a much better chance of staying alive with you around than they do on their own."
"You're right,"
Justin conceded. I put a hand on his shoulder and gave him a smile. "Go keep everyone calm and leave the dirty work to us."
Yeah, we'll be back before you know it.
Tara said with a grin.
"All right,"
Justin said.
"Thank you so much."
"Thank us by staying safe," I said.
"I will,"
Justin said.
"You two do the same."
Don't worry about us.
Tara said.
We'll be fine.
Then she strolled over towards the distant ATV with a smirk on her lips. I gave one last nod to Justin and then ran off and caught up to Tara. The earlier storm had passed us completely, and now beams of sunlight broke through patches of scattered gray clouds. A chill still hung in the air, but at least the rain had stopped. "So, you ready to tell me what has you so upset?" I asked as we reached the four-wheeler. "I know you told me about Jenny, but you've never met her."
I don't really want to talk about it.
She said as she climbed on and wrapped her waterlogged arms around me. "After your little moment there when we first got to the Millers, I don't think you have much of an option," I said as the machine under us rumbled on.
Fine.
Tara sighed.
I'll explain as we drive.
"Okay," I replied. Then I pulled out the map and planned out our next route. It looked like there was nothing except open fields between us and our goal. That combined with the fact that the caravan would have to navigate several miles of dirt road to get to this place meant that it wouldn't be hard for us to beat them there, despite our stop. I tucked the map back into my vest and gunned the engine. The large tires tore into the earth and sprayed mud at the world behind us as we tore off across the flatland. The scattered sunlight and the cool wind quickly started to dry our clothes as we rode. "This won't take long, so you better start talking," I yelled back to Tara. I was going just fast enough so that we could talk over the wind.
It's kind of a long story,
she replied. "Then talk fast," I said. "We should make it to the next farm in 5 minutes, maybe less if the ground starts to firm up."
All right, fine.
Tara sighed.
Well, back before all of this happened, I was like a bit of a party girl.
"No surprise there," I said.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like a glamorous lifestyle,
she said.
Then one night, me and a couple girlfriends went out to this house party. It was a real high-class party, though in some multi-story mansion, and some celebrities were even supposed to be there.
"I take it that was not the case?" I asked.
It was really nice,
Tara said.
There were no celebrities, but it was the sort of party where it felt like they could have actually been there. Well, it started out like any other good party. We got some drinks, danced, and did a bit of flirting. A couple hours later, my friends started to go off with some of these guys they had just met. This wasn't exactly unusual, so I didn't think anything of it, but when a couple hours passed, I started to worry. I stumbled around and tried to find my girlfriends.
"I can guess the end of this," I sighed.
"Yeah,"
she growled.
"I found them passed out in one of the rooms, and a bunch of guys were... Fuck, it was disgusting. I started to yell at them, but one of the assholes hit me in the face and I got knocked out."
"I see." I took a deep breath and fought against the desire to press her for more details.
"They didn't actually, rape me,"
she said after a few moments.
"They knew who my father was, but my two friends also came from rich families."
"What happened after they knocked you out?" I finally asked.
"I woke up and the guys were gone."
Tara sighed.
"I called the police and my friends had to, they talked to the police and had to get examined."
"Did they catch any of the guys?" I asked.
"That's another reason I'm so mad."
Tara growled.
"It was this huge legal thing and police investigation, but none of the guys went to prison, even though I fucking saw them do it and there was DNA evidence. All of them were fucking rich too and had good lawyers. It took years to get resolved. No fucking justice. One of my friends got pregnant and she had to have an abortion, but these assholes still got off with little more than community service. My two friends were never the same though. They never smiled or laughed again and they never wanted to leave their houses."
"Fuck," I growled, and I could feel myself getting angry at the injustice in the world. "I get why you want to help Jenny. I do too. and I get your anger, but we are going to have to do this cold, calm, and efficient. Understand?
Yeah.
Tara said as she grabbed me tighter. Her whole body trembled, but I didn't think it was from the cold. It was from her rage.
I just can't let this happen to another girl.
She continued.
I felt like it was my fault because I got knocked out. Now I know how to fight and I want to make a difference. I know that this time I can help Jenny.
We'll get Jenny back, I assured her.
You're damn right we will.
Tara hissed.
I'll kill any one of those National Guard assholes who get in my way too.
Just don't let your anger get the best of you, I cautioned. I need you sharp, and I need you to listen when I give you orders. Can you do that?
Yeah,
Tara said.
I can do that.
Chapter 9. The trip through the fields and the trees was quick, and it wasn't long until we broke through the perimeter of forest that surrounded the last property. In front of us was a large open area with a small house and a large barn at the back of the property. All the fields were overgrown, and the one pasture was surrounded by broken fences.
I'd guess whoever lives here doesn't do much farming anymore.
Tara said as she stepped off the ATV. Yeah, the National Guard probably won't find much here, I said as I looked at the fields.
Maybe it's abandoned.
Tara suggested.
Farmers could have ran once the power went out.
Maybe, but we won't know until we take a look around, I said.
Do you think the National Guard have been here yet?
Tara asked. It doesn't look like it, I said. The road here is hardly direct, and they have to push through lots of unpaved space to make it out this far. If they were here already, we'd see their trucks, and if we missed them, we'd see the tracks the big tires left in the mud.
Looks like cutting through the fields worked after all.
Tara said.
Do you really think they'll make that trip?
I do, I said with a nod. These guys seem desperate, and I really doubt anyone told them that this place has been abandoned for a while.
So, what do we do then?
Tara asked. Let's go scout out the property, I said. If we hear the sound of trucks, we'll take cover in whatever building is closest. Ideally, we could ambush them here and end this quickly. I quickly hid the ATV in the tree line and tossed a couple branches over it. The camouflage patterns on it worked to our advantage, and it was almost impossible to notice unless you were right on top of it. Tara followed me as I started towards the barn. The blonde walked with confidence and had a determined grimace on her face as she scanned the quiet area. You look like you're ready for a fight, I said with a grin.
I am.
Tara said with a nod.
I wish that they would show up already, because I want to give these bastards a piece of my mind.
I'm sure they'll be here soon enough, I assured her. We just need to be ready when they do.
I know. I'm feeling a little impatient.
Tara said.
I really wanted to just kind of open up on those guys back when they were pulling away from the Miller's farm.
I'm glad you didn't, I chuckled.
Come on! I know better than to do something that stupid,
she said with a small laugh. Yeah, but you've also been understandably angry, and sometimes that can get in the way of reason, I said.
I know.
She sighed.
I haven't forgotten how I behaved, like right when we got to the Millers.
You did right by them in the end, I said. We arrived at the old barn. Peeling red paint revealed rotted wooden planks underneath, and as I pulled open the door, the entire thing seemed to shift and creak.
I wonder how much longer this thing's going to hold up,
Tara said as she inspected the interior. Let me peek inside, I said. There's a chance this thing is in better shape than it looks. They build these things to last.
Really?
She asked as she raised an eyebrow. There's only one way to find out, I said.
What's the point?
Tara asked.
Do you think there's any stuff in there?
No, but the loft would offer us a nice spot to shoot from if it's structurally sound, I explained. Just wait here a minute and keep your ears open. Then I turned on my flashlight and stepped into the barn. The whole place was coated in a thick layer of dust, and with each step, I kicked more of it into the air until I could see the beam of my flashlight in front of me. There was a lot of old equipment still housed here. A rusted red tractor sat half covered by a tarp, with shovels, pitchforks, and hung along one wall there were a couple large tractor attachments that I could only guess had once been used to tend the fields. Each of the interior support beams was solid and free of the rot that covered the aging exterior, and the staircase that led to the loft held my weight as I made my way upstairs. The loft was empty of everything except the dust that had taken over the place. I leaned out the loft window and waved at Tara, who waited below with her gun at the ready.
It looks good in here,
I said.
You sure it's not going to fall down?
She asked.
We should be good,
I said.
Anything going on out here?
Nothing yet.
She replied. I hurried back downstairs through the barn and out to where Tara still stood.
So, are we checking the house next?
The platinum blonde asked me.
Yeah, since we have the time,
I said.
Plus the loft in that barn would be a nice spot to shoot from.
The two of us started to make our way towards the distant farmhouse when the rumble of engines filled the air. A moment later, the first of 2 trucks came over a hill on the other side of the house.
Shit, back to the barn,
I said. The two of us returned into the old building and pulled the door partially closed behind us as a second truck crested the hill. We hurried up to the loft, laid in the dust, and watched as the 2 trucks parked.
What do we do?
Tara asked excitedly.
Just wait,
I said. We have to see what we're dealing with. 8 soldiers got out of the trucks and fanned out to check the area. They were all in uniform, and each of them carried an M4 carbine. I pulled up my rifle and used the scope to get a closer look. Aside from the carbine, they each had a sidearm and a couple of grenades. All of them wore a Kevlar vest with spare magazines and a knife. The fact that these guys carried grenades at all was a red flag. There was no reason a refugee relief team would be issued grenades, and even if they had been given some, they wouldn't have a reason to wear them. This told me everything I needed to know about the intentions of these soldiers. They were only interested in control, through fear and intimidation.
Where's the rest of them?
Tara whispered to me.
I guess they didn't want to send the whole convoy out to check on one lonely farm,
I replied.
That makes things easier for us. 8 guys shouldn't be too hard to take care of. We'll pick them off until just a couple are left. Then we can wound the last guys, tie them up, and find out where the rest of them are.
You make it sound easy,
she said.
They don't know we're here yet,
I said. That gives us a huge advantage. 6 men disappeared into the house, and the last 2 took up guard positions around the door.
I'm nervous,
Tara confessed.
I know we just fought those bikers, but those guys didn't have training or anything. They were pretty much just thugs.
At this point, that's all these guys are too, I said.
Yeah, well, that doesn't change the fact they have military training,
Tara said.
Hey, you're going to be okay,
I assured her. I can already tell you that these guys are not doing stuff by the book. They didn't breach that house, and these guards here are barely paying attention to anything.
I'm more worried about how well they can shoot,
Tara said. I doubt they've had a lot of practice with their guns since the EMP fell, I said to reassure her. You're probably a better shot than they are at this point.
I hope you're right.
The platinum blonde sighed. Trust me, we're going to be fine, I said. There's only 8 of them. I could probably take them out on my own with little trouble.
True,
Tara said.
We did just fight a way bigger group less than a week ago.
She took a deep breath and then smiled.
So, what's the plan?
There's a good chance they'll head this way next, I whispered. When they do, we have to be ready. I'll hide downstairs and you can stay up here in the loft. We'll wait for them to come inside and then try to pick them off one by one.
So what, like I knifed them or something?
She asked as she looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that'd be the best way to do it, I said. Your knife's sharp, right?
Of course,
she said.
I just sharpened it a few days ago.
Good, that'll help, I whispered. You want to take them down fast. If you just injure them, they'll yell and alert their buddies.
Okay, what do I do then?
Cut the throat like we've trained, I said. They'll bleed out fast and be unable to talk. That's only a good option if you have a really sharp knife, though. If you can't do that or are worried your knife isn't sharp enough, then go for the spot where your spine and your skull meet. I leaned over and touched the area on the back of her head. Stab there and twist your blade to sever their spinal column. That'll drop them immediately."
Any other easy-to-reach places?
Tara asked. "I know you are nervous," I whispered. "But you know this. We've spent hours training knife work. You tell me where to stab them."
The armpit, the front of the shoulder by the joint, and the inside of the leg up by the groin.
She recited quietly.
That's where the major arteries are.
"See, you know this. They'll obviously get a chance to make noise, but it's always a good place to remember if you get into a fight. Don't go for the chest, though. These guys are wearing Kevlar, and I really doubt you'd be able to do any damage."
So basically what you're saying is to remember all the stuff you taught us about knife fighting.
She chuckled, and I could tell she was feeling better. "Yeah, pretty much," I said. "Just try to do it quietly." The 6 guys came out of the house empty-handed. They all grouped up for a moment, and then one of them pointed at the barn. 5 of the men broke off and headed towards us in a loose group. "All right, stay put," I whispered as I crawled backwards towards the stairs.
Be safe,
Tara said quietly before I disappeared from her view. I made my way down the stairs and quickly found a place to hide. Once I was crouched down behind my chosen cover, a blue plastic barrel, I positioned myself so I could see the door and drew my knife. Then I slowed my breathing until I barely made a sound. "Oh, come on, do you really think there's anything in there?" someone asked.
"Probably not, but we won't know unless we check, will we?"
Another voice answered.
"No, sir,"
the first voice grumbled.
"All right, then get in there and see what you can see,"
the second voice commanded. The door to the barn creaked open, and 2 soldiers peered inside. "It's fucking dark in there," one of them said. "Then use your flashlight," the other replied. "Well, obviously," the first one scoffed. "I was just making an observation."
"Cut the chatter, morons,"
someone outside of the barn said.
"Just clear this place so we can get back to the others."
The first 2 guys split up and started to make their way through the barn. 2 more guys slipped into the barn after them and started to do their own search. None of the 4 men seemed to be regularly communicating, and they didn't move around in pairs. I smiled a little and held my position as I watched the men move. They had grown lazy, and none of them followed any sort of standard procedure. One of the soldiers slipped into a small stall at the back of the barn. That's when I made my move. I stayed low and used the junk in the barn to keep me out of sight of the other 3. The last guy was doing a quick sweep of the stall when I came up behind him, clapped my hand over his mouth, and drove my blade down into his neck. As I ripped my knife free, the little stall was painted with arterial blood. I let go of my target, and he slumped to the ground as a wet gurgle escaped his lips. Then I cleaned my blade on his pants and faded back into the shadows. "Man, there's nothing fucking here," one of the soldiers said. "Yeah, this place is a bust," another one of them replied.
"Relax,"
the third one said.
"Think of this like a small vacation. At least out here we're not getting yelled at by our CO."
"That's true," the second voice said. "It's nice getting to leave the base, too."
"Yeah, there are way too many ungrateful refugees back there,"
the first one said.
You can't blame them too much,"
the third one of them said.
"It's not like they see the shit we have to go through to get their food. Things would have been a lot easier if we didn't have to look after a bunch of civilians,"
the first one said.
"If it wasn't for the civilians, you'd have to do your laundry yourself,"
the third one said.
"Yeah, and you'd have to fuck yourself too,"
the second one chuckled.
Well, at least the women are worth keeping around,"
the first one said.
"I can't wait until tonight when we get to break in the new one,"
the second one chuckled.
"Yeah, it'll be nice to get a crack at her before the rest of the guys do,"
the other one replied. I guessed they were talking about Jenny, and I had to bite my tongue as I hid behind one of the tractor attachments. One thing I really hated was crooked cops and soldiers, and listening to these guys talk made me want to pull out my pistol and shoot them in the gut so they could think about their poor life choices as they died slowly from sepsis. Shooting these guys now would only serve to give away my advantage. Instead, I watched as one of the soldiers, a younger guy with short hair and peach fuzz, walked past me. I became the man's shadow as he headed for the back of the barn. Judging by the way the man casually held his rifle as he swept the dark corners with his light, it was clear that he had no idea about the danger that lurked behind him. I waited until I was sure none of the others could see us, and then I rose up and planted my knife in the back of his skull. There was a soft pop as I twisted the blade and severed his spinal column. That was followed by a soft thud as he slid off my blade and onto the floor. "Ah, shit!" I heard one of the remaining soldiers mutter. "We're not alone here." "What the hell are you talking about?" the other soldier said nervously. "Tyson's dead," the first one said. "Oh, there's so much fucking blood." "Shit! I'll go get Matt," the second guy screeched. I peered through the gloom until I could make out a dark shape with a flashlight running towards the front door. There was no way I could catch him before he got outside, and my chances of actually killing him if I threw my knife weren't great either. I was just about to grab my pistol and go loud when I saw Tara in the loft above. The fading daylight glinted off her sharp blade as she raised it up and jumped down. Tara landed hard on the running soldier, and his flashlight tumbled from his hand and landed a couple feet away, pointing back at him. The man opened his mouth to scream, but Tara shoved her knife through his throat, and his shout turned into a gurgle. The last soldier turned towards the noise Tara made and lifted his gun with trembling hands. If I didn't do something fast, he was going to get to Tara, so I broke into a sprint and charged the man with knife in hand. My footsteps were loud, so I knew the guy was going to hear me, but at least it wasn't a gunshot that would alert his remaining friends that there was trouble. "What the heck?" he said as he turned toward me, but his words were replaced with wet gasps as my blade split open the artery in his throat. He dropped his gun and tried to stop the bleeding. The door to the barn burst open as the man standing watch burst inside with his flashlight waving. "What's going on in here?" he shouted, and Tara rolled out of the way and scurried behind the tractor before the new guy's light could reveal her. "What the fuck?" the man muttered as his light landed on me and the gasping soldier. The man moved to point his weapon at me, but Tara drove a knife into his crotch and tore it down through his leg before he could pull the trigger. He gasped, but was silenced a moment later as Tara cut his throat. Then his twitching body fell on the barn floor, and Tara rushed over to me.
"Are you okay?"
The blonde asked me. "I'm good," I said.
"What do we do now?"
Tara asked. I walked over to the front door and peeked through the gaps between the wood. The 3 remaining guardsmen were still out by the house, chatting with one another. "Those guys outside by the house don't look like they've heard the fight," I whispered. "Get back to the loft, and I'll take cover by the door down here, and see if we can't take these guys alive."
"We only need one of them alive, right?"
Tara asked, as she pulled up her rifle and headed for the stairs. "Yeah, but try to wound him if you can," I said. "We don't know how chatty these guys are."
"Fine."
Tara groaned. Then she disappeared back up to the loft once more. I kept an eye on the guys outside and waited for her to get into her spot. Then I readied my rifle and took up a position just inside the door so I could swing out and support my blonde companion. "When you're ready, take the first shot," I quietly called up to her. Tara didn't say anything to confirm she heard me, but a moment later, I heard the crack of her rifle ring out through the enclosed space. Her first shot landed, and the man staggered backwards, but the 2 guys frantically looked as they scrambled to find cover. I leaned out to line up my first shot. "Don't forget about their armor," I shouted up to Tara.
"Yeah, thank you. I remember that now."
She replied.
I haven't had to deal with that before.
The guys weren't even sure where Tara's shot had come from, so I closed one eye and let out a slow breath as I steadied myself and put the sight right on the shoulder of the closest target. I squeezed the trigger and watched as a plume of red shot into the air, and the man fell to the ground screaming.
Nice shot!
Tara yelled. Only one of the soldiers was in a position to fire back, and I could tell by his erratic movements that he was panicked. He leaned out from behind the tree he had hid behind and sprayed the barn with gunfire. There was no consistency as to where the shots were landing, and none of them came close to hitting the mark. The sound of Tara's rifle filled the barn again as she took another shot at the man she had hit previously. I watched the soldier fall, but he didn't take a bullet to the shoulder. Instead, part of his head exploded in a spray of chunky gore.
Whoops. I was trying to hit his shoulder.
Tara groaned. I suppose we haven't really been able to practice shooting at this range, I said as I pulled the trigger. The chatter of gunfire stopped abruptly as the last soldier's knee was torn apart. He dropped to the ground and joined his friend in screaming.
Is that it?
Tara asked. Yeah, we got these guys, I said.
Man, I hope the rest of them go down this easy.
She said as she descended towards me. That's probably wishful thinking, I said. Come on, let's go see who's going to talk. Tara was just about to throw open the front door and head out when I stopped her. Careful. Let's make sure it's safe out there, I said. Tara took a step back and nodded. All right, we're coming out, I yelled. Drop your weapons and put your hands where I can see them. If you guys cooperate, then you won't have to die. Okay, I heard one of them shout. Then 2 pair of hands popped out from behind cover. Stand up, I ordered. The guy with the shoulder injury walked out from behind cover, but the other one stayed put. I can't, the second guy said. You shot me in the fucking knee! I sighed and shook my head. If we didn't need these guys alive, I would have ended them right then and there. It would have been far less risky than crossing an open field towards 2 men I knew were still armed. Come on, I said to Tara. We left the barn and marched out towards the wounded men. Keep your rifle ready. I still don't trust these guys not to try something, I said.
Got it,
Tara said with a nod. As if on cue, the guy with the blown-out knee reached down, pulled his pistol, and started to fire wildly in our direction. Take cover! I yelled as the first bullets flew by. Tara and I flattened ourselves against the ground as bullets flew in our direction. Thankfully, the man was firing blind and didn't come anywhere close to hitting us.
Damn it!
Tara shouted.
I wish we didn't have to keep these guys alive.
Just wait until he has to reload and then I'll rush him, I said. We're close enough that we should be able to get to him before he can get a fresh magazine in.
I'll follow your lead,
she said. A couple seconds later, the guys stopped shooting. Go, now! I yelled as I pushed myself up to my feet and charged forward. I closed the distance between me and the injured soldier in seconds and drove my knee into the side of his head. There was a loud thud, and he slumped over and dropped his gun into his lap. Tara leapt over the cover a moment later.
Looks like I missed all the fun.
There wasn't much to be done, I said.
Is he dead?
She asked. I dropped to a knee and pressed 2 fingers against his throat. Heart still beating. I just knocked him unconscious. Disarm him and tie him up. I'll go take care of the other one.
Got it,
Tara said. I sprinted off towards where I had last seen the first guy I injured, and I came around a large tree to find him leaned against it. Fuck you! He spat as he saw me. The man tried to go for his pistol, but I planted my foot in his chest. I don't want to kill you, but if you try anything, I won't hesitate to finish what I started. I sneered. The man stared at me for a moment with a grimace, but then he sighed and relaxed. Fine. Good, I said as I pulled my foot off him. Then I reached down and helped the guy to his feet. Is that house over there empty? There's nothing but dust and old furniture in there, the wounded soldier said. Perfect, I said. We're going to go in there, patch up that wound, and have a little chat. What if I don't feel like talking? The guy muttered. Then I'll put a bullet in your brain, I said. All right, I guess I'll talk, he said. Tara, how's it going over there? I yelled to my companion.
Got this guy tied up, but he's bleeding pretty badly.
She replied.
I don't know how long he's going to survive.
Bring him to the house, I ordered. We'll stop the bleeding and see if we can't wake him up.
I can't lift this guy,
Tara said. Then drag him, I said. Tara looked at me for a moment, shrugged, and then started to drag the unconscious man towards the farmhouse. Once we got inside, I set my prisoner down on a wooden kitchen chair and pulled some rope from my backpack. After I tied him up, I pulled out what few remaining medical supplies I had and did the bare minimum required to stop the bleeding. Tara joined me as I finished taking care of the first guy. Her prisoner was still unconscious, and he left a blood trail along the carpeted floor as she pulled him over to me.
Are we really going to stop the bleeding?
Tara asked as she propped the man up in a chair. Yeah, he's no good to us, dead, I said. You tie him to the chair and I'll take care of his wounds.
Fine,
Tara muttered. A few minutes later, the second guy was tied up in a similar fashion to the first, and he had a large bandage wrapped around his knee. However, he had already lost a lot of blood, and the dusty gray carpet underneath him was stained a deep red.
What do we do now?
Tara asked as she looked at our two prisoners. The first one had his head down and refused to look at us. Once in a while, he would glance over at his buddy and then quickly direct his gaze back at the floor. Have any water on you? I asked my platinum-haired teammate. Tara nodded and handed me a half-full water bottle. I popped the top and sprayed a bit of it on the face of the man with the wounded knee. He groaned, pulled open his eyes, and looked up at us.
Where am I?
He muttered weakly.
We're in that little farmhouse,
his buddy replied.
What are we doing back here?
The first guy asked. I pulled up a chair and took a seat in front of both of the men. Then I pulled out my pistol and placed it on my lap. Gentlemen, my friend and I have a few questions for you.
Fuck you! We're not telling you shit!
The first guy spat. Tara stood behind me and leaned on one of my shoulders.
We're running out of time and patience, so I would suggest playing along if you want to live.
Both men fell silent, shared a glance, and then hung their heads. It was clear these two cared more about living than they did their fellow soldiers.
All right. What do you want to know?
Chapter 10. I sat there with my arms crossed over my chest as I stared at the two wounded National Guard soldiers. They were a disgrace to their uniform and the country they had signed up to protect. I was happy that they were going to tell us shit, but the fact that they were so willing to give up their fellow soldiers left a bad taste in my mouth. I never would have given up my team, no matter what someone threatened to do to me.
Where's the rest of your caravan?
Tara asked.
This is it,
the pudgy guy said. Bullshit, I said. We know that you've already hit up 3 farms and taken at least a dozen head of cattle, a few chickens, and as much food as you can carry. You can't fit that much shit in those 2 trucks out front. Tara growled and pulled out her pistol and pointed the weapon at the wounded man.
I warned you that I'm getting impatient. Lie to us again and I will pull the trigger.
All right, I get it.
Sorry, the man said. His eyes were fixed on the gun only inches from his face. He swallowed hard and looked past the gun at me.
The rest of the convoy's waiting for us on the main road at the end of the driveway to this farm.
They didn't want to risk getting the full truck stuck in the mud, so they just sent a small group of us to check this place out. Since there are only a couple more farms we want to check out, they decided to hang out until we got back. How long is this driveway? Is there any chance they heard the fight we just had? I asked.
I don't think so,
the second guy said.
The driveway's like 3 miles.
How many men are left in the convoy? I asked.
12,
the second guy said quietly.
All armed with M4A1 carbines, M9 sidearms, and one guy's packing an M249 with a few thousand rounds of ammo.
They won't be as easy to take down as we were, the first guy said.
Our CO keeps us on our toes.
We might
have managed to stay alive if he had come with us," the other soldier chuckled. "Yeah, I guess that hard-ass was just trying to keep us alive after all," the first replied with a grin. "We're getting off topic." I thought it was a bit weird they were laughing about their CO, but that might have been an inside joke. "How many more trucks do you have in this convoy?" "Another 4 trucks," the first guy said. "They're all full to the brim with all the stuff we took today."
Including the girl?
Tara asked. "Yeah, including the girl," the second guy said with a nod.
You assholes better not have touched her.
Tara said through gritted teeth. "We wished we could. We don't get to have any fun while we're in the field," the second guy said. "At least not till we make camp. Once we do, we have to wait for the CO to have his fun before he tosses her to the rest of us." "Enough!" I snapped as I tried to force down my anger. "Why'd you start picking on these farmers now? It's been months since the EMP hit, so why wait?" "It was those fucking bikers!" the first guy said. "Every time we try to move up this direction, they would pick a fight with us. The guys in charge didn't want to waste resources on them, so we stayed put. Yeah, but then a few days ago our scouts came back and said that the way was clear," the other one said. "So we packed up some trucks and set up an outpost out here." "Fuck," I muttered. This was an inevitable effect of taking out the bikers and opening up the roads, but I had hoped it wouldn't be so immediate. "Tell me about this outpost of yours. How many guys are there?" "Around 60 soldiers," the first guy said. "Is that how many are waiting for you?" I asked. "No, there's about 40 guys left at the outpost," the same guy replied. 24 of us went out with this caravan," the other one said. "And all of you are National Guard?" I asked. "No Marines or Army guys?" "Nope. We never got the reinforcements we were promised," the second one said. Things went to shit real fast, and we were left all by ourselves to clean it up."
Well, it seems you've, done a pretty poor job so far.
Tara said. She glared at the wounded soldiers, and I could see the anger behind her narrowed eyes. "What do you guys have for armor or air support?" I asked. "None of that shit's working anymore," the first guy said. "These trucks are pretty much the only thing with an engine that runs. We have most of them out here with us to pick up supplies." "What about weapons?" I asked. "Anything heavy?" "We have some 50 cals, the other one said. "We don't have a lot of them, but we decided to bring a couple of them along in case the bikers were just lying low for a while." "How many rounds of ammo do those have?" I asked. "I don't know, maybe 4,000 rounds between the two," the guy said with a shrug. "Assaulting our outpost would be a bad idea, though," the other guy said. "We've cleared everything in 50 yards around the place, and we have fortifications and watchtowers set up. You guys wouldn't be able to get close without being noticed. Plus, you'd be severely outgunned," the other one said.
That didn't stop us today.
Tara pointed out, but I raised my hand a bit, and she cleared her throat. We didn't need to give these guys any more information. "How many civilians do you have there?" I asked. "Why would we bring civilians?" the first guy asked. "Don't play dumb with me, asshole," I growled. "Why would the soldiers do all the work when they have a perfectly serviceable slave force to do it for them?" The two men looked at each other and frowned. "Okay, yeah. We are using the civvies as a labor force," the second one sighed. "But it's only fair since we protect them and supply them with food and water."
You guys make me fucking sick.
Tara seethed. "Yeah, that's some pretty weak justification, boys," I said. "I'd guess that those civilian slaves would agree with us, and I bet they'd gladly help us if we decided to attack your outpost. How many are there?" 50, the first guy said. "Mostly dudes, but we brought along some ladies, too. We don't use them for manual labor, though." "I still think that trying to attack us would be a bad idea," the second guy chuckled. "Go ahead, though. Your death won't bother me," the first guy added. "Just as your deaths won't bother us," I said, and their faces paled. "Why are you guys even doing this?"
the first guy asked.
Because you came into our territory, stole from our neighbors, and kidnapped an innocent girl.
Tara hissed.
Shit like that doesn't go unpunished here.
Look, we're just following orders,
the first soldier said.
If we don't, then we get shot. The president declared martial bullshit,
I responded. You could have gone AWOL.
Now's not a good time to stir the pot,
the second one added.
If we try to leave, then they'll just hunt us down and hang us as an example to the others.
That stopped being a valid excuse the moment you decided to kidnap, enslave, and rape women, I said.
Yeah, your little sob story won't work here,
Tara added.
Well, you guys better get ready for a fight then. Because if you do somehow manage to take out the convoy, they'll send troops to come look for us,
the second guy said.
Yeah, the rest of our guys will make sure you pay for what you did to us,
the first guy spat.
Us soldiers share a special bond.
I couldn't help but let out a laugh. It was short and harsh, and the two wounded guys in front of me raised a curious eyebrow.
What's so funny?
The first one asked. I was a soldier, I said. I was a U.S. Army Ranger and I served 3 tours. Me and the guys I fought with had a special bond. I never would have sold them out for a chance at my life.
You don't understand,
the second one whined.
Things are different now.
No, they're not, I said as I stood. You were called on to protect the people of this country in this time of trouble. And instead you became honorless thugs who pick on those you swore an oath to defend. You fuckers make me sick. You don't deserve to wear that uniform or to call yourselves U.S. soldiers. Tara had heard enough. She shoved her gun into the face of the first guy, bared her teeth, and pulled the trigger. The floor behind him was painted with blood, brain, and bone.
Come on, please don't do that to me,
the second guy begged.
I'm not like him, okay? I never wanted to be part of any of this. I spoke out several times about how we were treating civilians, and I never once touched a girl who didn't want me.
I shook my head, raised my gun, and put a bullet into his heart. The man slumped forward and started to bleed onto the carpet again. All the color drained from Tara's face as she looked at me. She looked down at the gun in her hand like it was a snake and quickly set it down on a nearby chair. You okay? I asked.
I think so,
she whispered as she looked at me with wide eyes.
I just got so damn angry. Did I murder him? I just acted without thinking. Fucking fuckers, asshole, shithead cuts. Fuck those guys.
You had a good reason to be angry. And I don't think anyone would blame you for doing what you did. Also, if you hadn't shot him, I would have.
Are you really sure?
She sighed. Yes, I said as I picked up her pistol. Don't forget why we are doing this. We had to kill them. There was no other choice. You did good. Tara wiped away the tears that had started to form in her eyes and nodded.
You're right. We're so close to getting Jenny back.
Yeah, we are, I said. Even with all we know, this is going to be dangerous, though. And I need to know that you're going to be able to back me up.
I can do it,
she said as she took back her pistol.
I'm sorry I freaked out, but I'm still the girl for the job.
Good, I said with a smile. Let's strip all the soldiers of their gear and come up with a plan. I peeked out a nearby window and frowned. Darkness had started to creep into the orange sky. Let's do it fast, though. Jenny doesn't have much time. As we headed back towards the back, I looked over my shoulder at Tara. She looked happy enough at the moment, but I was still worried about her. The blonde had crossed a line back in the house that she had never had to before. I knew that her intentions were good and that putting a bullet in that asshole's head was the right thing to do, but it didn't mean it wouldn't bother her for a while. All I could do was hope that my words of encouragement had bolstered her enough to keep her steady for the rest of the day. Taking out this convoy wouldn't be easy, and I worried that we might not get out of this one unscathed. We didn't have a choice, though, and even if we did pull this off, it seemed we had even bigger things to worry about. The local outpost the National Guard set up would have to be dealt with, and that would probably only piss off the larger force working in Vermont. I was just glad that I wasn't alone in all of this, and I hoped taking on the bikers had done enough to prepare my girls for the fight to come. We collected the gear from all the guardsmen and ended up with 8 M4A1s, 8 M9 pistols, and 10 fragmentation grenades. Each of the soldiers also carried 3 spare magazines for their rifle and 1 for their pistol. I also pulled the Kevlar off the dead men. I kept 1 for myself, gave 1 to Tara, and tossed the rest into the back of the closest truck. These could be invaluable, and would also serve as amazing trade goods, with how violent everything seemed to be getting. We'd have to come back for them, though, as there was no way we could haul all this gear and sneak up on our target. As we picked the guys clean, I noticed that none of them had a service patch on their uniform. Not a single one of these guys had ever seen any real action. That explained a lot of their amateur behavior. However, I wasn't surprised. So far, these guys all seemed like the type whose only real service had been weekend drill every couple weeks.
So, what's the plan?
Tara asked, as we headed back towards the house with an armful of guns. Well, we're outnumbered, so a frontal assault is off the table, I said.
So what, sneak up on them and try to take out as many as possible before they realize what's happening?
Tara asked. Yeah, something like that is our best chance, I said. No matter what we do, it isn't going to be easy.
I'll do whatever it takes to make sure we get Jenny back safely,
she said. I know, and that's why we need a solid plan, I said. We know where these guys are, so getting to them won't be much of a problem, but we can't take a vehicle. Not if we want to get close without being noticed.
So we hike through the woods then?
Tara asked. Seems like our best bet, I said. We'll still need to be careful once we get close. I don't know how attentive these guys are going to be.
I'll move quietly then,
Tara said with a smirk.
What about once we get there? Is it as simple as finding a good spot and opening up on them?
Kind of, I said. We want to focus on whoever has the machine gun first, and if you see an officer, make sure you try to take him down.
What exactly does an officer look like?
Tara asked. Just target anyone telling others what to do, I said. That's a lot easier than trying to read the soldiers' patches in the middle of a firefight.
All right, that seems pretty easy,
Tara said with a nod. We'll want to hit them hard and fast, I said. Try to change spots often if you can. That'll help you stay safe and also give the impression that there are more of us than there are.
What if they pin me down and I can't move?
Tara asked. Then I'll do what I can to help you, I said. One thing we really need to focus on is landing our shots, though. We don't want to hit Jenny or any of the animals, so make sure you don't go too wild with the shooting.
Are you trying to say I'm a bad shot?
Tara asked as she looked at me and raised an eyebrow. No, but things are going to get hectic, I said. Come on, let's make sure we have the gear we need and head out. We can work out the rest of the details on our trip. I pulled 6 spare magazines from the M4s, tucked them into my pockets, and attached 2 grenades to my belt. After that, I did a quick check of my other equipment. My pistol was clean, loaded, and ready for combat. Dried mud clung to parts of my rifle, and while it had worked earlier, I wished I had a chance to clean it before our next fight. There wasn't enough time for me to stop and do that now, but I cycled the action several times, made sure there was no dirt in the barrel, and called it good. The thing had been reliable so far, so I just had to trust that it would keep going. Tara traded out her M16 for one of the M4s. It was a lighter and easier-to-handle option that would fit the magazines she had brought along with her.
You think we should take some grenades?
The platinum blonde asked. You know how to use them? I asked.
Just pull the pin and throw, right?
She asked. That's the general idea, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to bring one, I said. They can cause a lot of damage, and it'd be too easy to hit Jenny or the animals by accident.
Sad,
Tara said, as she set down the one she had been holding.
I was kind of hoping to get to blow a couple of these bastards up.
Another day, I said. We'll have bigger problems that will require bigger weapons.
Well, I think that means I'm ready to go,
Tara said.
Got more than enough ammo and a nice new gun.
Same, I said. We should be able to follow the driveway through the woods and towards the main road. We'll just stay in the trees and make sure the driveway is in sight.
Lead on then,
Tara said as she nodded to the gravel path. We slipped into the woods and moved far enough away from the edge that it would be hard to see us. I pulled out my map and checked it against where I knew we were. The driveway was only about a half-mile long, so I figured we could make the trip in under 10 minutes if we ran. "We're not far away," I said. "We'll run there, see if they are still waiting at the end of the service road, and then take them on."
What happens to our plan if they've moved?
Tara asked. "Then we'll run back to the ATVs and chase them down," I said, as I gestured to Tara, and we continued our run through the trees. The forest felt peaceful and alive as plants and animals enjoyed the warmth after the rain. The sun that streamed through the canopy was warm, and I wished that today had taken a different turn. Maybe then I would have been able to enjoy what was around me. I shook my head, kept my rifle at the ready, and focused on the fight ahead. We were up against steep odds, but I couldn't fail. My heart raced as my mind was filled with dozens of ways this whole plan could fall apart. I let out a slow breath and forced myself to calm down. My heartbeat slowed as I pushed out the fearful and worried thoughts. They would do nothing but slow me down and cause me to make stupid mistakes. Instead, I focused on bits of my past training. I thought about how to line up an accurate shot, how to move without being heard, and in what order to take out my targets.
Hey, you okay?
Tara asked. I nodded and opened my eyes.
All right, it just looked like you kind of zoned out there for a moment.
She said.
Was afraid you might run into a tree.
The platinum blonde grinned. I was just going over some things in my head, I assured her.
You ready?
She asked. As ready as I can be, I said.
That's not what I hoped to hear.
She said. Sorry, but I've made a habit of not lying to you guys, and I'm not going to start now, I said.
I appreciate it, but sometimes I really wish you would just lie and tell me everything's going to be all right.
She laughed. I'd rather you know what you're getting into, I said. We have the element of surprise and a whole range of trees to use as cover, though. I think our chances are pretty good.
You think?
She asked with a frown. Nothing's certain. But you saw how we handled those guys at the farm. There aren't that many more of them here.
Yeah, but we can't pick these guys off with knives before shooting starts,
Tara said. We don't know that for sure, I said. They might have some sort of perimeter guard. We could try to take them out first, like we did with the guys in the barn. We both fell silent as we got closer, and soon enough I could make out the trucks and troops through the trees. I could hear the faint sound of laughter and smell cigarette smoke. I sunk into a crouch and moved slowly through the trees until the convoy was in full view. Then I moved onto my belly and crawled a little closer. All 16 soldiers milled about the area, but Jenny was nowhere to be seen. 8 of the guys sat around a makeshift table in the middle of the trucks and played a game of cards while they smoked. 4 soldiers seemed positioned as guards to watch both sides of the road, but no one seemed particularly interested in the surrounding forest. The last of the guardsmen all stood around the back of one of the trucks. One of the 4, a broad-shouldered man with a gray flat-top haircut, had a lieutenant patch on his uniform. That's their officer, I whispered to Tara as I pointed him out. We'll want to take him down first.
Where's the big gun?
She asked. I don't know yet, but you'll know it when you see it, I replied. We sat there for a few more minutes and just observed the caravan. None of them seemed particularly on edge, and the guards even walked off from time to chat with one of their friends. The entire thing was sloppy, unprofessional, and easy to exploit. I turned my attention to the terrain around us. The side of the woods we were on had a small ridge off to my right, an outcropping of rocks a few feet in front of us, and several dense clumps of foliage that would be easy to hide in. There were also a good number of trees that would not be hard to climb, but they didn't provide nearly as much protection. The terrain on the other side of the road was even better for an ambush. It was hillier, had several nice-sized rocks, and would allow us to get an elevated position to fire from. All right, so here's the plan, I whispered. I'm going to head up towards that ridge. I pointed to my right. Once I'm in place, I'm going to try to take out the officer.
Where am I going to set up?
Tara asked. Over there, I said as I pointed across the road. These guys are not very attentive, and once I start shooting, they'll be focused entirely on me. After I start, you take advantage of the chaos and slip across the way. Take position by those rocks over there. Then we can catch these guys in a crossfire that they can't hide from, and our angles will put the trucks between us so we won't accidentally shoot each other.
I'll get into position.
Tara said with a nod. Good. Be safe and aim true, I replied. She smiled, gave me a thumbs up, then started to crawl towards a dense patch of brush nearer the edge of the woods. I turned my attention to the ridge on my right. It would be a slow climb, as there was not as much cover leading up to the top. Thankfully, once I was there, I could use the rocks and one tree trunk to hide myself from view. I checked the caravan one more time before moving. Not much had changed. The 4 soldiers still half-heartedly watched the road, and the laughter around the game of cards had grown louder. The officer was done talking with the guys he was with before, and now did a circle through the area with his hands behind his back. The last 3 guardsmen seemed to be in a defensive position at the back of the same truck I had seen them by earlier. If I had to guess, I'd say that was the one Jenny was in. I made a note to be extra careful when firing in that direction. I wormed my way through the woods and started my slow ascent towards the top of the ridge. The journey was painstakingly slow, but I moved from sparse cover to sparse cover in such a way that it would be almost impossible for anyone below to see me if they happened to glance my way. By the time I got to the top, my arms and legs were a little sore, but I pushed my discomfort aside and set up behind a small selection of basketball-sized stones. Then I took a second to let my body relax and force my heart rate down before shifting my rifle into position. I sat there and patiently waited for the officer to wander into the open and started to line up my first shot. Then I let out a slow breath and pulled the trigger. Chapter 11. The lieutenant's brain blew out the back of his skull, and the rest of the caravan jumped into action as his body tumbled to the dirt. The men all grabbed their guns, screamed, and took cover. Most of them used the trucks as they scanned the area and tried to find out where the shot had come from, but since I'd only fired a single shot, they didn't know exactly where I was. Soon, they'd figure it out. I moved my sight over to a man who had taken cover with his side to me. It was a less obvious shot than the few assholes who were taking cover with their backs completely exposed, so I reasoned that it would confuse them even more. I took the shot, and the bullet ripped through his neck and ended him.
God damn it, where's that coming from?
One of the soldiers shouted out, and the others screamed as they searched the tree lines. I pulled the trigger again and took down another soldier. He fell to the ground, screaming as blood poured out of a couple fresh holes in his arm. With another shot, I silenced his screams.
Shots came from the left side!
A guardsman screamed as he moved to inspect his dead companion, but I pulled the trigger on my rifle again, and those were the last words he spoke. I stayed low and tried to line up a shot, but the remaining soldiers shifted quickly into proper cover and started to return fire. Their shots were still wide, but at least I had their attention, and they were all turned in my general direction. I saw Tara dart out of her hiding spot and rush across the road a little ways away from the soldiers. Her timing was perfect, and none of our enemies even noticed her slip into the trees on the opposite side. Now, I just had to keep them busy while she found a good spot to shoot from.
Get that MG set up!
I heard one of them shout.
Position it to aim at the left side! You even think you see a muzzle flash, you open fire!
3 guys disappeared inside one of the trucks for a moment and came out with more gear. One of them carried the M249, and the other 2, a tall, lanky guy with buzzed blonde hair and a stern-looking guy with a face tattoo, carried olive green ammo cans. Several other soldiers started to pull wooden crates from a couple of trucks and set up a small barricade for them to place the machine gun behind. The man with the machine gun was doing a quick check of the weapon as I lined up my shot. I let out a slow breath and pulled the trigger. The gunner screamed and fell forward onto the crates as blood streamed from his shoulder. The gun clattered to the ground, but was scooped up by another soldier. He went to set it up on top of the crates, but I took him down with a well-placed shot to the head.
God damn it, he's up on the ridge! Pin him down!
One of the guys yelled. All the soldiers popped out of their chosen cover and started to pour fire in my direction. I ducked down and gritted my teeth as I heard shots fly over me. Someone must have picked up the machine gun because I heard it roar to life and spray the hillside and forest around me with constant gunfire. I pressed my face into the cold stone as leaves, bark, and dirt rained down around me.
You two! Push through the forest and get up that hill!
I faintly heard one of them shout. I couldn't stay here. The machine gun had too much ammo and would keep me pinned long enough for the other troops to surround me if they got the chance. Even if Tara pulled their attention off me, it'd be easy enough for them to surround me if I didn't move. So I stayed on my belly and started to push myself away from the crest of the hill and back towards the trees. A fresh wave of confusion fell over the soldiers as a shot rang out from the other side of the woods. The machine gun went silent.
Fuck! Shooters on both sides!
One of the men yelled.
Fall back into cover!
Another added. I smiled, slipped into the trees, and took up a new position behind a fallen log in view of the caravan. The latest gunner was slumped over the makeshift barricade, with blood dripping from the back of his head. The rest of the soldiers scrambled to find new cover as another shot rang out and caught one of the men in the arm. For the moment, I was all but forgotten, and I lined up a clear shot as the soldiers started to fire wildly into the forest on the opposite side. One of them tumbled backwards as Tara caught him in the eye. I grinned as the men only seemed to grow more frantic. Then I squeezed the trigger and caught another one of them in the neck. It was hard for them to find anywhere safe now that there was one of us on either side.
What do we do?
A guardsman screamed.
They are on both sides of us!
From my new vantage point, I saw a burly man with a bald head dart out of cover, grab the machine gun, and duck out of sight before I could line up a shot.
Stay calm and keep your eyes open,
he shouted. The guys around him seemed to listen well enough, meaning they probably had some sort of history together.
You guys focus on that side. I'll see if I can take care of the first guy,
the bald man said. He popped up and anchored the machine gun atop the small folding table the men had been playing cards on a couple minutes ago. I swung my rifle into place, lined up a shot, flipped, and rapidly pulled the trigger 3 times. The weapon punched into my shoulder as 3 rounds were sent down range. The man barely got off a single shot before he took the bullets to the chest and staggered backwards out of cover. He gasped for air and tried to make it back into cover, but I let off 4 more rounds and took him down.
Shit!
A soldier yelled.
God damn it, where are they now?
A third cried out. The whole convoy had been overtaken by a state of panic and confusion, and the constant irate mooing of the cows probably didn't do them any favors.
I see you, you fucker!
A soldier, peeking over the left side of a truck, taunted as he opened fire.
This is for my friends!
His shots were actually pretty accurate, so I had to duck behind my log for a few moments. Then, the chunky sound of the M249 took over. The chunky sound of its constant gunfire echoed through the trees as it started to tear the forest apart around me. I peeked over the log for just a moment and saw the 2 guys who had pinned me down. They had taken cover behind one of the trucks in a way that meant they couldn't be seen by Tara. I was the only one who could really get a shot off at them, but they were keeping the pressure on.
Shit, this isn't good,
I muttered to myself. I was pinned and my options were limited. If I didn't have to worry about Jenny and the livestock, I would have chucked a grenade. Instead, I swapped out for a fresh magazine and weighed my options. I could run, but there was a very slim chance that I could make it to a safer place without taking at least 1 bullet. Another option was to blind fire over the rocks and hope I suppressed them enough to make a move. Again, the problem was that I didn't know what I was shooting at, and I could too easily hit Jenny by accident. If I knew where she was, it wouldn't be an issue, but there'd been no way to tell for sure which truck she was in.
Move up,
The machine gunner shouted.
we've got this guy pinned, so surround him and make sure he doesn't get away.
Time was running out. Every second I sat there, my chances for survival dropped. If I could take out that gunner, then I would not only take out their biggest gun, but also the thing holding this team together. There was a chance that his death would send them into a panic once more, giving me the precious seconds I needed to fire back and force them into cover. My only hope would be to roll the dice and hope that I got lucky enough to pull it off. I took a deep breath and tried to prepare myself for what I had to do as I heard footsteps approaching. Suddenly, the machine gun went quiet, and a moment later a grenade landed at my feet. "Fuck," I muttered. Instinct took over, and I dove forward, scooped up the grenade and cast it into the woods in front of me. The small green ball exploded in midair, 30 feet in front of me. I let out a yelp as an intense pain shot through my upper arm. I looked down to see a jagged tear across my bicep. It wasn't serious, but it hurt like hell, even through my raging adrenaline. For a moment, everything went quiet, though I could just as easily have been deafened by the grenade.
Did we get him?
Someone asked. The sound was muffled like I was underwater. I needed fucking earplugs. The sound of a distant rifle rang out. It must have found its mark, since I heard the soldiers swear. I peeked over my cover and saw the gunner dead, with a hole in the side of his head. The few remaining guardsmen looked to be hiding behind heavy cover. I couldn't see more than a bit of uniform or gun barrels sticking out.
How many of them are there?
Another guy asked.
I don't know, but keep your heads down,
His buddy replied. I winced as I pushed myself up high enough to set my rifle on the log. As I gripped the rifle, the throbbing pain grew more intense, but I gritted my teeth and tried to focus. These guys were going to get tired of hiding eventually, and all I had to do was wait until they showed themselves.
You know what? Fuck this!
One of them shouted.
Yeah, I didn't sign up for this.
Another agreed.
Run!
A third one yelled out from where he hid. Idiots. All but 3 of the soldiers left their cover and tried to make a break for it. They didn't get far before Tara and I filled them with many holes and dropped them to the ground. I ducked back behind cover and reloaded. This fight was all but ours, though if I got careless, things could still go poorly. I looked back over to the ridge I started on. If I could get back on top of it, there was a chance that the elevation would make the soldiers' cover worthless. As I started back up towards the ridge, I saw that across from me, Tara was on the move as well. She was just inside the tree line and quickly hurried to take cover behind the base of a large tree. She crouched down behind sparse cover and lined up a clean shot that went right through one of the remaining soldiers. The last 3 guys turned at the sound and went wide-eyed as they watched their buddy fall to the ground as blood poured from his open wound.
Hey, I think I see one!
One of the soldiers said as he pointed in Tara's direction. Tara ducked down, but the guardsman never got the chance to shoot at her. I opened fire and caught the man with several rounds. He staggered to the ground as his Kevlar absorbed most of the impact. The man tried to speak, but couldn't find the words before another 2 bullets ripped apart his skull. Tara leaned out of cover, rifle in hand, and took a couple shots at the remaining guys. None of them connected, but it kept them pinned. One of the soldiers looked at the direction of the sound of my gunshots.
Shit, he's on the ridge again! Yeah, and the other one's behind us!
His buddy replied. The other guardsman threw down his gun and raised his hands into the air.
All right, don't shoot, I give up!
What about you? I yelled to the other one as I leveled the rifle at him. The guy thought it over for a moment as he stared at me, but then sighed and tossed down his gun.
All right, fine. I surrender.
Tara rushed out from her spot behind the tree, kicked the rifles away, and took away their pistols. These particular guys weren't armed with grenades, like the soldiers we fought at the farm, so she didn't spend a lot of time searching them.
Now get on your knees,
She ordered. I picked my way down the hill and met her on the road.
Please, don't hurt us,
One of the two, a fat-faced man with a curly beard, begged.
we'll tell you anything you want to know.
The other guardsman, a short man with hairy hands and a buzz cut, looked back and forth between me and Tara.
Wait, is it just the two of you?
Yeah?
Tara hissed.
How the hell did two people take out our entire convoy?
The fat-faced soldier asked.
Because you are all a bunch of bitches.
Tara growled.
Now tell me where the girl is before I put a bullet in your fucking heads.
That one. The buzz-cut soldier gulped as he pointed to one of the trucks. Stay put, I told them. Tara, if they move, shoot 'em.
Gladly,
She said. I walked over to the truck, pulled the flap back, and looked inside. There were boxes of dry food, some toiletries, blankets, and half a dozen pillows. There, at the back, tied to the truck, was a very frightened-looking red-headed woman. It was Jenny. Tears streamed down her face, and for a moment she tried to scream through the tape that closed her mouth. Hey, it's all right, I said quietly as I stepped into the truck. It's me, Tav. I clicked on my flashlight and shined it on myself. Jenny stopped trying to scream and tried to wipe away her tears. She raised her bound hands in front of her and nodded at them. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get you free, I said with a nod. I pushed past the stolen goods, pulled out my knife, knelt in front of the trembling woman, and cut her free. Jenny immediately tore the tape off her mouth, threw her arms around me, and started to sob uncontrollably. It's going to be okay, I said as I rubbed her back. Those guys who took you won't bother you anymore.
thank you.
She managed to get out between sobs. For a few minutes, I just knelt there and let Jenny cry. I didn't know if they had done anything to her, and I didn't care to ask.
Is everything okay in there?
Tara called out. Yeah, we'll be out shortly, I replied. Jenny pulled back and wiped away her tears. She sniffled for a moment, shook her head, and then took a deep breath. I have a couple of the National Guard guys prisoner, I said. I need to ask them a few questions before we take you home. You can stay here if you'd like.
I think I might do that.
Jenny said quietly. It's going to be okay, I said with a soft smile. Then I gave her one last pat on the shoulder and went back outside. Tara paced back and forth behind the two soldiers. Both of the men quietly stared at the ground in front of them as if it was the most interesting thing they had ever seen.
Your arm, it's...
Tara started to say. It's fine, I interrupted her. But then I looked down and saw blood dripping from my fingers and a smear on my bicep where I'd hugged Jenny. I'd deal with it later. Now I had to take care of these assholes. Where to begin? I said as I stepped up to them. I've never met a group of soldiers I disliked more than you lot. Kidnapping women? Come on. Is that really the kind of men you've become? One of them looked up at me and frowned. We were ordered to bring back any attractive women. Who gave you that order? I asked as I crouched down and stared directly into his eyes. The colonel, the man stammered.
Who's that?
Tara asked.
He's the officer in charge of the outpost.
The hairy-handed man muttered.
He's the one who sent us out here in the first place.
This colonel have a name? I asked.
His name is Colonel Harkness,
The pudgy man said with a nod.
No one calls him that, though. For some reason, he doesn't want people to use his name. Instead, he just insists on being called the Colonel. He's the kind of guy who'd probably shoot me if he knew I told you that.
I rolled my eyes. I had dealt with a couple of wannabe military assholes like this in the past. They were self-proclaimed tough guys who gave themselves titles that they thought would make them sound imposing. Well, I'm really tired of hearing the "I was just following orders" excuse, I said as I stood. When was your convoy expected to return to the outpost? We were given 3 days, the buzzcut one said. The colonel didn't know what sort of resistance we might meet, so he told us to take our time. Is this your first day out? I asked. Yeah. Things were going smooth, too, the soldier said. We were going to celebrate our spoils tonight, then head back in the morning to impress the colonel.
Did anyone tell him you were coming back tomorrow morning?
Tara asked. No, because if something happened, we didn't want to keep him waiting, the pudgy one muttered.
That means we have a couple days before this outpost knows something's wrong then, right?
Tara asked as she looked at me. Yeah, it gives us a bit of time to plan, I said with a nod. Where's this outpost of yours? It's like 10 miles down Route 116 toward Burlington, Buzzcut said. You'll see it when you get close. The first thing we did when we arrived there a couple days ago was to set up watchtowers. I heard you also had some sort of fortifications, I said. Yeah, how many people do you have? He asked. Just the two of you?
Do you want to get shot in the fucking face?
Tara growled as she slapped the side of her rifle barrel into his face.
We ask the questions, you answer, fucker.
Sorry, he whined after Tara smacked him. What sort of fortifications are we talking about? I continued. Well, we set up in an old elementary school, so we have a nice chain-link fence surrounding our entire area, Buzzcut said. There's a real small town around the school, too, and we have all the roads blocked with those concrete construction barriers. We've boarded up all the windows, too, the other one said. All unnecessary entrances have been barricaded to give us less to defend. And in addition to watchtowers, we have patrols that walk the fence to make sure there are no breaches. Sounds like you've got a lot done in 2 days, I said. You must have brought along a lot of civilians. The statement was redundant, given what we had learned earlier, but I wanted to make sure our information was correct. We brought almost 50 civilians with us, Buzzcut said. Most of them are male, but there are a dozen females that are being used to help keep morale up among the troops. That's what the girl in the truck was going to be used for, too, the other one said.
You fuckers didn't even bother to learn her name, did you?
Tara scoffed. I saw her grip tighten around her rifle, and I raised a hand to calm her before she did anything rash. What else can you tell me about this outpost? I asked. What do you plan to do once you have all your fortifications set up? We were going to start working on traps, the pudgy one said. The colonel figures that either the bikers will be back at some point or whatever group took them out might head this way. What sort of traps? I asked. We have a few bundles of razor wire, the other one said. Why the fuck do you guys have razor wire? I yelled. You were supposed to set up a refugee center! Yet you have razor wire, machine guns, and grenades! At first, all we had were service rifles and sidearms, Buzzcut said. Food at the refugee center was running out and tensions were getting high. Then the colonel showed up with 40 extra men and a whole bunch of hardware. He helped us keep the civilian population in check and fend off the bikers. He butted heads with our CO, though, Pudgy said. That's why I was sent to start up this outpost. I shook my head and gritted my teeth. Each new bit of information only served to anger me more. Though the story made at least some sense in my mind, this colonel guy sounded like he wasn't officially part of the military. At least not anymore. He probably took a bunch of gear and the troops that were loyal to him and headed off to find a place he could control, like a little tyrant. Jenny emerged from the truck. There were no tears in her eyes anymore, but she held herself tightly and didn't get too close.
Hey, Jenny. I'm Tara.
My friend rushed over to the redhead and wrapped her in a large hug.
How are you doing? I've honestly had better days,
Jenny said.
Nice to meet you. It's okay, it's over now,
Tara said.
These guys can't hurt you anymore. It's not over yet,
Jenny said, as she nodded to the remaining soldiers. She looked down at Tara's gun, and then at the soldiers on their knees in front of me.
Let me finish this.
Tara looked at me and raised an eyebrow. I looked at Jenny, and then at the two men in front of me. I didn't have any more questions for these two. They had shown me what sort of men they were the moment they surrendered. Give her your gun, I told Tara. I'd gotten all I needed from them.
Wait, I thought you said you would let us live,
the pudgy one said. What I said was that I might let you live, I said. Jenny brushed past me, with Tara's handgun clutched tightly in one hand.
Hey, we didn't even do anything to you,
Buzzcut exclaimed.
No, but you would have if they hadn't come along,
the redhead hissed. Then she leveled the gun at his face and pulled the trigger. The Buzzcut soldier's head snapped back, and he fell hard onto the pavement. Jenny swung the pistol sideways until it was level with the second one's face.
I was just following orders,
the pudgy one yelled.
Let me live and I'll just run off. You'll never see me.
Fuck you,
the redhead said, before she pulled the trigger. As the pudgy one fell, she fired again and again, until the gun's slide locked back and the soldier's head was a pile of red mush on the ground. I stepped in and pried the gun out of her hands. Jenny dropped to the ground and started to sob. She leaned forward and pounded her fists against the dead man's chest.
Fucking bastards. What do we do?
Tara asked as she walked up to me. We let her grieve, I said as I handed her pistol back to her. Let's start stripping the gear off these guys and getting the trucks ready for transport. With any luck, we might be able to make it back to Betty's farm before dark. She nodded, but stood there a moment with her eyes fixed on the sobbing redhead. Come on, I nudged. We'll keep an eye on her while we work.
All right. Make sure she doesn't do anything stupid,
Tara said. I will, I said with a nod. Tara sighed and then started to pick the bodies clean of gear. I grabbed a blanket from where I had found Jenny, draped it over the sobbing woman's shoulders, and then got to work looting the dead, too. Chapter 12. We started the tedious task of going over each and every soldier to strip them of their gear. Almost all of them had an M4A1 carbine, an M9 pistol, and extra ammo. These guys didn't have as many grenades as the guys at the farm, but I still pulled 6 more fragmentation grenades and a single flashbang from the corpses. I was thankful they had not been in a better place to deploy their grenades against us. Jenny still sat in a small pile of blankets on the side of the road, and she rocked back and forth and continued to cry while Tara and I did our work. I let out a sigh and shook my head. It was clear that she needed more than just time to get over her day. I didn't feel like I could do anything to help her, but I couldn't just let her sit there either. Hey, Jenny, how's it going? I asked as I knelt down beside her. Jenny looked up at me and, with tears in her eyes, shook her head. Sorry, I sighed. I wish I knew what to say, but I don't. All I can do is promise you that I'll do everything I can to prevent something like this from ever happening again, and hope that it helps some. Jenny nodded and wrapped me in a large hug again. She squeezed me tight and laid her head on my shoulder. We sat there until Tara joined us a few minutes later. The platinum blonde had a soft smile on her dirty face.
Hey, guys,
she said gently. Hey, I said as I gave her a small wave. Tara knelt down beside us and rubbed Jenny's back in an attempt to comfort the hysterical woman. We really have to get everything ready to go before it gets dark, I said quietly to Jenny. If you'd like, you can climb into the cab there and wait for us to finish up. Jenny pulled away and shook her head.
I'd like to help. Are you sure?
Tara asked.
Yeah, the best thing for me to do right now is to work,
she replied.
Doing something useful will help get my mind off this day.
Okay, I said with a nod. I pulled off my backpack, grabbed my water bottle, and tossed it to Jenny. Drink that. You need the water way more than I do right now. Jenny nodded, popped the top, and drained the bottle in one long chug. When she was done, she let out a sigh, stood up, and tossed the bottle back at me.
Okay. I'm ready.
She sniffled and wiped her bleary eyes.
What do you want me to do?
Start moving that pile of guns into the back of this truck, I said, as I pointed to the closest forest camo-painted beast. Tara and I are almost done unloading all of them. We'll add them to the pile as we do.
All right, I can do that.
Jenny said. She walked over to the pile and picked up an M4. She turned it over in her hands and inspected the weapon before she looked back up at me.
Do you think I can keep one of these?
Of course, I said. There are more than enough to go around. Jenny slung the rifle over her shoulder and then picked up another 2. She carried them to the truck, tossed them into the back, and came back for more. You've, made sure we stripped these guys of everything but their clothes, right? I asked Tara.
Yeah, I think so.
Tara said. Did you get their vests? I asked.
Oh, no, I didn't think of that.
She admitted.
I was too busy worrying about the guns.
Just grab the Kevlar that looks to be in good shape. I have a feeling we might need a few of them in the days to come.
Maybe an assault on this outpost will go as well as our battle today did?
Tara said as she propped up a soldier and stripped his vest from him. Maybe, but we got lucky today, I said as I tossed another M9 into the pile. The next body I rolled over was the officer that had accompanied them. His gray flat top was stained with his own blood. He didn't carry the same sidearm as his men. Instead, he had an old Colt 1911 tucked into a shoulder holster. There were 2 spare magazines with it, and one in the gun itself. I tucked the magazines into my pocket so that I could give them to Anna next time I saw her. They would fit her own 1911 nicely. I got to the M249, unloaded the belt of ammo, and hefted it onto one shoulder. It was heavier than the other guns, and I didn't feel like making Jenny carry this one.
That looks like it could do some serious damage.
Tara said. It fires a lot of bullets pretty fast, but these things are better for suppressing people than killing them, I said. The M249 would make an amazing addition to our base defenses back on campus. We could set this up on the roof of the dorm building and then maybe build a roof and some cover around it. From there, we would be able to cover almost the entire campus grounds. If we could take out this outpost, then we could take the 50 cals and put one on each rooftop. The more gear we got, the less worried I was about future assaults. The number of advantages we had when defending our home were huge.
I'm glad none of you got hit by it.
Jenny said as she passed me on her way back to the pile for more guns. They tried, but Tara and I took them down too fast for them to really fight back, I said. Once I got to the truck, I pulled the flap back and looked inside. Our collection of weapons was an unorganized pile. These things were durable, but I still didn't like them sliding around in the metal truck bed. I set the machine gun down, gently, on the bench and looked around. That's when I spotted the crates they had used to make a barricade. Tara, what's inside those? The platinum blonde stopped what she was doing and rushed over to the small pile. She popped open the top crate and pulled out a green package. It was growing dark, but even the dim light of early evening was not enough to keep me from recognizing MRE packaging. I smiled and let out a laugh.
What are these?
Tara asked as she pulled out another one. Those are food, I said. Military rations. Each one of those packages contains a full meal.
Are they good?
Jenny asked. Oh, God, no. I chuckled. Why do you think these guys were stealing livestock?
Fair point,
Jenny said. Tara, empty the MREs into the truck we found Jenny in, and then bring me those crates, I ordered. We'll load the guns up in them so they aren't just loose.
On it,
Tara replied as she hefted the first crate over towards the truck. After she dumped all of the MREs into the truck, she brought me the crate, and I started to fill it full of M4A1 carbines. It took 3 crates in total to hold all of the carbines. Another was filled with the M9 pistols, and a 5th one was used to hold the 5.56 and 9mm ammo we scavenged from the dead. We also ended up with 14 usable Kevlar vests. They were easily the best thing we had managed to get out of this fight, especially with what we had to do next. The sky was a deep orange by the time we finished looting the bodies, but we had a nice large transport truck full of guns and gear that served as a nice reward for our day's work. "We should burn the bodies," I said.
Can't we let the animals eat them?
Tara asked. "No. We will need to come back through here soon, and I would rather not have to deal with wild beasts crossing the road," I explained.
I'll gladly help you burn them.
Jenny said quietly. "I thought you might," I said. "Drag the bodies into the middle of the road. I don't want to worry about lighting the trees on fire." Gathering the bodies was a somber affair, and none of us felt like chatting while we worked. A few minutes later, the three of us stood in front of a small pile of dead soldiers that we'd covered with a bunch of lighter fluid we'd found in the back of one of the trunks. I pulled out my lighter, flicked it open, and looked over to Jenny. "Care to do the honors?" Jenny nodded, took the lighter, and sparked it to life. It took her a moment to get the fire going, but once it did, the pile of fabric-covered corpses went up quickly. We took a step back as the pyre burned bright and bathed the area in an intense orange glow. The stench of burning flesh and hair quickly filled the air. The girls started to cough and moved farther away from the pillar of flame. There was something cathartic about watching the fire eat away at my dead enemies. It served as the perfect end to what had been a very long and very difficult day, though it also felt like the right way to mark the start of something bigger. The burning bodies were, in a way, my declaration of war.
What do we do now?
Tara asked. I turned around to look at the two women. "Jenny, do you think you're up for driving one of these trucks?"
Yeah, I can handle that.
She said. "Good. Then let's sort out what we have and start making our way back to the other farms," I said. "We'll each take a truck and see if we can get this all taken care of in one trip."
Well, the livestock should be easy to sort.
Jenny said.
All of Grandma Betty's cows are branded. What I'm worried about is what they did to keep the animals calm. What do you mean?
Tara asked. Jenny walked over to the truck with the livestock and pulled back the flap. There were 6 cows lying down in the back, and the benches on the side had cages full of chickens.
Well, they drank the cows.
"What's wrong with that?" I asked.
Just means getting them out of the truck is going to be harder.
The redhead explained.
Looks like all but 2 of these are Grandma's cows. There's no real way to sort the chickens, but we can easily just let the other farms take whatever number they had before. Aw, the cows all look so cute when they're laying down,
Tara said. "Try not to think of this image next time we eat beef," I teased.
I like steak too much for a cute memory to make me feel bad for eating them.
Tara said.
Yeah, I've helped raise these, and I still don't have a problem eating meat.
Jenny said. "Well, come on," I said. "It's getting late, and I want to get you back to your grandma."
I wouldn't mind seeing my brother, too.
Jenny said.
I'm sure they'll both be happy to see you alive.
Tara said.
Hey, I don't think I thanked you guys yet.
Jenny said. "It's no problem," I said.
Yeah, we were just doing what had to be done.
Tara added.
Don't sell yourself short.
Jenny started.
You guys went up against more than 20 armed and trained soldiers just to get me back. If you hadn't come along, then...
I couldn't blame her for not wanting to think about what might be going on right now had things turned out differently. Tara rushed over and wrapped the girl in her arms.
Hey, it's okay. We got you now. You don't know how much I appreciate what you guys did today.
Jenny said.
I'll never be able to repay you for this.
We didn't do this for a reward, I said. Like Tara said, we did this because it was the right thing to do. And because this is our chunk of America, and we won't let tyrants, rapists, and thieves take it from us.
Yeah, you're under our protection,
Tara said.
We took down those bikers, and we can take down these National Guard fucks, too. Everyone in this area owes you guys so much,
Jenny said. I let the girls have their moment and did one more walk around the area to make sure I hadn't missed anything. I couldn't help but kick around empty brass as I wandered through the road. These guys hadn't held back, and I was happy to be alive. If they had been even a little more disciplined or slightly more prepared, there was a good chance Tara and I wouldn't still be alive right now. I looked down at the cut on my arm. The pain had subsided to just a dull throb, and I knew that it needed to be cleaned up. If we hadn't used most of our supplies on the prisoners at the farm, it wouldn't have been an issue. I pushed the pain from my mind and returned to the women. "You guys ready to go?" I asked.
Yeah, I want to get back home.
Jenny said with a nod. "All right, let's get going then," I said. "I don't know these roads really well, so can you lead us to all the farms, Jenny?"
Yeah, I'll take point.
She said. She gave Tara one last smile and then jumped into the truck with the animals in the back. I walked over to Tara and clapped her on the shoulder. She looked as exhausted as I felt.
I think she's going to be okay.
Tara said to me as she looked over to Jenny's truck. "You played a large part in that," I said. "I couldn't have pulled this off alone. Never forget what you did here today,"
I won't.
she said with a smile.
Thanks for bringing me along and giving me the chance to do what I couldn't do a few years ago.
"Of course," I replied. "You more than proved yourself here today. When you're not busy being angry, you actually make a nice stealthy companion."
I think I actually prefer fighting like that.
Tara said.
I'd rather be close and try to take them out quietly than pick them off from afar or get in a shootout.
"It's always good to have a scout," I said. "Maybe this outpost will have some weapons with silencers that we can get for you. Then you can run full-on stealth missions with me."
Sounds fun.
Tara grinned. We'll see," I chuckled. "You still good to drive?"
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
She asked. "Well, you just look tired is all," I said.
How dare you, Tav?
She said with mock indignation. "Hey, I didn't mean it that way," I pleaded with a laugh. She put her hands on her hips with feigned anger.
I'm always a ray of sunshine, and don't you forget it.
She laughed. All right. "Well, then we better get going," I said. "Jenny is waiting on us now."
See you soon.
Tara said before she gave me a kiss and scurried off towards her truck. I gave one last look to the large fire burning in the middle of the road and got in the third truck. As soon as Tara and I both had our vehicles on, Jenny started off down the road, and we followed behind her on our way back to the miller's farm. With the battle now behind us and my adrenaline now long gone, I found the dark drive to be a tedious and slow affair. I hummed and sung old songs to help keep myself awake. The pain helped me keep my eyes open, but the dull hum on the big engine tried to lull me to sleep. We broke free of the trees a little while later, but the clouds were back, and the sky was a dark black because of it. Thankfully, Jenny seemed to know where she was going, because I would not have been able to spot the small gravel path that she turned onto. The driveway was narrow, muddy, and dark. I kept the taillights of Jenny's truck in front of me and just trusted her to get us there safely, and a short while later, we pulled out outside of the 2-story farmhouse. As Jenny turned off her truck, Mr. Miller pushed his way outside with a rifle in one hand and a lantern in the other.
"I've already given you all that I have!"
I heard the man scream as I turned off my truck. He set down his lantern and raised the rifle as Jenny opened the driver's side door.
"Stop right there!"
I quickly threw mine open and jumped out.
"Calm down, it's just us."
As I approached him, I pulled out my flashlight and shined it on my face.
Yeah, it's the good guys.
Tara said as she hopped out of her truck.
"Oh, I never thought I'd see you guys again,"
Justin said with a relieved sigh.
"Who's driving the third truck?"
Jenny slowly emerged from the truck a moment later.
Sorry, I kind of forgot we drove up in the same trucks that took stuff from you earlier.
"I can't believe it."
Justin blanched.
"You guys actually did it!"
He tossed down his gun, rushed over to Jenny, and wrapped her in a large hug.
It's nice to see you, Mr. Miller.
The redhead chuckled.
I guess they know each other?
Tara said as she walked up next to me. "Seems like it," I said.
Should we give them a moment?
Tara asked. "Nah," I said as I shook my head. "It's late, and as nice as the Millers are, I'm ready to get back home."
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the others again.
Tara agreed.
Plus, we need Paige to take care of your arm.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against that, I said.
You're a lot less cuddly when you're covered in blood.
Tara teased. "Well, we don't want that." I chuckled. "Come on." Tara and I joined Justin and Jenny in the light of the lamp. The tired-looking man had an almost crazed smile on his face as he looked at us.
How did you guys pull this off?
He asked. With a bit of planning and a whole lot of luck, I said.
They got 'em all, too.
Jenny said.
Well, at least the ones with the convoy.
Wait, there's more of these soldiers around? Justin frowned. Yeah, but you don't have to worry about that, I said. My team and I will take care of them.
Hopefully it's more than just the two of you,
Justin said. It is, I assured him with a nod. Like I said, don't worry about that, though. You should be safe here now.
We even got your stuff back,
Tara said.
You guys can go right back to how things were this morning before the National Guard pulled up.
If you want, we can even leave you a truck, I offered. There's only about half a tank of gas left in any of them, but at least they run.
You'd really do that for us?
Justin asked.
They really would,
Jenny said.
Your generosity is overwhelming,
Justin said. If ever there was a time to be kind and generous, it's now, I said.
I wish that was a more common sentiment,
Justin said.
Me too,
Jenny muttered.
Not to be rude, but could we get your stuff unloaded so we can continue on tonight?
Tara asked.
Tav and I have been up far too long and we need to get Jenny back to her family.
Of course. Sorry,
Justin replied. We led him to the truck and showed him the livestock we had recovered. He was able to pick out his cows without even seeing the brand and took a dozen of the chickens. The cows still seemed to be heavily sedated, but the four of us managed to get the beasts up long enough to lead them out to the pasture before they laid down and fell back asleep. Next, the four of us went to Tara's truck and started to go through the packaged food and household goods. It seemed that most of the stuff in there had been taken from Justin and his family. The soldiers had really taken a shine to their high-quality bedding and overabundance of toilet paper.
Kids are sleeping,
Justin said as we sorted through the items.
If you all wouldn't mind being quiet on your way.
No problem, I said.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at being quiet,
Tara said with a smirk. We'd all grabbed a bundle of items and snuck into the house behind Justin. He led us through the hall and back to the sitting room where Tara and I had talked with his family earlier.
Just put everything in here,
he whispered.
We can sort it all out later.
We worked in silence to return the stolen goods to the miller's home. About halfway through, I heard a small cough and turned to see one of the two boys rub his eyes and stare at me. Justin hurried to the boy's side, took a knee, and ran a hand through his thick black hair.
Hey, buddy, everything's okay. You can go back to sleep.
A minute later, Marla rushed into the room. She grabbed her son and hefted him into her arms. Sorry if I woke you, I said.
I was already up,
Marla said with a gentle smile.
Oh, it's nice to see you again.
You too, I said. We brought your stuff back.
I can see that,
she replied.
What about Jenny? Were you able to save her too?
They saved her and took out the entire convoy,
Justin said.
Seriously?
Marla asked as her eyes went wide.
That's amazing.
That's what I said,
Justin agreed. It went better than I thought it would, I said.
You got hurt, though.
Marla started with a frown as she looked down at my arm.
You should really take care of that before it gets infected.
I looked down at the bloody area, let out a sigh, and shook my head. There's not much I can do about it until I get back to my team.
Let me help you,
Marla said. I don't know. It doesn't look that bad, and I have a girl back at the base who can patch me up, I said.
Please just let me do this,
Marla said as she handed her child off to Justin.
There's not much I can do to say thank you, but I can do this. Plus, I'm a nurse, or at least I was until the world shut down. Sit tight. I'm going to go grab my first aid kit.
Then the woman took the light and rushed off. She came back a minute later with a small white box. There was a red cross on the front, and the words First Aid were painted in large block letters on almost every side.
Take a seat,
Marla said as she nodded towards the couch. You sure you wouldn't rather I sit somewhere else? I asked. I don't want to bleed on your furniture.
We have a cover on it,
she said.
Plus, we have 2 young boys,
Justin said with a smile.
You can't do much more damage than they do.
Oh, all right. I chuckled as I took a seat. As my body sank into the comfy couch, the day caught up with me. Marla took a seat in front of me, and all I could think about was how nice it would be to close my eyes and drift off to sleep. I could feel my eyelids grow heavy as the soft cushions supported me.
Don't fall asleep on me.
Marla teased as she pulled on a pair of blue latex gloves.
I'm trying,
I said with a small smile. Can you guys let Tara and Jenny know what's going on?
Yeah, I'll let them know,
Justin said.
Give me a shout if you guys need anything in here.
Thanks, honey,
Marla said. I gave Justin a thumbs up, which he returned before he took his kid and left the area. Marla flicked on a flashlight and set it down so that it shone on my wounded arm. Then she cut open my shirt around the wound and peeled it back from the area. I winced and watched as she revealed bloody skin.
this is pretty ugly, but I think you'll be okay once we clean it up,
Marla said with a frown. She set down the scissors and pulled out a bottle of rubbing alcohol and a clean bandage.
Let's clean this up and see exactly what we're looking at. How's the pain? You want some ibuprofen or something?
Nah, I'll be fine, I assured her. Marla nodded and leaned in close. She started to dab the area around the cut and wash away the layers of dried blood. I winced a little at the sharp sting of the alcohol as she dabbed at my wound. Tara rushed into the room and came up behind Marla.
How's he doing? I think he'll be fine once we clean the wound,
Marla said without looking away from her work.
Thankfully, it isn't a very deep cut. What caused it?
Grenade shrapnel, I said. It just grazed me.
Really?
Marla asked with a raised eyebrow.
Yeah, I saw the explosion.
Tara said.
I didn't realize it was that close to you, though, Tav.
Well, they tossed it close, but I was able to toss it away before it exploded, I explained.
I'm glad you got away with just a scratch.
Tara said. Me too, I chuckled.
Still bet it didn't feel nice.
Tara said as she crouched down and looked at my arm.
At least we have a chance to get it cleaned out. Thanks for that, by the way. It's really the least I could do.
Marla said as she continued to clean the area. She applied a little too much pressure on my arm near the wound, and it started to bleed again.
Tara, grab one of those bandages and apply pressure to the wound,
the woman ordered. Tara nodded and did as she was told. As she pressed the soft white bandage, I winced a little.
I'm sorry,
Tara said.
I'm not trying to hurt you.
I know. It's okay,
I said with a small smile. The pain was more annoying than anything, and I really just wanted to be done with this and on my way. Marla pulled out a couple sterile cleaning pads, a bottle of rubbing alcohol, and some antibiotic ointment. She also pulled out a spool of sterile packed thread and a package of sealed needles.
You have to sew him up, don't you?
Tara asked as she eyed the equipment.
There's a good chance he needs a couple stitches, yeah.
Marla said.
All right, let's see if the bleeding has slowed. Pull back the bandage.
Tara followed her instructions and peeled back just enough to reveal a corner of a 2-inch-long jagged tear. The bleeding had slowed significantly, but it hadn't stopped.
Good. Pull off the bandage and help me clean the area again,
Marla instructed. She handed Tara a cleaning pad and the bottle of alcohol.
Wet the pad with this and gently try to remove all the blood from around the injury.
I sat there and didn't say a word as the two ladies gently dabbed at my exposed bicep. They removed any trace of gore and grime, and a few minutes later, they had the entire area cleaned.
Yeah, I need to stitch this up for sure,
she said.
You're going to have to be a little careful for the next few days, though. Too much flexing and you'll tear these stitches out for sure. Oh, but I like to watch him lift weights,
Tara said.
I'll bet you'd enjoy it less if every time he did it he started to bleed out of one arm,
Marla said. Don't worry. I'll be as good as new in no time, I said.
That's the goal,
Marla said as she changed her gloves. Then she pulled out a clean needle and some sterile thread.
Is this gonna hurt?
Tara asked as she eyed the sharp point of the silver needle.
Unfortunately, yes,
Marla said.
I don't have any anesthetic to numb the area.
It's okay. I'm sure I felt worse, I said.
Ready?
Marla asked. Whew, yeah, let's get it done, I said with a nod. I sat there and stared forward as Marla started to stitch me up. The pain was annoying, but I hadn't been lying to Tara when I told her I had felt worse. Plus, not getting this taken care of would only lead to more pain in the future. Jenny came in right as Marla was finishing up.
How's it going?
Tara asked.
Justin and I got everything moved into 2 trucks.
Jenny said.
We're ready to go whenever you guys are.
I think we're almost finished here, I said.
I'll be done in a couple minutes.
Marla said as she remained focused on my arm.
No rush.
Jenny said. Marla tugged her last stitch through and tied it off. Then she pulled out a small pair of medical scissors and snipped off the extra. Thanks, Doc, I said with a smile.
Don't thank me yet.
She said.
Now that we don't have access to as much clean water and soap, infection is a real concern. You're going to want to do all you can to keep it clean.
She reached into her first aid kit and pulled out a small orange bottle.
These are antibiotics. I would recommend taking 1 a day for the next couple days, just to make sure nothing sets in.
Keep those ones, I said. We have our own supply of them back at home.
At least take 1 tonight.
Marla insisted as she poured one out and handed it to me. I popped the pill into my mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it.
We could have gotten you some water.
Tara said with a grimace. It's okay, I said. I stood up and looked at my arm. There was still a tender red spot around the wound, but it felt better and looked nicer than it had a half an hour ago. I turned to Marla and gave her a large smile. Thank you. This'll make the rest of my night a lot easier.
I hope you stop to sleep at some point.
Marla said as she started to clean and pack away her tools. I will, once we're done returning everything, I said.
Well, if you can, try to take it easy for a couple days.
She said. I'll try. I lied. I didn't have a choice but to make a move on that outpost, and the sooner, the better. The element of surprise would be our main ally in this fight.
So, are we good?
Tara asked. Yeah, I think so, I said. With a smile, I turned my attention to her and Jenny. Let's go visit Briar. The girls rushed for the door, and I followed after. Justin and Marla followed us outside and waved at us from the doorway as we started to load up. The girls took one truck, leaving me alone in the other. I was just about to head out when I remembered just how badly Briar had been hurt when we left him. At first, I just planned to bring Paige up to take care of him, but it would be a while before I could make that happen. I stuck my head out the window. You know, if you're up for it, I might be able to use your skills more, Marla.
What do you need?
The woman asked. Briar needs someone to extract a bullet and patch him up, I said. I know it's late, but if you'd be willing to come with us, I'm sure you'd appreciate it. Marla and Justin had a brief conversation with each other before the blonde woman looked at me and nodded.
I'll go grab my stuff.
As I waited for her, I just hoped that what Tara and I had done for Briar earlier had been enough to keep him alive. Chapter 13. I followed the taillights of the truck in front of me as we drove along the dark path from the road to Briar's farm, and Marla sat beside me with the first aid kit in her lap. Justin had been more than happy to watch the kids so that she could come with us. We didn't talk much during the trip on account of how tired both of us were. It started to rain again on the trip over to Briar's farm, and I found myself, once again, glad that Jenny could guide us. Navigating dark and wet roads was easy enough, but none of the paths up to these farms were obvious enough to find without knowing where to look. We pulled up outside the farmhouse and turned off the trucks. The rainy night was almost pitch black, but thankfully there were enough flashlights to go around. The house still looked in bad shape, but a piece of plywood had been put up to act as a makeshift door, and there were boards thrown over the broken windows.
Looks like Briar's been busy,
Tara said as she walked over to me. I hope that's a good thing, I replied.
If he's been shot, he shouldn't be doing anything this strenuous,
Marla said. Well, let's go make sure he's okay and bring back his stuff, I said.
I'm going to help Jenny unload Briar's animals,
Tara said.
She's eager to get back to her family.
Can't blame her, I said. We'll keep her time here short. I just wanted to make sure he's okay and get that bullet out of him.
Of course,
Tara said with a nod.
We'll come find you guys when we get done putting things back. Have fun.
Marla said.
Yeah, you too.
Tara replied before she jogged off. Briar! It's Tav! I yelled out as I knocked on the plywood door. We took care of the convoy and brought back your animals. There was no response.
I don't like this.
Marla said as she looked at me and frowned.
We should just go inside.
Wait a second, I said. We don't want to get shot. I moved to the closest window and, with the help of my flashlight, tried to look through the gaps between the boards. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see anything of note. Briar, if you're in there, I'm coming inside. Don't shoot me, okay? I made my way back to the door and pushed my way inside. It was oppressively dark inside, and my flashlight didn't feel bright enough as I took a look around. All the furniture inside had been shifted to form barricades between the different rooms. Briar had clearly not felt safe after the National Guard attacked him.
It looks like no one's here.
Marla whispered and came in behind me. He has to be here, I said. There's nowhere else for him to go.
What if we split up?
Marla asked.
This place isn't very big, and if something goes wrong, I can just yell for you.
No, let's not risk it, I said. If it had been any of my girls, I wouldn't have had a problem with the idea, but Marla wasn't trained like they were. The only reason I brought her into a possibly dangerous situation like this in the first place was because she had skills that we needed. I slipped over the couch and into the dining room area. That's where I found Briar. He was lying on the ground with his gun by his side. He wasn't conscious, and the bandage on his shoulder was soaked red with blood. Marla let out a gasp, rushed to his side, and put her fingers on his neck.
He's got a pulse. Thank God.
She immediately pulled on a pair of latex gloves and got to work unpacking her supplies. What can I do to help? I asked.
Keep that light trained on us and keep it steady,
she said. I nodded and crouched down beside her.
His breathing is steady at least,
Marla said as she pulled off the bloody bandage. The area around the hole was covered in a mixture of dried blood and t-shirt fuzz. This looks a bit worse than my bit of shrapnel, I said.
It's a lot worse,
Marla said.
Once I get this bullet out of him, I'm taking him home with me. Justin and I can look after him until he's healed up enough to be on his own again.
That's really nice of you, I said. Despite the situation, I couldn't help but smile a little. It was refreshing to see such acts of kindness and community. This was the sort of stuff we needed to do to get through.
He's a grouchy old man,
she huffed as she started to clean the wound.
And a few days ago, I might not have felt this way. But then you and Tara showed up, fought off some rogue soldiers, and returned all of our stolen things. I'd be lying if I said it didn't inspire me a little.
I'm happy to help, I said.
If more people had that attitude, I wouldn't have to use my skills to patch up combat wounds,
Marla said. I heard the door clatter open, and both Tara and Jenny stepped inside.
We got everything back where it's supposed to go,
Jenny said.
The animals seem happy to be home,
Tara added. Good, I said. Things aren't going as well in here. Briar's pretty beat up.
Is he going to be okay?
Tara asked as she hurried over.
I'm going to do what I can,
Marla said.
It looks like it's mostly blood loss that has him down, though. Actually, looks like Briar here got pretty lucky. The bullet didn't even hit bone.
That's good, I said.
Yeah, I doubt I could save him if he had a shattered shoulder,
Marla said.
Anything we can do to help?
Jenny asked.
I appreciate everyone's eagerness to lend a hand, but what would be best right now would be some quiet,
Marla said.
I'm going to have to take the bullet out, and I'll need to concentrate. Got it,
Jenny said quietly.
Sorry.
The room fell silent as the blonde housewife worked on the unconscious farmer. Once the area around the wound was cleaned, she pulled out a fresh pair of forceps, an individually packaged scalpel, and some rubbing alcohol. As I watched Marla cut away some wounded flesh and carefully work to extract the bullet, I wished Paige was here again. She would love to watch an actual professional work. I actually missed all the girls. Today would have been a lot easier if I could have had my entire team, and we could have taken care of Briar when we met him the first time. 30 minutes later, Marla let out a long sigh and stripped off her gloves.
It's done. Way to go!
Tara exclaimed.
He'll need a week, maybe 2 to fully recover, but we'll still have to worry about him getting an infection.
Marla said. She smiled and wiped the sweat off her forehead.
That was intense.
Jenny said.
Yeah, I was nervous and I was just watching.
Tara said. Well done, I said with a big smile.
Is it still okay if I take him back to my place?
Marla asked. Of course, I said with a nod. Jenny, do you think we can load all of your grandma's stuff into one truck?
Yeah, I think we can make that work.
The redhead said with a nod. Awesome, let's do that then, I said. Marla, help you get Briar into the truck. Tara, you and Jenny compact everything.
We'll be ready to go when you are.
Tara said. Then she and Jenny headed back outside. Marla and I gently picked up Briar and followed them out into the dreary night.
I'm glad you brought me along,
Marla said as we walked. Me too, I said. Tara and I wouldn't have been able to do what you did.
It's nice to do something besides hide at home with my family,
Marla said.
Justin and I were so worried about people like the bikers and the National Guard that we didn't want to stick our necks out for anybody. We didn't even go to visit our neighbors.
You do have children to look after, I said.
Hiding at home isn't a great example for them, though,
Marla said. We got to the truck and got Briar buckled into the passenger seat. I'm pretty sure they would have just grown up to be thankful their parents cared about them so much, I said.
Maybe. But I'm happy to actually do something,
Marla said. I sure do appreciate it, I said. Briar will too, once he wakes up. Marla looked into the truck at the sleeping man and smiled.
Yeah, I think he'll enjoy not spending so much time alone for a while. Justin and I will just have to remember to come up here and feed his animals while he's with us.
I'm sure it's nothing you guys can't handle, I said.
It'll be easy with 2 working trucks,
Marla said. She looked at me, smiled, and let out a small, happy sigh.
I can't thank you and Tara enough for all you 2 did today.
I'm just glad that it went so well, and that we could get everything back, I replied.
I can only imagine how grateful Jenny is for you guys right now,
Marla said. She gave me a small hug, tossed her medical supplies into the truck, and opened the door.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd really like to get home and see my husband and my boys.
Of course, I said with a nod. Once everything settles down, I will come check on you. Maybe we can do some trading. Bullies like the bikers and the National Guard were going to keep being a problem until we had a community of good, honest people big enough to protect each other. I wasn't sure how long that would take, but this was a good start.
That sounds nice,
Marla said.
We'll look forward to it.
She gave me a wave, hopped in the truck, and headed off towards home. I watched the brake lights disappear and then went to find the girls. They sat on the back of the last truck with a blanket thrown over their shoulders for warmth.
We got everything packed up.
Tara said.
Yeah, the only stuff that's left is Grandma Betty's,
Jenny said. Well done, you two, I said. Marla just headed home with Briar.
Does that mean we're done here?
Tara asked. Yeah, let's get Jenny home, I said.
I'm so ready,
Jenny said with a grin. Then let's get on the road, I said with a smile. The 3 of us crammed into the front of the truck. I drove, and the girls strapped in and cuddled up next to each other. Nobody was going to ride on the ATV in this shitty weather, so I decided to leave it for the time being. Jenny helped me navigate back to the road and head in the direction of her grandma's farm. She told me I just had to follow the road for a couple miles until I noticed the welcome sign on the left side. When I looked over a couple minutes later, both her and Tara were fast asleep. I chuckled and kept my eyes on the road ahead. It was nice to know that we were so close to the end of this. Today had been more exhausting than the biker assault and my scouting mission combined. I had never been more ready to stop and get some sleep. The cab was quiet, and I struggled to stay awake as the constant sound of rain tried to lull me to sleep. I let out a large yawn and rolled down the window. The cool air helped to refresh me and kept me awake long enough to notice the small, homey welcome sign nailed to a tree on the side of the road. I pulled off at the sign and followed the gravel path through a copse of trees and up towards Betty's farm. Hey, we're almost there, I said as I nudged the girls.
That's good.
Tara groaned.
Thanks for letting us sleep a little,
Jenny said with a yawn. Well, you guys didn't give me much choice, I chuckled.
Sorry, I guess I was more tired than I thought.
Tara said. That's fine, I said. You both deserve a little rest after all the work you put in today.
I didn't do much.
Jenny said.
You helped us sort all this stuff out and give it back to the farmers.
Tara said. Yeah, plus, I can only imagine how exhausting the first part of your day was, I said. We pulled through the trees and onto the farm proper. The headlights lit up the quaint farmhouse, but there wasn't a soul in sight. I pulled the truck to a stop and flashed the lights at the house a couple times. Hopefully, it would signal to the others that we weren't a threat.
Step out of the vehicle and show yourself.
I heard Anna call out. All right, I chuckled as I hopped out of the truck with my hands up over my head. Was that slow enough for you? I cracked a smile as I tried to figure out where Anna was hiding.
Don't shoot us, please.
Tara said as she scrambled out the other side.
We've already had such a long day.
A flashlight clicked on, and I had to shield my eyes at the sudden brightness.
Oh, shit.
Anna muttered.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right, I said. You're only doing what I told you to do.
I guess we did kind of pull up in one of their trucks.
Tara said with a shrug. The light clicked off, and Anna came out from where she had been hiding.
I'm so glad you guys are okay. I was starting to think you might not be coming back.
She ran over and threw her arms around me in a warm hug.
Careful.
I winced.
I just got patched up not too long ago.
You got hurt?
Anna asked with a frown.
Yeah, but
It could have been a lot worse, I said. Things went pretty smooth, though. We got Jenny back and have already returned the stolen items to the other farmers.
That's great to hear.
Anna said. She let go of me and then turned to wrap Tara in an equally large hug.
Is anyone else awake?
Jenny asked as she hopped out of the truck and joined us.
All of us are,
Raleigh said and lit up a small candle lantern. The flickering candle revealed a large smile on his wrinkled face.
Everyone else is inside, though.
It's good to see you again, I said to my handyman.
You as well,
he replied.
Anna and I were just talking about maybe taking off to see if we could find you two and help out.
I'm glad it didn't come to that, I said.
Me too.
Anna said.
This is a much better end to the day.
We should get inside,
Raleigh said.
Yeah, I'm tired of being wet.
Tara said.
Guess that means you gotta leave then, Tav.
Anna joked.
Hey, that's not what I meant.
Tara chuckled.
I never complain about that.
Jenny cleared her throat to let us know she was still there. All right, come on, I said. Let's get Jenny back to her family. Raleigh led us inside. The interior was dark, but he quickly started to light candles placed around the main couple of rooms.
You guys can come out.
Anna called.
Tav and Tara are back. They got Jenny.
A door adjacent to the living room burst open, and both Betty and Dan stepped out into the dim-lit room. The gray-haired old woman's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at her granddaughter. Dan stood behind her and did his best not to tear up himself. The two rushed over and enveloped the young red-headed woman in their arms. The three shared happy tears, and for a moment, it was like the rest of us weren't even there.
You have no idea how much this means to them,
Raleigh whispered to us.
Yeah, they thanked us repeatedly throughout the day just for trying to get Jenny back.
Anna said. I take it things were quiet here then? I asked.
Yeah, our day was easy,
Raleigh said.
Well, kind of.
Anna added.
What do you mean?
Tara asked.
The waiting was hard.
Anna explained.
Raleigh had to talk me out of following you guys more than a couple times today.
I'm just lucky she listened to me.
The old man chuckled.
We did pretty well on our own.
Tara said.
I mean, like, more guns wouldn't have hurt, but turns out Tav's pretty good at this stuff. You know, Army Ranger and all that jazz.
We got pretty lucky, too, I said. There were numerous times we easily could have gotten killed.
He's being humble.
Tara said.
Nothing new there.
Anna said with a smirk.
Next time, though, I want to be in the fight.
Oh, there's plenty of fight ahead, I said.
Don't tell me. There's more of them?
Raleigh groaned. There is, but we'll talk about it later, I said. For now, I think we should take a moment to enjoy our victory
Your guys' victory, you mean?
Anna said.
Yeah, we didn't do much,
Raleigh said. I disagree, I said as I looked at them and raised an eyebrow. You guys helped these people feel safe after they got attacked and offered them hope just by being here.
Plus, I feel like taking out that many bad guys is a victory for everyone in the area.
Tara said.
I guess that's fair enough.
The red-headed athlete said with a shrug.
Still feel like I didn't do much,
Raleigh said.
I'm pretty sure Betty would have fallen apart if you weren't here.
Anna said.
You were able to calm her down every time she got upset. I bet that won you some points with her.
Tara said with a smile.
Wasn't trying to do nothing but help,
Raleigh said as he blushed. I'm sure that means a lot to her too, I said. The family broke up and started to dry their tears as they came over to us. Each of them had a large smile on their tear-stained faces.
I can't thank you all enough.
Betty blubbered.
I owe you so much.
Oh, you, don't owe us anything,
Raleigh said. He's right, I agreed. We didn't do this for a reward.
You risked your life for us, though,
Dan said.
That's huge.
You'd do the same for me if the tables were turned, I said.
I don't know if I would,
Dan stammered.
Until today, I kind of hated you and Raleigh. I thought you two were just being nice as a way of getting close to us before you robbed us blind. Hell, for a moment there, I thought that you guys might have sent the National Guard this way.
I assured him that was nonsense.
Betty said.
Yeah, once Anna and Raleigh showed up, I realized I was being dumb.
Dan sighed.
The world seems full of crazy right now.
Tara said.
It's hard to blame you for being suspicious.
I guess, but I know better now,
he replied.
I'm sorry for being a dick when we first met.
It's all right, I said. Being a little suspicious of newcomers is a good thing.
All that's important is that Jenny is back and that it's all thanks to you guys.
Betty said. Again, we're just happy to help, I said.
Yeah, it's what we do.
Anna said.
Someone has to look out for the good people left in the world,
Raleigh said.
We can't just let assholes run around and do whatever they want.
Tara said.
Well, you guys are heroes to us,
Betty said, but as she smiled at us, I noticed that her gaze never drifted far away from Raleigh. I'm just glad everything worked out, I said. All the livestock are alive, unharmed, and ready to be put away.
Oh, yeah. I suppose we better do that.
Jenny said.
Let us take care of it.
Anna said.
Yeah, you guys have had a long enough day already,
Raleigh said.
Are you sure?
Betty asked.
We weren't the ones doing any of the actual work. Please, just let us do this for you.
Tara insisted.
All right. I won't stop you.
Betty chuckled. I led my group outside to the truck. It didn't take long for the four of us to get everything back where it belonged, but by the end of it, I was beyond exhausted and dragging hard. As I looked around at my team, I could tell that they were too. I had planned on driving back to the campus, but I felt that getting behind the wheel right now would be a bad idea. The four of us could barely keep our eyes open, and the road back was dark and wet. You guys all did great today, I said. I think we should call it a night and get some sleep, though. Raleigh, do you think Betty might let us stay here for the night?
I think she'd let us stay here forever after what we did today,
Raleigh laughed. Good point, I chuckled.
What about Paige and Bailey?
Anna asked.
I think they're probably comfortable enough where they are.
Tara teased.
That's not what I meant,
Anna said as she rolled her eyes.
Someone should go back and let them know what's going on.
You're right, I sighed. I'll see if Betty can make me some coffee and I'll head back tonight. You two stay here with Raleigh and come back once you're good and rested.
No way,
Anna said.
I'll go back to the others. You need to sleep way more than I do.
I wanted to argue with her, but she was right, and I was too tired to disagree.
I don't think that either of you should go,
Raleigh said.
There's more than enough room for all of us here. Tav, I know you are a tough Army Ranger, and you can probably push yourself through the exhaustion, but is it really worth it? If you have an accident out in the rain and get hurt, we are all going to be worse off.
You're right, Raleigh, I agreed. Paige and Bailey will be okay for a night. We'll get back tomorrow and fill them in on everything that happened.
All right, I guess that makes sense.
Anna said.
Good.
The older man chuckled, and then he opened the door and walked inside. I yawned and looked at the cows who now peacefully grazed in their pasture. Today had been a lot of work, but it felt good to be helping people. I just wished that taking out the convoy had been the end of it. None of the girls were going to be happy to learn about what we had to do next. At least I knew that they were up for the challenge.
Can we go inside now?
Tara asked. Yeah, I said with a nod. The three of us made our way inside to find Jenny and Dan laying out blankets and pillow in the living room. Raleigh was at the kitchen table with Betty, and the two of them just stared at each other, with a smile on their old and wrinkled faces. They were so engrossed in each other that it took Betty a moment to realize we had walked in.
Raleigh told us you needed a place to sleep.
The gray-haired woman said when she did notice us.
Sadly, I don't have a spare bed, but we'll make things as comfortable as possible for you guys.
The 4 of us will make it work,
Raleigh said with a smile.
I'm glad you guys decided to stick around for the night.
Jenny said.
It'll help me sleep a little easier. Yeah, I like having you guys close,
Betty said with a small smile. Her eyes were fixed on Raleigh as she spoke. I grinned a little and shook my head.
Well, it's late,
Dan said.
Once I get done laying out stuff for you guys, I think I might turn in too.
Probably a good call, I said. Your body's got some healing to do.
Yeah, but looks like I'm not alone in that,
Dan said as he nodded to my arm.
One of the soldiers get you?
One of their grenades did, I said.
Shit, these guys had grenades?
Dan asked with wide eyes.
Yep, but we have them now,
Tara said.
You'll have to tell me about this fight sometime,
Dan said as he shook his head.
I bet it was intense.
Just a little bit, I said with a smile. We don't have time to get into it tonight, though.
I wouldn't be able to stay awake long enough to hear it all anyway,
the man said. A couple minutes later, he and Jenny finished making the living room into a simple sleeping space. As soon as they were done, Dan excused himself and disappeared into his own room.
I'm going to head off to bed as well,
Jenny said. Then she walked over and gave me, Tara, and Anna a hug.
Thank you guys again for what you did. I know that things would have been a lot worse for me if you hadn't come along. It was our pleasure,
Tara said with a broad smile.
Now go get some sleep and try to forget the nightmare that was your day. I think that sounds like a good idea.
She chuckled.
I'll see you in the morning.
Not too early, I hope, I said.
Oh, don't worry, I won't be getting up until well after sunup,
Jenny said. Then she gave us a wave and retired to her room.
Well, this was quite the day,
Raleigh said as he walked over and sat on the couch.
It was certainly more exciting than I thought it would be,
Anna said from where she stood by the door. I'm glad we came back when we did, though, I said.
Me too.
Betty agreed as she took a seat next to Raleigh.
Well, it's over now,
Anna said as she slumped to the floor.
Does that mean we get to sleep now? I'm almost asleep already,
Tara said. I looked over and laughed a little. It seemed the platinum blonde was only half joking, though everyone in the room seemed to be quickly nodding off as they sat around.
Sleep is always a good reward for a hard day's work,
Raleigh said. Well, let's all turn in then, I said, before I let out a large yawn.
I call the couch,
Tara said. I guess that leaves the floor for the rest of us, I chuckled.
Oh, he's not sleeping out here with you guys,
Betty said.
I'm not?
Raleigh asked as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the old woman.
No, the floor is no place for an older gentleman like yourself,
Betty said.
I've got a big bed that you can share with me.
I looked at Tara, smiled, and tried to hold in a laugh. Raleigh went bright red, and suddenly found the floor to be very interesting.
But it's all right if I sleep out here. I don't want to impose.
Nonsense. You're sleeping in my room.
Betty said.
Tav?
Raleigh looked at me and raised an eyebrow. He clearly didn't know what to do.
Don't look at me,
I said.
Oh, just go with her.
Tara said as she rolled her eyes.
I bet Betty will feel safer with you close by anyway. I will.
Betty agreed with a nod. She held her hand out for Raleigh and looked at him expectantly.
All right, if you insist,
the handyman said as he took her hand.
I do,
she said. Then she pulled him off the couch, and the two made their way to a room at the far end of the farmhouse.
Well, have fun, you two.
Anna laughed as she took his spot on the couch. That was unexpected, I said.
And so fucking cute.
Tara giggled. Yeah, I guess it was, I said.
You should have seen them the rest of the day,
Anna said.
Raleigh was a perfect gentleman and waited on her hand and foot. How come you never wait on us, Tav?
Tara asked. I think I did a pretty good job of that when we met, I replied with a smirk.
Yeah, you did,
Anna said.
Can we sleep now?
Tara asked. Yeah, I chuckled. Tara slumped to the floor and stripped off her wet clothes before she crawled under the layers of blankets provided. I thought you were sleeping on the couch, I said as I started to blow out the candles.
Yeah, but you're going to be on the floor,
she said.
I would rather sleep by you. I'm with her,
Anna said as she too stripped and crawled under the blankets.
Fair enough,
I said. A minute later, the house was dark, and I returned to the living room. Once I got undressed, I sank into the makeshift bed and pulled both of the girls close to me. Tara was already asleep, and Anna's eyes were barely open. Sleep well, ladies, I said quietly. Then I took a deep breath, let out a sleepy sigh, and closed my eyes. Almost instantly, I drifted off into a deep sleep. Chapter 14. I woke the next morning to the smell of fresh coffee and the sizzle of cooking bacon.
Good morning!
I heard a cheery Tara call out to me.
We didn't wake you, did we?
Anna asked.
Oh, what time is it?
I asked. Then I popped one eye open and groaned at the light. Tara sat on the couch in an ill-fitting t-shirt with a coffee cup clutched in both hands. She giggled, shrugged, and sipped at her steaming beverage. Anna leaned on the couch behind her, dressed in the same outfit she had been wearing the day before. She snacked on an apple as she smiled at me.
I think it's about 10,
Raleigh said as he appeared behind the girls.
Betty will have some food ready soon. Care for some coffee?
I'd love some, I said as I sat up. My body ached, and my head was heavy. I didn't mean to sleep so late.
We all slept late,
Tara said.
I've only been up for like 10 minutes. Yeah, I was only up a little before that,
Anna agreed.
It's been a lazy morning for all of us,
Raleigh said.
Dan and Jenny haven't even come out of their rooms yet.
Breakfast is almost ready,
Betty called out from the kitchen.
She's in there cooking up some bacon and eggs,
Raleigh said with a grin. It sounds amazing, I said.
Right?
Tara agreed.
I hope that you guys all like thick-cut bacon,
Betty said as she poked her head into view.
I didn't know there was any other kind,
Raleigh said.
Let me come help you finish breakfast.
He grinned at me and Tara and then sauntered off to the kitchen. Seems like he's in a good mood, I chuckled.
If he were any happier, he'd be bursting into spontaneous song,
Tara said. I guess he had a good night, I said.
Of course he did,
Tara said.
We saved the day and then he got to spend the evening with his crush. Even if nothing happened, that's a good night.
True enough, I said. You think any of our clothes are dry yet?
They're all damp,
Tara said.
That's why Betty gave me this t-shirt to wear.
I'm guessing she doesn't have much that'll fit me, I joked as I pulled my pants over. They had dried off a little overnight, but the heavy fabric still held some moisture from the previous day. They weren't going to be comfortable, but Thankfully, I wouldn't have to wear them long.
All right, food's ready.
Betty called out. I left my shirt off and threw a blanket around my shoulders before I headed for the table. There were 2 serving plates full of hot food, and Raleigh set a cup of coffee down in front of me as I took a seat. One plate was loaded with more scrambled eggs than I had ever seen in one place, and the other had at least 2 pounds of bacon piled on top of it.
Do I smell bacon?
Dan called out.
Yeah, but you better come grab it while it's hot.
Betty said.
This looks really good.
Tara said as she joined us at the table.
Yeah, I haven't had a breakfast like this for a long time.
Anna said.
Why, thank you.
Betty said with a large smile.
It wasn't all me, though. Raleigh helped, too.
I didn't do much.
Raleigh muttered.
Get a room, you two.
Jenny teased.
We already did.
Betty said.
I'm glad to see you awake, dear. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Jenny said as she sat down.
Anything we can do to help?
Anna asked.
You guys did plenty.
Jenny said.
All I need now is time to recover.
You can have all the time you need.
Betty said.
You take it easy for a while. Dan and I will cover your portion of the chores until you're feeling better.
Thanks, but I think I'd rather just go back to the usual routine.
Jenny said.
All right, if that's what you want.
Betty said. The gray-haired woman smiled warmly at her granddaughter and then started to fill plates for all of us. Dan joined us just as Betty set down the last plate full of food.
Oh, man. We haven't had a spread like this for a while.
Well, it's been a while since we had reason to celebrate.
Betty said.
Now, tuck in, everyone.
She didn't have to tell me twice. I tore into the plate of food with a ravenous hunger I hadn't even realized I had. All the food was perfect, too. The eggs were buttery and were seasoned with the perfect amount of salt and pepper. The thick slabs of bacon were crispy but not burnt, and the fat was full of smoky flavor. The whole meal seemed to melt in my mouth as I shoveled bite after bite into my maw.
You know you can breathe between bites, right?
Tara asked with a smirk.
Sorry,
I muttered as I looked up and wiped my mouth.
it's just really good.
There's no reason to be sorry for enjoying good food.
Jenny said.
Yeah, Grandma Betty likes it when people enjoy her cooking,
Dan said.
It's hard not to enjoy.
Raleigh said.
Well, I'm just glad that you guys like it.
Betty said. We continued to eat until there was no food left on the table, and then I let out a contented sigh and rubbed my extremely full belly. Part of me wanted to just stay here for the day and relax after all we had done yesterday, but there was still way too much work to be done. I also really wanted to go home and see the rest of my girls again. It had only been a couple of days, but after yesterday, it felt like an eternity.
Thank you for the meal.
Tara said.
It was divine,
Raleigh said as he looked at Betty and smiled. The gray-haired woman blushed and laughed quietly. It was good, but unfortunately we need to head back to campus, I said.
Can we stay a little longer?
Raleigh asked with a frown. Not today, I said. There's still more we need to get done.
What do you mean?
Dan asked.
Didn't you guys take care of all the National Guard?
We took care of the convoy, but there are more of them in the area, I said. Anna looked over at me and raised an eyebrow. I forgot that she did not know about this yet.
When were you going to tell us about this?
Dan asked.
Relax, brother.
Jenny said.
You're right. Sorry.
Dan said.
Do you guys at least have a plan?
Nothing specific yet, until we scout out their base, I said. My team and I will take care of it, though. All I need you guys to do is sit tight and keep calm.
We can do that.
Betty said.
Can we?
Dan asked.
I'm not great at staying calm.
Yeah, and it got you messed up.
Jenny said.
2 of them managed to fight off 20 guys, rescue me, and return everything that was stolen all in one day. If Tav says that his team can take care of it, then I'm going to believe him.
I guess I didn't think of it like that,
Dan said with a shrug.
Sorry, guys. I know I need to learn to chill out.
It's all right. This is a stressful time for all of us, I said.
Yeah, just try to relax.
Tara said.
We have a pretty good track record with this sort of shit.
We had been doing pretty well these past weeks, but taking out an entrenched and fortified military installation was going to be more difficult than anything we had done thus far. Especially since we didn't have anything but some rifles, a machine gun, and about a dozen grenades. This was going to take a lot of planning, recon, and more than a bit of luck. And we'll certainly do our best, I said with a nod. I'm not doing anything without the rest of my team, though, and the sooner I get back to him, the better.
Well, you're always welcome here,
Betty said as she stood. Jenny stood as well and started to clear the dishes off the table.
Yeah, if you guys need anything, just let us know, and we'll do our best to try to help.
Is it still okay if we take that water tank?
Raleigh asked.
Oh, of course.
Betty chuckled.
We'd give you pretty much anything at this point.
That's kind of you, but we really don't need a lot right now, I said. You guys just stay safe for us while we clear out this latest group of assholes.
Well, can I at least help you load up the water tank?
Dan asked. If you're feeling up for it, sure, I said.
Yeah, let me show you where it is,
Dan replied as he headed for the back door. I followed him outside, past the pasture, and into a small outbuilding. The large black water tank sat against one wall. It was covered in cobwebs, dust, and old dirt. Guess you haven't used this for a while, I said.
Guess not,
Dan said.
I kind of just remember it always being here.
It's about time someone put it to use. Think the two of us can lift it? I asked.
Only one way to find out,
Dan said. The two of us each took a side, found a spot to grab it, and pulled hard. There was a tearing noise as we ripped it free of the grass and weeds that had tangled themselves around the bottom of the tank. It was more awkward than heavy, but the two of us managed to make our way across the farm and to the large army cargo truck fairly quickly. Thanks for the help, I said, once we got the tank into the truck bed.
I hope it works out for you,
Dan said with a nod. It'll work nicely, I said. The door to the house opened, and Tara stepped outside. She was dressed in her outfit from the day before once more, and she ran a brush through her hair. She also had a basket hanging from one arm. I could see some vegetables sticking out of one side. Anna came out after her with her weapon in her arms, and she gave me a wide grin when she saw me looking at her. Are you guys ready to go? I called out to her.
Yeah, but you might have to carry Raleigh out of here,
Tara said with a grin. Is he dragging his feet? I asked.
He's getting in as much time with Betty as he can,
Tara said. I'm half tempted to leave him here, I joked.
I don't think he'd complain,
Anna said. Unfortunately, we still need him, I said.
Just make sure he gets to come visit once in a while,
Dan said.
He seems like a good enough guy, and he makes my grandma really happy.
Oh, don't worry, I chuckled. I'm pretty sure I couldn't keep him away from this place if I tried.
You want me to try to get him out here?
Tara asked. I wouldn't mind getting a move on, yeah, I said with a nod. Tara turned and went back inside. I jumped into the truck and fished out 3 Kevlar vests. Then I hopped out and handed them over to Dan. Here, I figure you might like a few of these.
Whoa, is this body armor?
He asked. Yeah, it's not going to make you invincible, but it might help you feel a little safer, I said.
I hope we don't need to use them, but yeah, these are cool,
Dan said. Raleigh, Jenny, and Betty all filed out of the house. Betty hung off of the very smiley handyman and didn't seem to want to let him go as he headed towards the truck.
Have a safe trip home,
Jenny said as she waved at us.
and come back soon.
Betty said with a frown as Raleigh pulled away from her.
Don't worry, we'll come back,
Raleigh said. He turned once he reached the truck and winked at his gray-haired crush. Betty giggled, blushed, and nodded.
You guys are so cute.
Tara said with a huge smile.
They really are.
Jenny agreed.
You guys better leave before the two of them become inseparable,
Dan said. Probably a good idea. I chuckled and shook my head. Come on, let's go. I hopped into the driver's seat and started up the engine. Tara hugged the ladies on the porch, waved to Dan, and jumped into the truck. Anna gave them all a smile and a wave before she jumped into the beat-up pickup truck. Raleigh was just about to get in when Betty ran over to him, grabbed him by the shoulder, and leaned in to give him a long kiss. Tara and I looked at each other and grinned.
All right, break it up, you two,
Jenny called out.
Yeah, they need to leave,
Dan added. It's okay. They can have a minute, I chuckled. Betty pulled back and fixed her hair.
Well, that was a good way to say goodbye,
Raleigh muttered.
Just wanted you to remember me.
Betty said.
I don't think I could forget you if I tried.
The old man replied with a wink.
No, get going.
Betty laughed, and then she smacked him playfully on the ass. Raleigh climbed into the truck and pulled the door closed. As we pulled away, his eyes never left Betty, and I could have sworn I heard him let out a small sigh as we slipped out of sight.
Well, that was eventful.
Tara said as we made our way back to the road.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that,
Raleigh said.
I was talking about the whole trip, but yeah, that was exciting too.
Tara teased.
After she prepared us that basket of food, I thought I was done getting gifts from Betty,
Raleigh said. I noticed the basket, but haven't had a chance to look inside, I said. What all did she decide to send home with us?
Well, we have tomatoes, carrots, a head of lettuce, a couple peppers, a whole bunch of uncooked bacon, a dozen eggs, and like 4 loaves of homemade bread.
Tara said as she rummaged through the basket. It all sounded delicious, especially the bread. I hadn't realized how much I missed sandwiches until this very moment. All we needed now was some mayonnaise and mustard, and we were prepared for the perfect BLT. I doubted I would ever find a jar of mayonnaise that wasn't expired, but at least we had some Miracle Whip back on campus.
We're going to eat like kings for a while,
Raleigh said.
I bet you're feeling like a king right about now.
Tara chuckled.
Just a little,
Raleigh said with a big smile.
That woman is amazing.
Don't worry, you'll see her soon.
Tara said as she patted the old man on the shoulder.
Until then, guess I'll just have to think about her while I enjoy the food she gave to us,
Raleigh said. Don't get too comfortable, I said. There's still work to be done.
Right, the National Guard outpost,
Raleigh said.
Couldn't they just leave well enough alone?
I wish they would.
Tara groaned. It won't be a problem much longer, I said.
I hope you're right,
Raleigh said. We have a couple days to figure out what we're going to do, I said. I drove off down the road in the big truck with Tara riding shotgun, and Anna and Raleigh followed me in the rusted powder blue pickup. We went out of our way to pick up the ATV, and then we loaded it in the bed of the pickup, turned back around, and headed up the mountain to the school. It was a peaceful, sunny drive up the winding roads, across the bridge, and back through town, back to the campus. The massive truck was unwieldy at times, but nothing I couldn't handle. I pulled to a stop in the parking lot and stepped out onto the familiar ground. After I stretched my limbs, a grin spread across my face. It felt good to return to campus. It was going to feel even better to see all the girls again. There were not a lot of obvious changes to the area since I had left 2 days ago, but the greenhouse was already half full of plants, and our garden had started to sprout. The girls were nowhere in sight, but that was what I had come to expect. I stepped out of the truck, stretched, and looked up at the bright and cloudless sky.
Oh, it feels good to be home,
Tara said as she got out.
Yeah, it does,
I said. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called out.
It's just us. You guys can show yourselves.
Bailey and Paige emerged from inside one of the buildings. They gave us a wave and then immediately started to run towards us. Both girls were dressed casually, in jeans and plain colored t-shirts, but they still looked beautiful. They each had a rifle tucked under their arms, and as they ran towards us, huge smiles spread across their faces.
It is pretty nice to be home, but I wouldn't have minded staying at the farm a little longer,
Raleigh said with a smirk as he joined us in the parking lot.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Tara teased.
It's so good to see you again.
Bailey said when she got close.
Yeah, for a minute there, we were worried that we might never see you guys again.
Paige said as she ran up.
We were actually kind of thinking of going to look for you. I convinced her that was probably a bad idea.
Bailey said. I'm glad you stayed put, I agreed.
We expected you guys to be back soon, though, so when it got dark and there was nothing, we freaked out a little.
Paige explained.
I tried to come back last night, but Tav decided it was safer if I just stayed put.
Anna replied. It was dark, rainy, and we were exhausted, I said. I didn't want to find her crashed on the side of the road on my way home today.
Hey, you're all back now, and that's what's important.
Bailey said with a smile.
You got hurt, though.
Paige frowned as she touched the bandage on my bicep.
You're not supposed to get hurt when I'm not around to look after you.
I got it sewn up, though, I said.
Yeah, one of the people we ran into was a nurse.
Tara said.
Did she do a good job?
Paige asked. She did a great job, I confirmed. Don't worry, though. I still need your help to make sure it heals up nicely.
I'm always happy to help with that.
Paige said. She turned to Tara.
Did you get hurt at all? No, the National Guardsmen mostly just shot at Tav.
Tara said.
What?
Paige asked excitedly. Long story we'll tell you later, but it wasn't a bullet that got me, though, I said.
What did?
Bailey asked. Caught some shrapnel from a grenade, I said. It's just a scratch,
Holy
though.
shit, they had grenades?
Paige blanched. Not a lot of them, I said.
They didn't use them a lot either.
Tara said. We fought too close to their stuff for them to use them effectively, I explained.
Well, I'm glad you guys are safe.
Bailey said before she wrapped Tara in her arms.
Yeah, welcome home.
Paige said with a grin. She leaned in, kissed me, and rubbed my crotch.
I missed you for more than a few reasons. Me too.
Bailey said. She let go of Tara and gave me a kiss. I missed you too, I said, and grinned as I looked at the two women.
It's so nice to be home.
Anna said as she looked around and smiled. Yeah, it is, I said.
How was the morning?
The blonde hippie asked. It was relaxing, I said.
Not for all of us.
Tara said with a smirk as she looked at Raleigh.
What's that mean?
Paige asked as she looked at the old man and raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay? Things are more than okay.
Tara said.
Oh?
Bailey asked.
Had a nice morning with Betty is all.
Raleigh muttered. He shrugged and started to turn red. We, pretty much had to pry the two apart. I chuckled.
Yeah, they were attached at the mouth there at the end.
Tara teased.
Aw, does Raleigh have a girlfriend?
Bailey asked.
I'm not surprised.
Anna said.
They spent pretty much all of yesterday together.
I just stuck close to help her feel safe.
Raleigh replied.
I'd say you did a good job.
Tara said.
That's so cute.
Bailey cooed.
Yeah, it's so great that you made a connection.
Paige said to Raleigh.
Thanks.
Raleigh replied.
I just wish she lived a little closer.
It's not a long drive.
Anna said with a shrug.
No, but our gas won't last forever.
Raleigh said.
We have bikes.
Paige reminded him.
Guess I'll have to learn to ride again.
The handyman said.
You never forget how to do that.
Bailey cheered. So, how'd things go here? I asked.
Good.
Paige said.
We got a lot done while everyone was away. All the dishes are clean and we started to do laundry too.
Bailey said.
We would probably have gotten all the laundry done if it hadn't rained yesterday. It got pretty bad there for a while.
Tara said.
My outfit's still a little wet. Well, we have a big clothesline set up out behind the buildings.
Bailey said.
I'm sure you both have some clean and dry clothes out there. We didn't just clean stuff, though.
Paige cut in.
We got a few rabbits, caught several fish, and even started to fill the greenhouse. Oh, yeah, we also boiled like 100 gallons of water.
Bailey added.
Damn, you guys were productive.
Anna said.
Not like there was anything else to do.
Paige said with a shrug.
Yeah, it turns out when the rest of you aren't here, things are pretty boring.
Bailey said. Well, things aren't going to be boring for long, I said.
Oh, yeah? Do you have something for us to do?
Paige asked. Yeah, we have a new problem, I said.
What is it this time?
Bailey asked with a frown. We took out the convoy and got Jenny back, but there are more National Guard in the area, I said.
Yeah, they had set up a base in some old elementary school.
Tara said.
We have to get rid of them, don't we?
Bailey asked.
Of course we do,
Raleigh said.
You should have seen what they did to Betty and her family. These guys are not good people.
He's right.
Tara said.
These guys are using civilians like slaves. Jenny was just going to be the latest in what sounds like a large pool of sex slaves. Okay, yeah, fuck these guys, I'm in.
Anna said. We're all in, I said. The only way we stand a chance is to work together.
Do we have a plan?
Paige asked. Not yet, I said as I shook my head. We have a couple days, and I think we should take a moment to celebrate yesterday's victory. With what came next, I knew I needed to keep morale up. I couldn't promise that no one would get hurt while assaulting the guard outpost, and seeing such a depraved place could easily damage their calm. I couldn't put off the attack for very long, but a couple hours to enjoy the food Betty gave us and laugh with each other would do us good in the long run.
I'm all for that.
Tara said.
I can finally bust out some of the booze I brought back from the cabin. Sweet. Did you grab anything good?
Anna asked.
I grabbed a lot better stuff than you did when you were there.
Tara teased.
Hey, I didn't hear any complaints.
Anna replied. Go light on the alcohol, I ordered. I'm fine if you want to loosen up, but let's stay on our toes, all right?
Yes, sir.
Paige said with a smirk. I need to take a shower, but how about we all meet up for lunch after that? I asked. Betty gave us some fresh food that I'm sure we can put to good use.
I could use this shower too.
Tara said. She looked over at me and grinned.
Want to share? Hey, no fair.
Paige said.
You just got him for a full 2 days. Let the rest of us get some time in. All right, I suppose that's true.
Tara conceded. I don't think the stalls are big enough for me to share anyway. I chuckled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd really love to get out of these clothes. With that, I started off towards the dorm.
Want us to do anything while you shower?
Bailey asked as I walked away. Unload the truck, I replied. Keep the ammo close, though. I have a feeling we're going to need it. I went up to my dorm room and was surprised to find the bedding and the pile of dirty clothes were gone. The girls had worked a lot faster than I had anticipated. I pulled a fresh flannel and some relaxed-fit jeans from my pile of clean clothes, dropped my backpack on the bed, grabbed a soap and a towel, and returned to the courtyard. It felt amazing to strip off the grimy and moist outfit that I had worn for way too long, but the hot water shower felt even better. I closed my eyes, stood there a moment, and just enjoyed the feeling of the dirt being stripped from my flesh. The moment was interrupted by a stinging pain in my shoulder as the hot water ran along the stitches. I winced and opened my eyes. With a sigh, I grabbed the soap and started to give myself a scrub. I wished that I had the luxury of time to let myself heal, but the longer we waited to move on the guard, the better prepared they'd be, and we had to strike before they got worried about the missing caravan. Before I knew it, the water started to slow and then stop completely as the tanks became empty. I reluctantly stepped back into the courtyard. The shower had been exactly what I needed, but I wished it had been just a little longer.
Oh my, it's my lucky day,
Anna said from where she stood a couple yards away. Nothing you haven't seen before. I chuckled as I grabbed for my fresh pair of pants.
Is Tab naked out there?
Tara called out from the shower next to me.
Yep, nude as the day he was born,
Anna said with a smirk.
I'm getting out!
Tara shouted. I chuckled and pulled on my pants right as Tara burst out of her shower.
Oh, man.
She pouted. Again, it wasn't anything you hadn't seen before, I said.
Yeah, but you're really good looking.
Tara said.
She's right.
Anna agreed.
It's always a welcome sight. I guess I get that you want to wear pants, but could you at least go shirtless the rest of the day?
Tara asked. I don't think so, I said with a smile.
You're no fun.
Tara pouted. Look, we still have some work to do today, I said as I pulled on the flannel.
I guess I'll just have to get those clothes off you later.
Anna purred. Sounds like a good way to end the day, I said.
The best.
Anna agreed.
Now come on, you two.
We got the truck unloaded and Bailey started to cook us up some lunch.
Go on without me.
Tara said.
I'll catch up once I'm dressed.
I nodded and followed after Anna while Tara got dressed behind us. Chapter 15. Anna and I joined the others by the fire pit. From the sounds of it, the girls had been grilling Raleigh about his time with Betty. The old man had turned a deep shade of red and chuckled at the ladies.
I told you, I don't kiss and tell, he said.
So there was kissing then?
Paige asked.
Yeah, I gotta kiss goodbye,
Raleigh said.
It was a pretty long kiss, I said as I took a seat.
Well, it sounds like you ended up having a pretty good trip.
Bailey said.
Good for you, Raleigh.
The air was filled with the smell of frying bacon, and some fresh lettuce, bread, and tomatoes sat on a plate nearby. I licked my lips at the thought of enjoying a BLT. It had been far too long, and Betty's homemade bread looked amazing. Tara joined us a moment later. She had pulled on a clean outfit, consisting of a short black skirt, cute black flats, and a low-cut purple shirt. Her hair was mostly dry and bounced around her head in those soft waves once more.
I didn't miss lunch, did I?
She asked.
No, we're still a couple minutes out.
Bailey said.
We were just talking about Raleigh's new girlfriend.
Paige said with a smile.
Fun.
Tara said.
Did he tell you about the kiss he got before we left? We just heard about it.
Anna said with a grin.
All right, that's enough, ladies,
I chuckled. If he wants to share more, he'll do so, but don't force it out of him.
I guess that's fair.
Paige said.
Yeah, sorry if we pressured you a little.
Bailey added.
It's okay. I get that it can be a bit exciting,
Raleigh said.
Speaking of exciting,
Anna said.
Tell us about what happened with that National Guard caravan. Yeah, it had to be a pretty intense fight.
Paige said.
We just saw the stuff you took away from those guys. One of those guns was pretty big.
That's a M249, I said. Most people just call it a saw.
Oh, is that because it cuts things down like a saw or something?
Bailey asked. Not quite. I chuckled. The M249 is the Squad Automatic Weapon, or SAW for short.
That's a lot less exciting.
Tara said. It's good to have, though, I said. It uses the same rounds that most of our rifles use, but it can shoot a lot more of them a lot faster.
That's cool and all, but tell us about the fight.
Anna said.
It was pretty intense.
Tara started.
We ran into a small group of them at a nearby farm first.
The place had been abandoned, so we hid in the barn and waited for them to head our way, I said. We took down most of them with our knives, but things didn't go perfect, so we got into a small firefight.
Yeah, it wasn't fun getting shot at by these guys.
Tara said.
You didn't get hurt, though.
Anna said.
No, but they got closer a lot more often.
Tara explained. Well, thankfully, we had decent cover, I said. We were able to wound a couple of the guys and drag them into an empty farmhouse for interrogation.
These guys told us everything,
Tara said. The way things are being run now doesn't inspire much loyalty in its troops, I said. Once we got what we needed to know, we made sure they couldn't follow, took one of their trucks and headed off down the road.
So how many guys were at the farm?
Paige asked.
8?
Tara said.
Shit, you guys made it sound easy.
Anna said. It wasn't as easy as it sounds, I said.
So what happened once you guys caught up with the rest of them?
Bailey asked.
I acted as a distraction so Tav could find a place to shoot from.
Tara said. She did a good job, and I was able to get into the woods, I said. There were 13 guys still with the convoy, and they were well armed. The minute we started to take them down, they went into action. It was a lot more difficult than fighting the bikers. I couldn't stay in any one place too long.
I bet the grenades didn't help.
Bailey said. You're right. They didn't. I chuckled. Tara came in to help, though, and we managed to get them to start running.
Wow, I wouldn't expect that from guys with military training.
Anna said.
Me too.
Tara said.
These guys barely even resisted whenever we interrogated them.
All we did was threaten to shoot them, and they started to spill their guts, I said. Another sign of low morale.
Well, I feel better about this whole outpost siege thing.
Paige said.
Yeah, what else did you learn about that place?
Anna asked. Don't worry about the outpost today, I said. The convoy isn't expected back for another couple of days, so we have a bit of time. This is a big undertaking, and if we rush into things, we are bound to get ourselves killed. We'll get on it first thing in the morning, but right now, let's all relax. Don't let our little story fool you, though. These guys are not to be taken lightly, and I don't want anyone getting cocky.
Well, looks like the bacon's just about ready.
Bailey said.
You guys want to start fixing yourself sandwiches?
We all grabbed a plate and piled heaps of lettuce and large slices of tomato on the large whole grain bread. A little Miracle Whip and crispy bacon topped off each sandwich, and for a moment we all fell silent as we enjoyed the simple meal. We burned through the bacon quickly, but even after it was gone, most of us made another sandwich of just vegetables.
This bread is so good.
Bailey moaned.
Betty sure knows how to bake.
Anna agreed. I think you found yourself a keeper there, Raleigh, I said.
Do you think if you sweet talk her, you can get us more bread?
Tara asked.
I think we could probably just ask. But I'm happy to sweet talk her if you think that'll help.
Raleigh chuckled.
I don't think it would hurt,
I said with a grin, though I'm guessing they'll feel they owe us for a while.
Oh yeah, we did sort of save her granddaughter.
Tara said.
So what you're saying is that we can get more bread, right?
Paige asked. If we want more, we'll trade for it. I said, we're not going to take advantage of Betty's family.
I know it's the right thing to do, but this bread is so good that I kind of wish we could.
Anna joked.
We'll have to see if she can give us any pointers on making our own.
Bailey said.
Yeah, if we ever get a moment to ourselves again.
Tara said. We'll get there, I said.
It does feel like we haven't got a lot of time to ourselves lately.
Paige said.
Things aren't like they were when Tav first arrived, that's for sure.
Raleigh agreed.
Violent groups of assholes aside, things are better.
Anna said.
That's true.
Paige replied. Once we get the National Guard cleared out, things should quiet down for a while, I said. We know people are coming this way now that the bikers are gone, but we know that not everyone left is a maniac.
Yeah, we even met a few more decent people.
Tara said.
Right, there was that nurse.
Bailey said. Her name's Marla, I said. She has a husband named Justin and 2 kids, Frank and Mitch.
Are they farmers too?
Raleigh asked. Yep, they are, I said with a nod. We should be able to trade with them and the other farmer, Briar.
Sounds like we're starting to make some good connections.
Anna said.
It's just sad that it took a kidnapping to do it.
Bailey said.
At least we took care of that.
Tara said.
We managed to get Jenny away from those guys before they could even do anything to her. Nice job.
Paige said. Well, I think lunchtime is over, I said as I pushed myself to my feet. You guys get all our normal chores done today?
Not yet.
Anna said.
We hung a bunch of laundry this morning instead.
Bailey explained.
We wanted to take advantage of the morning sun.
All right, let's check the traps real quick, then meet up in the courtyard, I ordered. We just got a shit ton of ammo, and I figure we could all use some time on the range.
Hell yeah!
Bailey cheered and pumped her fist.
She's been talking about shooting since you left with Tara.
Paige said.
Oh yeah, how did that trip go?
Anna asked.
Yesterday got so messy that I forgot to ask. It was amazing.
Tara sighed.
I wish we could have stayed up there forever. It's a really nice place.
Anna said with a nod.
I can't wait until I get to go up there.
Paige said.
Me too.
Bailey said.
You guys are going to love it.
Tara assured them. Maybe once the outpost is gone, I'll be able to take another one of you up there, I said. Right now, though, I need Tara and Anna to check the traps. Raleigh, I want you up on the school watching for trouble. Raleigh nodded, adjusted his gun, and headed for the dorm building.
We'll be back soon,
Anna said.
Yeah, don't have too much fun without us,
Tara added. The 2 girls then sprinted off towards the woods. I didn't expect them to be gone long. Everyone was getting to know the route so well that it was faster every day.
What about us?
Paige asked as she wrapped an arm around Bailey's shoulder. You 2 are going to help me set up the shooting range, I said. Where'd you guys move the guns that were in the truck?
Everything is in the cafeteria,
Bailey said.
We weren't sure what all you wanted in the armory.
Cool. Let's go grab some ammo and set up some targets, I said. We made our way into the building and started to load up on 5.56 ammo. I grabbed a couple M4A1s for the girls to use instead of their usual rifles, just so we could mix up the guns we were all using, and then I grabbed the saw, since I figured teaching the girls how to handle it might be a good idea. "Don't forget to grab earplugs," I said. The three of us made our way back outside and over towards the shooting range.
What sort of targets do you want?
Anna asked after she dropped an armful of ammo onto one of the benches. "We're going to be using the moving target again," I said.
Probably a good call.
Bailey said.
I'll take care of it.
She rushed out and started to set up the simple rig Raleigh had made for us. Our moving target rig was one of the things I wanted to improve on, but it seemed that, along with our water filtration system, would have to wait for now.
What happened to your rifle?
Paige asked as she started to set out ammo at all the stations. Yesterday's weather was not kind to it, I said as I looked at the dirt-encrusted gun.
Yikes.
Thankfully, all it needs is a good cleaning, I said. Then I set a carbine out at each of the stations and then took a seat with my own rifle. Once it was disassembled, I scrubbed it down, removed all the bits of dirt and debris, oiled it, and put it back together. I was really starting to get attached to this rifle. Everything about it was a cut above the weaponry I was used to using, and it had not let me down yet, and I doubted there was anything out there that would replace it for me. About the time I finished, Tara and Anna joined us.
How'd it go?
Bailey asked.
Nothing today.
Anna said.
We tossed some more bait on the lines, though.
Tara said. Good, I said. Tara, I want you to switch with Raleigh on guard duty. He needs to practice more than you do right now. She frowned, but then nodded and headed off.
Aw, how come she can't shoot with us?
Bailey asked. She was with me yesterday, I said. She got her range time in against live targets, I explained. Raleigh hasn't gotten to shoot nearly as much as the rest of us, and I want him ready.
He's gonna come with us then?
Paige asked. I think so, I said with a nod. Now take a seat and grab a gun. We're going to fire 30 rounds each. You're going to load up 3 magazines with 2 rounds each. After you have all fired all 3 magazines, I'll reset the target, give you guys enough time to reset for another round, and do it all again. Focus on hitting the target and reloading quickly without watching your hands. The girls nodded and busied themselves loading up their magazines. I appointed myself target mover and made sure it was moving nicely from where I stood well off to the side. Raleigh joined us. I filled him in on the drill, and the team got to work. As I watched them, it became very clear that they were improving. They weren't missing a lot, even when I threw in small complications, like variable speed and stopping at random. Raleigh and Paige still struggled a little when it came to the reload. It made sense, though, since Raleigh had not practiced as much, and since Paige preferred to use her shotgun. Still, the M4s and AR rifles were the most common weapon we had, so knowing how to use them was important. All right, one more thing before we call it, I said as I walked over to my team. We're going to go over how to work the saw.
Sweet. Can I go first?
Anna asked. Sure, I said with a nod. Then I cleared one of the lanes and set the larger machine gun in it. I grabbed one of the prepared belt ammo boxes and set it next to it. Take a seat. I motioned to the lane.
How do I load this thing?
Anna asked after she took a seat. Start by making sure your safety is on, I said. Anna looked around for a moment, located the safety, switched it on, then nodded. Good. Now, grab that piece sticking out the right side, I instructed. That's the caulking handle. Pull that back until you feel it lock into place. Next, you want to open up the cover. To do that, find the latches towards the back of the body. There's one on each side of the gun. Push them both in, and the top should pop, giving you access to the firing section where you'll feed the belt. Anna fumbled around for a moment, but we had worked with various guns enough lately that she was able to find the latches and open up the machine gun. Good. Now, take that box there, and put it in place on the bottom of the gun, I said. You'll notice that there is a clip on the gun that the magazine box attaches to. Once you have it in place, you are going to pull out some of the belt so you can actually load the gun. There was a satisfying click as she slid the 300-round box into place. The redhead then pulled out some of the ammo and held it aloft. Now that you have some of the ammo out, you are going to lay it on the feed tray, I said. That's the area you revealed by opening the cover. On the left side, you'll notice a spot where a round will sit next to. That's called the cartridge stop. Put the first round there, and then make sure the other rounds are lined up in the grooves.
All right, that was easy enough.
Anna said after she laid the ammo in place. Now, hold it in place and start to close the cover. Once you get it down enough to hold your rounds in place, remove your fingers from harm's way and slam the cover closed, I said with a smile. That'll lock everything into place.
That's it then?
Anna asked. Yeah, that's it, I said with a nod.
That wasn't nearly as complicated as I thought it would be.
Bailey said.
Yeah, that's just a little more complicated than reloading one of our rifles,
Raleigh added. You just have to make sure you line up your belt right, I said. It's really easy to mess that part up in the heat of battle if you have not practiced it before.
I can see that.
Paige said.
Mechanically, it's simple, but it's still a few more steps than we're used to.
Especially if you're going from one box to the next, I said. Then you have to clear the links before you can put a new belt in.
Well, that doesn't sound so bad.
Anna said. It's not, but it's another step before you can fire again, I said.
I guess I can see how that would slow you down.
Bailey said.
Well, do I get to shoot this beast?
Anna asked with a barely contained grin. Of course, I said with a nod. Everyone put your earplugs in and then, Anna, you are clear to fire. Everyone shoved their plugs in and gave Anna a thumbs up when they were ready. Anna switched the safety on, snugged the butt of the gun into her shoulder, aimed down the sights, and pulled the trigger. A large smile spread across her face as she started to spray bullets downrange. Each shot threw dirt from the backstop into the air as she obliterated the entire area in front of her. She fired for half a minute before letting off the trigger and throwing her hands into the air.
That was awesome! I want to try!
Paige exclaimed as she rushed over to the bench. The rest of the team took their turn on the saw, and each one of them burned through a couple dozen rounds in a few seconds and got up with a big smile on their face.
It's fun, but I think I prefer my rifle.
Bailey said.
I don't feel like I can really hit much with that thing.
It can be deadly if you manage to get someone with this, but yeah, it's more useful as a means of suppressing the enemy, I explained.
It seems like that could be a good thing to have,
Raleigh said. They are also particularly useful when set up defensively, I said. We'll take it with us on our outpost raid, but after that I think I want to set it up on the rooftop where we've been keeping watch.
Would be nice to have a dedicated defensive gun.
Paige said.
Yeah, especially one with this much oomph.
Anna said. We'll just have to practice with it a little more, I said. You also need to learn to break it down and load the belts.
That sounds both kind of fun and super tedious.
Bailey said. It's not much worse than anything else you guys have done, I said. All right, unload the thing and let's call it a day. Sun's starting to go down and I'm thinking that it might be best if we head to bed early tonight.
That's probably a good idea.
Paige said.
You need the extra sleep to help you heal.
We also have lots to do tomorrow, I said.
Well, if you guys want, I can go start dinner.
Bailey said.
I've kind of had the itch to cook lately.
Be my guest, I said. The rest of us can stow the guns and meet you at the fire.
Should we grab Tara?
Anna asked. We'll give her a shout once the guns are put away, I said. The group busied themselves with cleanup while Bailey went off to start dinner. A few minutes later, once we had collected our spent brass, we grabbed all the gear and took it all to the dorm building. I didn't see any reason to take it all the way upstairs, since a lot of it would be needed in the morning anyway.
I'll grab Tara if you guys want to head outside.
Anna said.
Want to grab some alcohol on your way out?
Paige asked.
Of course.
Anna said with a nod. Anna headed for the roof, and the rest of us went outside to join Bailey. The air was already thick with the smell of cooking meats, and we arrived to find the thin blonde humming to herself, while she stirred a large pot sitting over the fire. A pan of meat sizzled next to it, and she already had bowls close by.
What you cooking?
Paige asked.
Making a soup.
Bailey said.
I took some of the fresh veggies, some eggs, and some of that ramen you guys got to make a sort of noodle broth.
You didn't use those flavor packets, did you?
Raleigh asked.
No.
Bailey chuckled.
I knew I could add enough flavor without them. Once the meat is cooked a little more, I'm going to add it into the soup, too.
Well, it smells delicious, I said.
Yeah, and soup sounds pretty damn good.
Paige added.
Where's everyone else?
Bailey asked. Grabbing booze, I said.
Good call.
She replied. I let out a sigh and smiled as I settled onto the wooden bench. It felt nice to be home again, even if it was only for a day. Getting to come back here reminded me of why we needed to fight. Our little slice of peace was a wonderful thing, and something worth defending, even if it meant possible injury and death.
I'm a little surprised at how nice today was,
Raleigh said as he took a seat beside me.
When I got to Betty's farm yesterday, I felt certain that all of our good times were over. I thought surely this would be the end of all we'd worked so hard to build.
You thought that was the end already? I asked as I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You helped take down a gang of bikers less than a week ago, but a few military goons show up and it's over?
I know. I should have known better.
Raleigh chuckled. Don't get me wrong, the path ahead of us isn't going to be easy, but if we stick together, I think we should come out on top, I said. Then I leaned over, grinned, and clapped Raleigh on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get to see Betty again.
That'd be much appreciated,
he said with a large smile.
I think I might like her just a little.
Just a little. Really?
Paige asked with a smirk.
All right. Maybe more than a little.
The old handyman chuckled.
Hey guys, miss me?
Tara asked as she and Anna skipped up to us. They both had a grin on their face and a bottle of booze in each hand.
If I say yes, will you pass me one of those bottles?
Paige teased. Tara stuck her tongue out at the brunette, but tossed her a bottle of whiskey. She then took a seat and popped out her own bottle of high-end vodka and took a swig.
God, this is good shit. Let me try,
Bailey said as she grabbed the bottle. Remember, don't drink too much, I said.
We'll keep it reasonable,
Anna said with a nod. The bottles were passed around the group until Bailey announced that her soup was ready. She then filled a bowl for each of us and handed them out. The broth was thin and slightly yellow, and the whole thing smelled heavily of garlic and basil. Little bits of meat swam in a sea of noodles, egg, and carrot. I licked my lips and dipped my spoon into the bowl. My first bite was a juicy mix of all the ingredients, and it melted together into a wonderful and slightly spicy blend in my mouth. I swallowed, and the broth warmed my whole body as it traveled through my system.
This is really good stuff,
Anna said between bites.
I was a bit skeptical at first, but yeah, this is some damn fine soup.
Tara said.
It's weirdly filling for having such a light broth.
Paige said.
I tried to keep it thick to make sure it actually got us full.
Bailey said.
Well, it worked.
Paige replied.
You are quite the cook,
Raleigh said.
Thanks.
Bailey said with a smile.
I'm really working on getting better at using spices. It's really paying off.
Tara said. Yeah, this is wonderful, I said.
You guys are too nice.
Bailey said quietly as she started to blush.
Oh, it's so cute when you get all shy.
Tara said.
I just don't know how to take a compliment well.
The blonde hippie said with a shrug.
It's okay. I'm still adjusting to actually having so many friends.
Paige admitted.
I've always had friends and teammates, but none of them were as close as we are.
Anna said.
Yeah, all I ever really had were party buddies.
Tara said. Adversity really brings people together, I said.
Yep. Nothing will bring people together like danger,
Raleigh said.
Well, I'm glad I got stuck with you guys,
Anna said as she smiled at the other girls.
You're all great.
I served with some of the greatest men I've ever known in my ranger units, and I never thought I'd experience that sort of camaraderie again when I left the army, I said. But now, with you all, I have something even better that I didn't even know was possible. The girls all went quiet and wiped away stray tears that formed as they looked at each other. I sat back and smiled. It was nice to see them realize how much they meant to each other. They were really coming together as a team, and they were going to need that bond in the coming days. Shit was about to get hard. I glanced up at the darkening sky and took a swig of whiskey.
Hey, Tav, how's the arm?
Paige asked. Sore, I said. It'll heal, though.
You should let me go over it before you go to sleep.
The brunette said. Go grab your kit and we can do it now, I said. I'm thinking it's about time to turn in,
I have it right here.
Paige said as she pulled her kid up.
I'll start cleaning this stuff up while you do that.
Tara said.
I can help with that,
Raleigh said before he groaned and stood up. Paige stepped over to me, pulled on a pair of latex gloves, and started to unpack her tools. She then pulled off my old bandage, frowned, and started to clean the area with an alcohol-soaked cotton swab.
This looks pretty red.
Yeah, Marla, the lady who stitched me up, said there was a chance of a low-grade infection, I said.
That doesn't sound good.
Anna said. We have antibiotics, I said.
Make sure you take some today.
Paige said. Don't worry, I'm gonna pop one before bed, I said.
You better.
She said sternly. I chuckled and watched as she finished cleaning the area and put a fresh bandage in place. The brunette had a very focused look on her face, and she only stopped to push a stray hair from out of her face.
There you go.
She said as she started to pack things up again.
I'll clean.
Thanks, but you do know I can change my own bandages, right? I asked.
Well, yeah, but I like to put my few medical skills to use.
Paige said with a shrug.
I think you just like to play doctor.
Tara teased.
Who wouldn't want to play doctor with that guy?
Anna said with a smirk.
Fair enough.
Tara chuckled.
I'd check him out any day.
As much fun as this conversation is, I think I'm gonna drop these dishes off in the kitchen and head to bed,
Raleigh said.
Aw, you don't want to play doctor with Tav?
Paige teased.
I think he'd rather play it with Betty.
Tara said. Raleigh blushed and hurried off towards the dorm building.
I think we might have scared him off.
Bailey said.
You'd think he'd be used to us by now.
Paige said with a shrug. I think he's just a little more sensitive, I said. Take it easy on the old-timer.
I thought we were.
Tara said.
Yeah, we could have said way worse.
Paige added. I shook my head and laughed quietly. Then I pushed myself up, stretched out my back, and let out a yawn.
Either way,
I think we should all follow his example. I want you all well rested when I get you up tomorrow,
I'll head to bed after I finish cleaning up here.
Tara said.
I want to take a walk down the hill and make sure the spike strip is in place before I head in, if that's okay.
Paige said. That sounds like a good idea, I said. I don't want you to go alone, though.
I'll go with her.
Bailey volunteered. All right, make it quick, ladies, I ordered.
Yes, sir.
Paige said. She looked over to her thin blonde companion.
Ready? Ready.
Bailey confirmed with a nod. The two girls sprinted off towards town, leaving only 3 of us by the fire. Well, unless anyone needs anything else, I'm going to turn in, I said.
No, you are good to go.
Anna said.
Have a good night.
You too, I said. I'm sure I'll see you all soon. Then I gave the girls a wave and headed off for the night. It was a bit of a surprise how tired I felt already. It wasn't even entirely dark, yet my feet were heavy, and I couldn't help but let out another yawn. I went into the dorm building, up the stairs, and into my little room. The bed let out a soft squeak as I took a seat on it and pulled off my shirt. There was a soft knock at the door, and then Anna stepped in. She bit her lip as she pressed the door quietly closed behind her and made her way towards me. The last light of the fading day streamed through the cracks in the boarded windows to illuminate the athletic woman like an angel. Her hair shimmered on top of her head, and I could make out every perfect curve of her body as she moved. Hey there, I said with a lopsided grin.
Hi.
She said. Long time no see, I joked as she sat down next to me. Anna nodded and ran a hand across my chest. Everything okay? I asked.
Yeah, we just haven't had a lot of time alone lately.
She said.
I thought I'd come up here and see if I could steal your attention for a little while.
Oh, it seems I'm all yours, I said.
I'm glad you're still alive.
She said.
Yesterday, when you and Tara went off together, part of me was certain I would never see you again.
Oh, we didn't make it out unscathed, I said.
No, but you did exactly what you said you were going to do and got back Jenny and the stolen goods.
The redhead replied.
Have I told you yet how amazing that is?
I wasn't alone, I said.
I'll have to remember to tell Tara, too, then.
Anna said.
It's still incredible what we are able to do when you are here to guide us. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I am really glad that you came here.
I am too, I said gently. I am thankful that I have such skilled women at my back.
Careful, or you might make me blush,
Anna said with a smirk. I'm starting to think that was the reason you came here, I said.
Well, it sounds like we are going to be busy for a while, and I doubt we'll be able to score much alone time once we start out for this outpost place.
Anna shrugged. She leaned in, close, and ran her tongue along my neck.
I just wanted to make the most of what time we have now.
She slid her hand on my chest, down lower, until she reached my pants. As she unbuttoned them, she clamped her lips around my neck and sucked hard for a moment. Well, then I guess we better get busy, I groaned as I shifted and let my cock slip free. Chapter 16. Anna moved to kneel in front of me on the floor. She pulled my pants off and stared at my long, stiff member. She licked her lips and wrapped her hands around it first.
It's been too long.
Well then, you better make up for lost time, I said with a grin. She laughed and started to stroke it slowly. I watched her with a smile and let out a small groan of delight.
If you're enjoying that, then you are going to love what comes next,
the redhead said. Then she leaned forward and eased my cock into her mouth. Oh, fuck yeah, I muttered as I put a hand on the back of her head. Anna worked her mouth slowly up and down the top half of my shaft at first. She licked at the tip while it was in her mouth, and she played with my balls with one of her free hands. With the other, she started to tease her nipples. I grunted as I felt my cock slide against the back of her throat. It was soft and warm. The only thing that was better than this was actually being inside her pussy. Anna increased her movement slowly until she moved quickly up and down the full length of my stiff shaft. She expertly teased me with her tongue at every opportunity and continued to play with my balls. Then, suddenly, she stopped and pulled me out of her mouth. Done already? I asked.
Hardly,
she said after she took a gulp of air.
I just have other places I'd rather you blow your load. First, though, just sit back and enjoy the show.
She stood up and pulled her shirt off over her head. Her round, perky breasts bounced as they were freed of the fabric. Her nipples looked hard as stone and pointed directly at me. She swung the shirt around and flung it in my direction before doing a little spin and unbuttoning her tight pants. Anna swayed her hips as she slowly started to slip her pants off to reveal a pair of bright red silky panties. The crotch of the panties had a large deep red spot of wetness. I licked my lips as I kept my eyes on her swinging ass and wet underwear.
Should I take off my underwear or leave them on?
Anna asked as she turned to face me. She reached down and pulled her panties to the side to reveal her dripping wet pussy. Take them off, I said with a grin.
As you wish,
Anna said before she slipped them off. As they fell to the floor, a long string of wetness clung to them and fell with it. I grinned and waved her over to me. Once she got close enough, I grabbed her around the waist, tossed her onto the bed, and shifted to be on top of her. Anna giggled and leaned in to give me a kiss. I kissed her back hard and slipped my tongue into her mouth. Then we became one tangled mess of flesh on the bed as we rolled around and made out. I moved from her mouth to her neck and carefully licked and sucked my way down her collarbone and to her breasts. Anna moaned and arched her back as I teased her stiff nipple with the tip of my tongue. I smiled, looked up at her, and sucked hard on her perky breasts.
Oh, God, yes,
she muttered as she squeezed her eyes closed and pressed her body against me. I slipped a hand down her stomach until I found her slick pussy. For a moment, I just rubbed the outside, but then I slipped a couple of fingers inside. Anna let out a delighted squeak and pressed herself closer against me. I continued to tease her with my fingers until her body began to shake, and then stopped.
Oh, that's not nice.
The redhead pouted. I licked my sticky fingers and chuckled as I lowered my mouth to her pussy.
I guess that's acceptable.
She laughed as I settled in between her legs. Anna's eyes rolled back as I flicked my tongue along her sensitive and exposed clit. Her body quickly started to shudder again, and I felt her strong legs press against my head. She grunted and grabbed a handful of my shaggy hair as I licked along the length of her slit. I savored the taste of Anna on my tongue as I continued to lap at her pool. It was slightly sweet, and the smell of it made me want to flip her over and shove my cock inside her. I calmed myself for the moment and continued to please her with my tongue. There was no reason to be hasty.
Oh, I'm gonna come.
Anna moaned as her eyes rolled back in her head. She grabbed handfuls of the freshly changed sheets and used it to keep herself down as her body started to buck. I sat up and watched with a grin as Anna rode a wave of pleasure. 30 seconds later, she started to settle down, and I pushed her legs open again. Now for the main event. Anna smiled wide and leaned back as I slid inside of her. She let out a long and happy sigh as my throbbing cock rubbed against her walls and filled her completely.
Why do you feel so good?
Anna asked. I could ask you the same question, I replied.
I'm glad you think so.
Anna said with a smirk. Sorry, is it not obvious enough? I asked. I can work harder.
I won't stop you.
Anna teased. I grinned, grabbed her hips, and started to thrust back and forth. A grunt escaped my lips as I felt the walls of her vagina tighten further around me. Anna matched my pace and pressed her hips into me each time I thrust. We worked together in perfect harmony, and the room filled with the sounds of our delight. I pulled out, picked her up off the bed, and pinned her against a wall before I continued to rail her. Anna huffed and moaned as her tight abs worked to hold herself aloft for me. Once my legs started to burn, we moved to the floor, where I had her get on her knees so I could go at her from behind.
Let me do some work.
She begged with heavy breaths. I nodded and moved onto the bed so that the redhead could climb on top of me. Anna crouched over me and lowered herself onto my glistening member. She quivered as I slid fully inside her again, and then she started to bounce up and down on it.
Tab, I want you to come inside me.
Anna panted.
I've been on the birth control pills for a while, so we don't have to worry about getting pregnant.
You sure? I asked.
Yeah, I know the others have all had you do it.
She said.
I don't want to be left out, please. I want you to fill me up so bad.
As you wish, I said with a smirk. Anna continued to bounce on my cock, but she leaned down and kissed me at the same time. I reached up and played with her nipples, and I could feel the pressure building inside me. The tight walls of her vagina rubbed my whole dick, and I knew I couldn't hold it in much longer. I let go of her breasts, grabbed her hips, and pulled her into me. Then I let out a low moan and released my load deep into her.
Oh, fuck, I'm coming again.
Anna shuddered as she felt my hot cum fill her up, and then neither of us spoke as we rode our orgasms out till the end. Wow! I sighed when we were done, and the beautiful redhead had collapsed on my chest.
Yeah.
She whispered.
Damn, I'm really filled up. You came a lot in me. Oh, it feels great.
I aim to please, I chuckled.
And you always hit your target.
She laughed. Then she sat up from my chest, and we both looked down to where my still-hard cock was buried in her pussy. We both gasped as Anna lifted up, and my cock slid free. A bit of my cum dripped out of her tight hole, and she giggled before she collapsed onto the bed next to me, ran a hand through her long red hair, and gasped for air. How was that? I asked.
Amazing.
She muttered.
Having you come inside me is really fucking hot. The other girls were talking about it one day, and I just couldn't get the idea out of my head.
Well, I'm glad it was as good as you hoped, I said.
It always is with you.
She chuckled. For a couple minutes, the two of us just laid there in each other's arms. I gently traced a path along her torso with my fingers as I stared at the dark ceiling. If ever there was a good way to spend your time before a big fight, this was it.
Tav, you really think we should take out this National Guard outposts?
Anna asked me.
We could live here in peace and they'd never know about us.
I think we have to try, or they will keep harassing the farmers, I said. I can't guarantee we'll win, but our track record so far has been pretty good.
I just hope we're ready.
The redhead said.
I mean, this is a whole different sort of fight than the one we had with the bikers.
You're right. And because of that, I need you to be strong, I said as I looked at her. You're my second, and that means you need to help me keep everyone calm. No matter how scared you might be, you have to keep a level head. We are the ones who are going to keep them from panicking if things go tits up. Keeping the team cohesive and calm could mean the difference between life and death. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
She sighed and looked down at my chest.
I'm worried I'm not the right person for the job.
Hey, look at me, I said as I cupped my hand around her chin and gently forced her to meet my gaze. I chose you for a reason. You're stronger than you think. All of you are.
Sometimes I don't understand what you see in us, but you haven't been wrong yet.
Anna said with a small smile.
I guess I did pretty well in our last big fight.
You did great, I said. You'll do great in this one too. Just keep calm, listen to my orders, and if we get separated, go with your gut.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
She replied. I pulled her close and kissed her on the forehead. As I pulled away, I smiled, because I could still taste her on my tongue.
We should probably get back to the others and get a good night's rest, huh?
Anna asked. Yeah, I'm already up later than I planned to be, I said.
You don't seem too upset.
Anna teased as she sat up. This is better than sleep, I laughed.
That is definitely true.
She said. The two of us pulled on some sleeping outfits and made our way to the common room. The rest of the girls were already asleep, and they didn't even shift as I laid down with them. They did, however, move to encompass me as soon as my head hit the pillow. I laughed quietly and pulled a blanket up over all of us as I snuggled in. I woke up early the next morning and wormed my way out of the pile of women. As I got dressed, I thought about everything that was to come. This was going to test everything I had taught the girls up till this point. With a sigh, I slipped out of the room and made my way back to the common room. I made a brief stop along the way to make sure Raleigh was awake, and then continued on. All the girls were still fast asleep. They hadn't even moved to take up the spot I had been a few minutes before. They all looked peaceful and content. It was almost a shame that I had to wake them up. Rise and shine, ladies, I said loudly.
Is yelling really necessary?
Tara asked as she threw a pillow over her head. I wasn't yelling, but I can if it helps, I teased.
No, it's okay. We're getting up.
Anna groaned. Good, I want to see all of you in the library as soon as possible, I said. Paige sat up, moved the tangle of brunette hair out of her face, pulled on her glasses, and nodded.
We'll be there. Just give us a minute to get dressed.
I'd suggest choosing something that you feel comfortable crawling around in, I said. I have a feeling we'll be spending a lot of time in the woods.
Yes, sir.
Bailey said before she let out a large yawn. Tara let out a small sigh, but sat up. She shook her hair out, then stretched and reached for a nearby t-shirt. All of her crankiness seemed to melt away as she stood up and started to search through a pile of clothes for the rest of her outfit. I'll go make some coffee, I said.
That'd be awesome.
Paige said.
Yeah, I'm fine with getting up early, but a boost never hurts.
Bailey added. All right, see you soon, I said with a nod. Then I headed downstairs and jogged across the courtyard and into the library. The faint hint of daylight lit the library enough for me to see where I was going, and I made my way back to our meeting table. After I got the coffee going, I turned to the whiteboard, cleared half of it off, and started to write down what I knew about the outpost. Raleigh and the girls all entered the room shortly after the first beams of sunlight streamed in through the dusty windows.
Oh, is that coffee I smell?
Raleigh asked as he took a seat.
Yep, there's a fresh pot on the table,
I said. The group sat down and started to fill their cups as I finished at the whiteboard. Once I was done, I turned and leaned over the table. All 5 of my friends sat there and sipped at their coffee with smiles on their faces. It was a shame that I had to ruin what looked to be a perfectly good morning. I sighed and took a seat.
So is it time to finally talk about the outpost?
Tara asked. Yeah, I think it is, I said.
All right, so what do we know?
Paige asked as she raised an eyebrow. I stepped aside and pointed to the whiteboard. Written on the board was a list of information. Times 250 cal, 40-ish soldiers, razor wire, chain link perimeter, watchtowers, concrete barricades, patrols, fortified buildings, and slave labor force. This is the information we have so far. As you can see, we don't know a ton, but what we do know tells us that this isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, 40-ish National Guard troops seems like a lot.
Bailey said.
Especially since they have a fortified position.
Anna added.
We know what sort of crazy shit you can pull off when you have a little time to put defenses in place. These guys have some serious stuff, too.
Paige said.
Look at that list. I mean, I don't know what exactly razor wire is, but I know I don't want to mess with it.
Aren't 50 cals like really big machine guns?
Tara asked.
Now do you see why I wanted to spend yesterday enjoying some downtime?
I said.
Yeah, you wanted us to have one last day before we marched off to die.
Paige said.
We're not going to die.
Bailey cut in.
Though I am curious why this has to be our problem. Can't we just keep ourselves and the farms protected and ignore them or something?
We've already kicked the hornet's nest by taking out their supply trucks,
Raleigh said.
They're not going to be happy that some locals cost them food, soldiers, and women.
Yeah, but can't we just place defenses?
Bailey asked.
We already know that our defensive plans work, and then the National Guard would have to come to us if they wanted to cause trouble.
There's no good way for us to keep the farms safe, I said. We could try setting up defenses around those places like we have here, but including the farmers, there's only 12 of us. That's a really small number of people to split between 4 locations. Plus, we can't just let them keep using the civilians like slaves. This colonel guy has at least a dozen women on site, just to keep his men happy.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. I interrupted with a nod. Why do you think they took Jenny in the first place?
I guess I tried not to think about that.
Bailey said quietly.
He's right.
Anna said.
We can't just let these sick fucks get away with enslaving people and raping women.
Yeah, I won't just stand by and let that happen.
Tara said.
Agreed,
Raleigh said.
People like these need to be taught some manners, and it seems that we're the only people around willing to do that.
All right, yeah, I get why we have to go to them.
Paige admitted.
How are we going to pull this off, though? I know we have a lot of guns, but they have more. Well, maybe not, but they at least have more people to hold them, plus they have an entrenched position.
Well, that's why I got you guys up early today, I explained. We're going to gear up, head to this outpost, and spend the last day we have doing some recon. I think there is a chance we can find a weakness or two that we might be able to exploit with our small team.
I'm all for taking out horrible people, but do you really think we can do this?
Bailey asked. We might not have much of a plan yet, but I have faith in us, I said. Since we met, we have faced dozens of challenges and trials, but every single time, we have come together, adapted to the situation, and overcome the problem. This might be larger than anything we have faced so far, but I honestly believe that if we stick together, believe in each other, and remember what we have practiced for these past weeks, we can make it through this too.
Well, we certainly have to try.
Tara said.
All right, we're all in.
Anna said.
Yeah, I think at this point we'd pretty much follow you into hell itself.
Paige said.
I would appreciate it if we all got a turn at the cabin before that happened.
Bailey joked. Yeah, we'll wait a while before we make our trip to hell. I chuckled. Now that you know a bit of what we're up against, I need you all to get ready. We'll be gone for a few days, so you need to make sure you have food, water, ammo, and clothes for several days. I think we'll pack that National Guard truck with anything we don't need to carry on us, but we can't take it too close to the outpost.
Got it.
Anna said.
Me and the girls will go grab our kits and then load stuff into the truck. Aside from food, water, and sleeping gear, is there anything you want us to bring?
Pack the bikes, I said. I don't know if we'll use them, but they could come in handy. Oh, and don't forget to grab some of those grenades. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need those,
Ooh, sounds kind of fun.
Paige said.
Weirdly enough, I agree.
Anna said as she got up.
Well, we better go get them then.
Tara said.
Yeah, there's no time to waste,
Raleigh said. Everyone rushed out of the room, leaving me alone once again. I stood up, turned back to the whiteboard, and sighed. Getting everyone on board was the easy part. Now I just had to kill the bad guys, save a bunch of civilians, and make sure none of my team died doing it. I shook my head and made my way back up to my room. The dorm room was abuzz with activity as I made my way through the common area. Each of the girls rushed back and forth as they worked to pack their bags. All of them already had their guns out and on their person. "How's it going?" I asked as I passed by.
Good. I think we're about done up here.
Anna said.
Yeah, I restocked my medical kit and have extra bandages just in case.
Paige said. Not a bad idea, I said. Keep at it, I'm going to put together my kit.
We'll make sure everything is ready to go for you.
Anna said. I gave the redhead a nod and continued down the hall to my room. Once inside, I started to put together my kit. For once I left my old vest behind, knowing that I could use one of the Kevlars we pulled from the guardsmen. I readied my rifle with 3 spare 30-round magazines, my Springfield XD 9mm pistol with 2 extra magazines, and lastly my knife. I tucked it, sheathed, into my belt for now. After I got my weapons sorted, I packed my bag. I only put a day's worth of food and water in it so that I had more room for ammo and extra gear like binoculars, compass, matches, first aid kit, the area map, and notebook. I left a lot of basic camping supplies out since I knew we could throw them into the truck. The day was bright, and the sun had only just started its ascent into the sky. Under different circumstances, it would be a perfectly pleasant day to spend improving our little home. Unfortunately, improvements would have to wait. I heard heavy footsteps and turned to see Raleigh making his way towards me. He had on a pair of comfortable jeans, heavy boots, and a button-up work shirt under a Kevlar vest. He had his pistol strapped to his hip, an M4A1 in his hands, and a couple grenades on his belt. A large, full backpack hung off his back, and he had on one of his old leather newsboy caps on top of his head of gray hair.
"You look ready to go,"
I said with a grin.
"Well, you said to make it quick,"
the handyman said with a shrug. "You sure you feel up for this?" I asked. "As much as I would love to have you with us, I'd understand if you'd feel better staying with Betty or guarding the campus."
No, not this time,"
Raleigh said.
"It's been a long time since I had this much of a reason to fight. These bastards came into our neighborhood and started to mess with our friends. That's not just something I can abide."
"Man, that night with Betty must have been really good," I teased. Raleigh grinned and shook his head.
"It's not that. But she does give me something more to fight for."
"Good," I said as I put a hand on his shoulder. "Never forget what we're fighting for."
"I don't think I could if I wanted to,"
he replied.
"Don't worry. I'll make sure I won't slow you down."
"I was never worried about that," I said.
"I just want you to know that I'll do everything in my power to ensure that I'm nothing but helpful."
"I appreciate it," I said. "Now come on, let's make sure the truck is packed and ready to go." The two of us started to move extra ammo, food, water, grenades, and equipment from the cafeteria to the cargo truck. The girls showed up shortly after, and we spent the next hour going over everything to make sure that we didn't miss a single thing. We made use of almost all of the truck's available space while making sure that we still had enough room for the 6 of us. 3 could ride in the cab, and the other 3 would ride in the back with the cargo. The whole thing was set up like a mini-moving campsite. It would act as our home away from home by giving us a dry place to lay our heads every night. When everything was said and done, we had enough supplies to support us for 1 week away without the need to scavenge or hunt. I hoped that we wouldn't be out there nearly that long, but I wanted to be prepared. in case this took far longer than I expected it to.
Well, do you think we're ready to go?
Anna asked as she peered into the back of the truck. The truck looks good, I said. You ladies sure you have everything you'll need?
Oh, come on, just look at us. We're very ready.
Tara said. I took a second to inspect my team. Anna carried the M249 saw. After firing it the other day on the range, she had decided that it was one of her new favorite things. Not only did the gun suit her, but she was probably the only one of the girls that could lug it around for any length of time. She carried the 3 full 200-round belt boxes, as well as 400 spare rounds in her pack. On top of that, she had her Colt 1911 pistol, 2 spare magazines, and a box of 50 45 rounds just in case. She also carried 3 grenades, strapped to a Kevlar vest of her own. She looked formidable in every sense of the word. The knife tucked into her boot and the spear sticking out of her backpack helped to complete the warrior woman image. Bailey stood behind her, with her AR-15 prepared for long-range combat. She had a collapsible bipod on the end, an 8x scope on top, and a 22-inch chrome-lined barrel. She had a full magazine in the gun and 3 extras attached to her Kevlar vest. She had a 9mm Glock in her old-school leather shoulder holster with 2 extra magazines. Her pack was smaller than the one Anna wore, and she only carried 1 grenade on her vest. Tara was kitted out lighter than the others. She opted for one of the new M4A1 carbines, the high-point .45 pistol, and 2 knives. She didn't carry any grenades, and she only had 2 spare carbine magazines, and 1 spare pistol magazine in her Kevlar vest. The backpack she wore was smaller than the others, too. It was a combat black backpack that probably only held enough supplies for her and her alone. The platinum blonde looked ready to move swiftly and quietly if the need arose. It was really just a shame that I didn't have a silenced weapon for her to carry. Paige still had more guns on her than the rest of us. She had the black pump-action Mossberg 500 on her shoulder, and the little 9mm carbine stowed on her backpack. She had a bandolier of spare shells over her Kevlar, and 2 spare magazines for the carbine. She, too, carried a 9mm Glock, but unlike Bailey, she carried hers on her thigh. A couple grenades hung off a belt pouch first aid kit, and her olive green backpack was emblazoned with a red cross. The whole team looked ready for war. The only thing missing was matching uniforms and camouflage. Still, they stood with an air of authority, and each one of them looked like they were ready to use the weapons they carried. Having seen them fight before, I knew that this was not all just for show either. They did more than simply look the part of strong warrior women. I smiled as I admired my team. I enjoyed seeing how they had each fallen into a different individual role. The gear they carried seemed to be an extension of their personality. Ladies, Raleigh, you're looking good, I said.
So we look ready then?
Bailey asked. Absolutely, I said with a smile.
I kind of like getting all kitted out.
Anna said.
I feel kind of badass in all this gear. Yeah, it makes me feel powerful.
Tara said. That's because you girls are powerful, I said.
I like the Kevlar.
Bailey said.
They were a good pickup.
I just wish they were a bit lighter,
Raleigh said. You'll get used to it after a while, I assured him.
So, what now?
Anna asked as she stepped up beside me and looked out over the land around us. Setting up our base, taking out the bikers, and making sure our home was safe was a great first step, I said. Now we just have to go out there and start reclaiming the surrounding area. No one gets to come into our mountains and bully our allies. Let's go out there and remind these National Guard jackasses that this is still America and that we don't take kindly to tyrants here.
Hell yeah,
Raleigh said.
Well, I'm pumped.
Paige said.
Me too.
Tara agreed with a nod.
Let's go kick some ass.
I turned to my team with a grin on my face, nodded, and headed for the truck. Once I climbed into the driver's seat, I stuck my head out the window and waved all the others forward. Come on! We have some work to do. End of Book 4. This has been Without Law 4.
Written by Eric Vall. Narrated by Christopher Boucher and Jessica Threet. Copyright 2019 by Eric Vall. Production copyright by Eric Vall.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.